Try to tell us we just flesh and bone, just dust that walks, just skin and tone. They close the gates, they block the skies, but still we see through all the lies. They try to shut every open door, still somehow we feel there's more. Look how we love, look how we create, how we build beauty out of hate. Look at our light, not at our dark. They want us finished before we start. They label us numbers, statistics, race, but something ancient lives in our face.
I know I'm human, but they've took my mind. I know I'm human most of the time. Ooh, but when I'm free, we'll get victory. When I'm free, yeah, we'll get victory.
Religion knows a sacred map, blood remembers what they cap. There's nothing new beneath the sun. We come from where the stars begun. We've been before, we know the race. We've been here long before a race. Not black, not white, not box, not name. Something eternal, unchained, untamed. They built a system, built a machine. Teach us small so we don't see, but love keeps breaking through the code. Truth keeps cracking through the mold.
I know I'm human, but they've took my mind. I know I'm human most of the time. Oh, but when I'm free, we'll get victory. When I'm free, yeah, we'll get victory.
Yeah, they try to dim what they can't explain. Try to box spirit inside a brain, but spirit don't break, spirit don't fold. Spirit remembers we come from home. We break in chains, we free our brain. Unplug the fear, reject the pain. Finding ourselves when we look within, realizing where we've always been. We were kings before the crown, we were queens before the gown. We reigned supreme before the throne, before they taught us we're alone. All people, all of their kind, more than body, more than mind, more than labels, more than skin. The kingdom always lives stronger.
I know I'm not human, but they've took my mind. I know I'm human most of the time. Oh, but when I'm free, we'll get victory. When I'm free, yeah, we'll get victory. Wait for the sign.
Oh, yeah.
I've been walking through the fire with my head up hard aligned. Every scar became a scripture, every tear a deeper sign. They try to silence the truth, try to ban what's real and right, but the louder they deny us, the brighter we ignite. All is standing on his word, fact is standing on the line. Still we do it for the people, still we never waste the time. They counted us out, but we counted the cost. Never lost a mission, even when we lost a lot. Truth in our lungs, hope in our stride. We don't move with fear, we move with God inside. Still untouchable, can't break what's chosen. Still untouchable, truth stays spoken. Our hands to the sky, feel the rise when we come through. Still untouchable, we level up for you. Hey. Untouchable, we ride. Untouchable, for the truth. Untouchable, yeah. Step is elevation, still grounded where we came. We don't fall for reputation, we don't run from saying names. Organ crying like a prayer, violence know how it feels. Tambourine shaking the ceiling, every note remind was real. They said power changed the soul, but it sharpened our resolve. If we eating, then the people. If we winning, then it's all. No crown without the weight, no shine without the scars. We speak light into the dark, turn the wounds into the art. Still untouchable, heaven knows us. Still untouchable, doors stay open. From the struggle to the summit we break through. Still untouchable, we rise for the truth. Untouchable, right. Untouchable, right. Untouchable, hey. Untouchable, 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 hey. I sing for the ones who've been silenced, I cry for the nights we survived. Every note is a promise kept. We are proof that faith multiplies. Ooh. Oh, we don't bow. Oh, we ascend. Ooh. When truth calls, we answer again. Ooh. Ooh. Untouchable. Hear the anthem. Untouchable. Feel the momentum. Choir in the back, violins lift the roof. Still untouchable. Untouchable. We do it for the youth. Untouchable. Level up. Untouchable. Still chosen, never folding. Untouchable. Still standing, still rising, still untouchable.
If that, you wouldn't be here debating, you would be at home with kids.
But I don't have children yet.
Why don't you have children yet if it's the most important thing? Why are you doing things for your career?
Is between her husband and God. I think that's a very disrespectful question. I think it does. I don't say this disrespectfully, but that is a very weak man. And I think that any masculine true man would agree with me. But I don't.
So
I do not think you're. I don't think you're being honest with yourself.
I am being honest.
No, I do. I do not think that if the government said you have to go to war tomorrow.
I mean, I
that you would go
definitely.
do it.
I don't think anyone though. Going back to that, I don't think anyone would be like, yes, I get to go to war.
So we agree. We agree.
Yes. Found common ground.
Yeah.
We rise higher, Untouchable empire. Untouchable empire. We rise higher, through the fire. Untouchable empire. Lift us higher. Only empathy, bring truth to the streets. We stand for the people, never fall, never retreat. Untouchable empire, we don't break. We rise higher every step we take. Higher, higher, untouchable. Higher, higher, untouchable. Yeah, we step in the room and the whole crowd lifts. Truth in our blood, that's the realest gift. We talk power, elevation, transformation, untouchables. Yeah, we built this nation. We ain't chasing clout. That's for boys, not men. We chase money, purpose, legacy, and man. Ollie with the flame and Fatty with the spark. We light up the world when the whole world dark. Lift up the people that survive. We bring talk, justice, unity. Every time we swing, we don't bow down. We stand tall and rare. Untouchables, baby, we everywhere. We rise. Through the fire, through the fire. We stand together in the light. Untouchable forever. This alright, this alright. Oh, we rise higher, higher. Through the fire, higher. Untouchable empire. Lift us higher, higher. Ali and Fatty, bring truth to the streets. We stand for the people, never fall, never retreat. Untouchable empire. We don't break. We rise higher every step we take. We move with the grace. Power to the people, that's a look on our face. We don't fold, we don't run, we don't hide. Stand on truth, yeah, we walk with pride. Fame don't move us, we built on honor. Heart of a king, real warrior armor. Empower the world, that's the mission tonight. Untouchables. Yeah, we always do what's right. From the city to the globe, we shift that tone. Building up lives with a righteous throne. We step in the storm and walk through the fire. Why? Cause we got made for the rise higher. Hands up, hands up. If you feel that every move we make. Through the fire, we rise higher. Oh, touch, him play.
What's going on, family, man? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? It's been a little while, man, since we rocked out in a couple of days. I had to get some stuff situated, okay? We're going to start channeling out different business strategies that I'm trying to do in the back end. I'm trying to build some different avenues of income while I'm trying to build this avenue of income while I'm doing my real estate as well, too. But y'all know I ain't going to forget y'all. So we're going to go live today. We're going to live tomorrow. And we're going to go live Saturday. All right, we still gonna keep hitting y'all upside your head. Okay, we still coming with that untouchable greatness.
The untouchable empire, baby.
Y'all know tomorrow is the untouchable super panel, and then Sunday is the ladies first. So we gonna still keep hitting y'all. We missed y'all on Super Bowl Sunday. I hope y'all had a fun time with that Super Bowl because it looked like it was one of the worst Super Bowls ever. With one of the worst halftime shows ever, regardless of what any of y'all say, and I'm hating on that, boy.
Oh man, hey.
Yeah, I'm hating on that. That was trash. And the Super Bowl was trash too. I tried to get through it, but it is what it is, man. Sometimes that happens. I didn't enjoy the NBA championship and I didn't enjoy the NFL championship. So hopefully it gets better next year. You know what I'm saying? But how y'all doing in the building, man? My brother Ali the Great is in the building. I told y'all before, what's better than one Ali? Two Alis, three Alis, four Alis. One of my favorite person, top three favorite people outside. Well, I say two. I say one right now because we're talking about Ali. He might be my favorite person outside my family is Muhammad Ali, man. I love Muhammad Ali. So a lot of people that I meet that have Ali on their name, they typically great people. So much love to you, my brother Ali the Great. Miss Peach is in the building. It was a blowout. It was ugly. Everybody knew the Patriots was going to lose. They got in there by luck, but I ain't going to hate on them like that. I congratulate them. But the Seattle's defense was crazy and their offense is crazy as well, too. And they should have started to do a little bit when their wide receiver went out, but I guess they can capitalize. Mimi, how you doing, Mimi? Oh, Mimi, how you doing? I ain't gonna say nothing, Mimi. I almost thought something. I almost was impulsive and emotional, right? We're gonna talk about how sisters are logical on today's show. There's a lot of people that are justifying and pacifying men and women, a lot of our sisters' behaviors by saying they're emotional when our sisters are very calculated and strategic, and tactful. And we're downplaying it as if it's not logic. And I'm on this show. And by the way, y'all can hit the link as much as y'all want. A lot of you are providing misinformation when we're discussing each other's mentality or our emotions as well too. If someone's tactical, if someone's strategic, they're being logical. All right. We're gonna talk about that on today's show. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with our reasoning, especially when we're talking about logic when it comes to validity, something having validity, or if it's facts. That's a complete different type of logic versus a goal-oriented logic and a reasoning logic and a process logic or a hierarchy of value logic when someone is processing and reasoning an outcome, which is demonstrating their ability to show logic. So we're going to be showing that, talking about that in today's show, because we have to get to a place where we start acknowledging how logical people are and how edified and informed people are, so we can start being manipulated. Unless we're going to accept it, because you can't tell me that women are emotional and not able to regulate their behaviors and make decisions based on emotions when, again, they can act right at the job, they can act right with their friends, they can act right with their pastors, they can act right in public. When women can demonstrate that they can control themselves and regulate in different positions outside of when it comes to a man, oh, our sisters are extremely logical. It just comes back to a value hierarchy of what they put on top of their list of what they value the most or care about the most, especially if their self-love or it's their happiness, or if they feel like it's a different goal that's outside of the goal that they're supposedly trying to meet with you. But that demonstrates logic even more so over emotions. Even if we say the logic came from an emotional instance and it came from how they were feeling, it still demonstrates their ability to be logic. So again, I will be dropping the link later. If you got smoke, I'll drop it now. But a lot of people, again, Fatty drops the link, I drop the link. We said we got smoke. A lot of people like to throw shade. A lot of people like to throw hate, but they never hit that link. And if they hit that link, it's always ignorance, and they always embarrass themselves, and they never demonstrate their ability to demonstrate logic and process in real time. So again, man, the link is always open. You can ask for it. We can have the smoke. But again, we know it'll never happen because people talk or throw rocks and they hide their hands, you know. But again, man, we can have a civil conversation. I love having a civil conversation. I love destroying people's ignorance or their point of view as well, too, when they're moving in ignorance. Not when we're having civil conversations. I can have those conversations all day. But when people are moving in ignorance and they're trying to be condescending, I love destroying their logic, because I'm not going to throw no ad hominems. I'm going to go straight at your logic, and we ain't going nowhere but at the logic. And because I actually love speaking on the truth or trying to convey the truth, even if I'm wrong at times. I'll acknowledge when I'm wrong, because when I'm wrong, I can still be right. But let's get back to the people. Where's my brother? Let's see. Maston. Hold on. Trade Institute. So Mastodon Trade Institute, I think that's you, my brother. Much love to you. Mimi, thank you for the $1 super chat. Let me shout out the people. Right now we have, let me see, Batworks is right now the sponsor with my brother Frederick Howard with the $5 super chat. Support your interest. Support your interest. Hit the like button. Ladies, calling yourself queen is destructive title to keep learning the meaning. Hey, Frederick, you better write that different next time, my brother. But Frederick and Backworks, my brother hit me. Let me hit this button real quick too, because my brain is working faster than my mouth right now.
Thank you for the $5, homie. For real. You know what that means? It's our time to shine. Let's light it up.
And y'all make sure people know we live, man. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you hit the share button. And if you ain't subscribed yet and you just came across this, make sure you hit the subscribe button. But it helps me in the YouTube universe. All right. It helps the algorithm. DJ Vapors, what's going on, my brother? Another solid brother. Backworks. My brother hit us with $5 in the Cash App as well, too. Much love to you, my brother.
Thank you for the $5. We were all born to be untouchable.
And then my sister Naomi says, good afternoon, everyone. Much love to you, my sister. Good to see you as well, too. My brother Mel, stay fitted in the building. Much love to you. I see you got the Avatar, the new J. Cole album. You know, let me know what y'all think about that new J. Cole album. The first album, I was on, and it started growing on me. The second part has better production. J. Cole is a phenomenal lyricist, but I wish that it's same thing Eminem, the Eminem problem with certain artists, and even my brother Nas, and Nas is my favorite artist of all time. Sometimes they focus a lot on the lyricism and forget about the production part, and it could just be me. But I like production mixed with lyrics, man. I think that's when it constitutes honoring and truly putting energy in the production of the music as well as the lyrics. I think all of it has to gel to make a classic music, and that's what makes all the music we like or love classic and timeless, is the production matching the lyrics as well too. Even though there's songs that got decent production that got amazing lyrics you'll listen to, or songs that got decent lyrics but the production is fire. Am I lagging? Okay, if I'm lagging, let me restart. Thank you so much, Summer Sunshine. Much love to you too. I'm lagging a little bit. Let me fix that real quick. Let me fix that. Okay. Let me fix that real quick. Okay, how are we looking now? We good? Let me see. I don't know why my phone worked faster. Okay, hold on. I got the black screen. Okay, we still got the black screen of death. Let me see what happens. I think I've hold on real quick, y'all. We gonna get there. There we go. Is it still fuzzy? Oh, we good. I think we good now, right? Everything good? Champ Talk Reactions. What's going on, my brother? Good to see you too. Okay, we good now, right? We should be good. I think we good. Okay, we good. And we not fuzzy, right? Ali ain't fuzzy. We good, right? All right. My brother, Cool Kev in the building. Much love to see you, Deucey. You gotta still help me with the pronunciation, man. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing it better. My brother Willing to Win in the building. Is better or is it good? Is better or is it good? Which one is it, man? I ain't trying to let the people down. My sister Velvet in the building. See, the brothers and sisters is rocking with us, man. They know what's going on, man. My sister Wanda in the building. Always good to see you, my sister Wanda. Make sure y'all spam Wanda and my brother Cool Kev's emoji. I'm gonna be giving out some more emojis, man. Make sure we get out some more emojis. My brother Tyson is in the building. Much love to you, big. Look, I told you about your name now. All right, you be killing me with that name. You know, ain't no brother can call you that, my brother. I'll call you my brother for the show. All right, can't be calling you that name, man. You know, that's for the sisters to call you that. My brother Passport is in the building. My brother Passport, how you doing, man? It's always good to see you too. I ain't see you on the panels in a while. TJJ Shippy in the building as well too. But let me progress, man. Let me move on with what I'm speaking about today. If you want to join the live, you're more than welcome to join the live as well too. I might drop it early to have this discussion. because I do want the people to have the discussion as well too. And I'd love for the sisters to come up here as well too, because I'm confused. If the sisters are so emotional that they can't control themselves and their logic or decision making, then that'll ultimately mean that the women and men should control women, right? If they're so chaotic to themselves, then we should control them if they're so emotional. But we don't see that in the real life, and we don't see that in the workplace. We don't see that with women having positions of power, with women being police officers, with women being soldiers, women being actual judges that are able to judge and be coherent, and use their cognitive abilities to be logic. And we have to stop weaponizing saying women are emotional against women and against men as well too, because regardless of whether y'all are researching or taking time to do it as well too, by nature we are all emotional creatures. Men and women are emotional, excuse me. We supposedly think before we react, and your emotions move faster than your thought process typically, because you react before you actually say something, even though your ability to demonstrate logic is impacted by your emotion as well too. So we have to get to a place where we put the logic and the emotion together as well too, and be able to demonstrate that women are able to be logical, excuse me, you know. And I always ask, if she's not logical, why does she know when a person is wrong or cheating, but she doesn't know when she's not making them happy or when she's manipulating them or hurting a man, you know? And I'll tell you, she does know. And a lot of sisters outside the sisters, and I'm gonna keep pointing out the sisters who are using their logic and emotion to build with the community, to build with men, to build their families, are separate from the sisters who are still manipulating and weaponizing it against each other. And we can say there's propaganda, we can say there's social engineering, we can say there's brainwashing, but we can separate and differentiate between those two types of women. Like we can separate between men who are being emotional or being logical as well too. But a lot of the sisters we're speaking about end up in direct competition with men while wanting the men's cooperation with them, and they use emotion they use a man's emotion over his logic. That a lot of these type of women want to change the man's perception into hers, and that's why she wants him to be emotionally available, because she knows she can manipulate a man or a person to get the things that she wants when she can get him focused on her emotions, using his emotions. And that's being logical by using someone's logic. And again, we have to stop saying women are emotional when men and women are emotional. And we do that with the man and woman conversation, right? When the man's emotional, we'll say he's being feminine, but when the woman's emotional, we'll say she's being masculine. It makes absolutely no sense if we're being logical, but we can make it make sense if we're being disingenuous and lying. So you can be logical and lie. You can manipulate and be logical. You can be tactful and be logical. Being logical doesn't have to be merit-based or moral-based. You're still processing logic and you're reasoning to get an outcome, depending on what your goal is. And that's demonstrating your ability to use logic. What's going on, Karen? Hope you ain't causing no craziness in the space. I don't know. I think I missed Trey's last live. I meant to catch up with y'all, but it'd be hard sometimes, man. Fulio, what's going on, my brother? How you doing, my brother? Always good to see you as well, too. Gully in the building. Emotional arguments. Yeah, man. We have to get to the point to be able to recognize that people can weaponize their emotions and their logic. And we're in a constant state of evaluating, and we use our emotions to process that evaluation as well, too. Right? So again, we want men, like women say about babies and men, when it's convenient, to put our emotions away. That's the truth. And that's what society wants men to do, is put their emotions away and just do. We tell men, don't feel, just do. Don't think about yourself, just do. Don't stop to think if it's good for you, just do. Don't think about your own life, just do. Think about everyone else but yourself and just do. So men can't cry. Men can't have time to take a break. Men don't have time to mourn. Men don't have time to get over it. But when men comes to women, she's able to fully express herself, even if it's able to manipulate, because society allows women to express their emotions. And we say when she has that emotional moment that she's just being a woman, when we know she's using her logic as well, too. We'll just say she's just a woman. and then got the nerve to turn around and tell people that life is an itch. Ain't that crazy? Right? But we'll tell men to suck it up. But then when we come back to Wonderland, we'll say, fellas, women are just emotional. They don't know what they're doing most of the time. They're always in their feelings. They're always in their emotions. Don't try to understand her. She doesn't even know what she wants while she working and manipulating for money. While she working and manipulating for power. While she working and manipulating for control. While she works for a job and a degree. While she works to get ahead and improve her reputation. While y'all claim she's hypergamous, men and women selectively together, but she's just a woman. Be understanding. Be patient. Be loving. She'll come around. She's submissive by nature. How often y'all hear that? She's submissive by nature. Something ain't right. Somebody lying. Somebody ain't telling the truth. Or somebody is telling the truth. And we just don't want to accept the truth. But who is it not accepting the truth? Are women emotional? Or are women logical? Or even if we say women are both. But when women are making decisions, y'all, are women being logical? Can someone help me out? Are women logical creatures? And if they're not logical creatures, should they be controlled then? Should they be controlled by society? Shouldn't they be controlled by men? But I see women be logical every day. Every day I see women being logical. And y'all do too. She don't run red lights. She knows when to say she's sorry out in public. She knows when to hold herself accountable. She knows how to make decisions. She knows, again, how to get these degrees. She knows how to open up businesses. She knows how to regulate at home. She knows how to regulate outside the home. But for some reason, when a woman is not regulating her emotions that she's aware of, we'll say she's just being woman and being passive, and this is what they do. But if they don't have the capability of being logical, then the men who have women in their households are lying about her cooperating and being submissive. That's the problem we're going to have, and the contradictions that the men are saying. She's emotional, but then she's submissive by nature. She's chaotic, but then she's able to listen to the man that she loves. And that's what we come to. She either is going to like you more than she likes herself, or she's going to follow order and submit to you and listen to you. Then that means she has the capability of regulating her emotions, unless she sees herself more valuable than you. Are y'all emotional, sisters? Are y'all emotional or are y'all logical when it comes to making decisions? Somebody let me know. Okay. Because it's funny, we'll say she's submissive by nature and she can't control herself. Meanwhile, her bank account is tripling. She got your kids. She got the bag. She got degrees. She got businesses. She got half of your assets. She can micromanage the house, run a business, run your life and hers, but she's not logical. Right? She can be a soldier. She can read and write. She can be coherent. She can reason and process information all in real time. We watch our women do this every single day. She can be performative. She can be exceptional and control herself when she wants. But she's just emotional. And again, this is the problem with the man's ego, with man's pride, with man's logic. Sometimes we way too smart for our own good, and we can justify being mistreated. We can give the whole world to people who wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire. And I'll tell the brothers, don't be so noble, so honorable, so prideful that you compromise yourself just so somebody can call you a man. Just think about this. Women in the world won't want us to accept a woman's nature, but not for women in the world to accept a man's nature. When we think about logic and when we think about emotions, because men have emotions, we just taught to suppress it in society. And I have to wonder why. Why are we taught to suppress our emotions and what we feel? Why are we said to control our D when she don't have to control her P? Is it because women in the world know a man's power? And she's operating off knowing that she don't need him, but she knows she can't compete with him. She's pretending she doesn't need him. Or can she live without him? But can she live a better life without him? Can men do things better than women? Do we need women? Can we do better without women? Or do we all need each other? Which one is it? I'm blurry again. Hey man, they hating. You know they be hating. Y'all, while I'm refreshing, please like and subscribe. Okay, make sure y'all hit the share button. Hit that share button at the bottom of your screen. It's free. And let me see how many. I know I'm going blurry. How many likes I got? Let's see how many likes I got before I go unblurry. 47. Y'all, we got 100 people in the building. We only got 47 likes, man. Let's do something about that. Come on now. Okay, let me see. Let's see how long it take me to come back this time. Hold on. Let me go to the screen so I can see when I come back. I know I'm back. I know I'm black. All right. I know I'm back and I'm black. I'm waiting for it to clear up. Hello. I know it's still black, y'all. Don't get on me. Okay, there we go. Now we back. I leave you light skinned. Now I'm dark skinned too. All right, we back. I can see myself. Am I light skinned? That's what I count as. But the thing I want to say, and like again, man, it's in good conversation, y'all. That's why I said people got smoke. We can prove this all day long. I can go all day long on proving the fact that women, when they're tactical and they're strategic, is being logical. But it's not in the same way. And I think the misunderstanding we have is when people use logic, is usually discussing what's truthful or honest. And that's what people are referring to. But I'm not talking about her being truthful or honest. I'm talking about her being able to long-term plan. She's choosing these goals and she's allocating her resources over time. And she's thinking about the outcome that she wants, especially when she's being strategic. And when she's being tactical, it's about short-term actions, right? It's about what's benefiting her in the actual moment. Her being tactical and strategic are both goal-oriented. And it's her reasoning and processing. That means that's called means and logic. All right. How I joined the show, bro? Let me see. If y'all already ready to come up, y'all can come up. What's going on, CJ? Okay. That's a means and logic. It's not about the validity and the truth part that people keep missing. Right? It's the fact that she's connecting actions with outcomes and she's being consistent about it. If I do A, it increases the chances of B. If B happens, it's going to lead to C, and C is achieving my goal. That's her being logical. You don't have to be truthful to be able to reason and for it to be logical. She can be when she's being logical, tactical, strategic, and it can be deceptive or unethical, and she's still being logical. It don't have to be moral. All right. It's like a grandmaster chess. A grandmaster chess player. When he's bluffing, he's being logical. When a poker player is bluffing, they're being deceitful, they're still being logical. When a negotiator is withholding certain information from the person he's negotiating with to get an outcome, he's being logical. A manipulator is being logical even when they're lying. But what happens is when we had these conversations, they're like, nah, man, they're not logical. And it's usually you thinking I'm saying that they're not fair, they're not honest, or that's not how things should be, or it just don't feel right to y'all. But she's still being logical when it comes to an ends means. I hope it's making sense to y'all. I hope it's clarifying maybe the misunderstandings that will happen when people are using the word logic. My brother DFJC, how you doing, my brother? How y'all doing? Pride of the Lion, man. Much love to you, my brother. How y'all doing, man? Right? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? The manipulation part is the moral judgment that we're making. The logic is the reasoning structure that we got to talk about, right? Manipulation is talking about how someone treats others, where logic describes how somebody is reasoning. That's the part that I'm saying, that when women are making these decisions, they're reasoning. And they know exactly what they're doing, and they'll create the narratives for themselves to justify their behaviors. Right? And a lot of people will confuse logic with intelligence. They'll confuse logic with morality. They'll confuse logic with correctness. But that's not what I'm speaking on. And I think some of us understand exactly what I'm saying, where I feel like some other people are being disingenuous. But I'm basing it, where people are talking about the logic is based on them being sensible and factual, and it's based on reality. But that's not what I'm speaking about. Because it doesn't have to be true, it doesn't have to be real, and it doesn't have to be fair for someone to demonstrate logic. All right. And that's the means end logic that I'm talking about. The other logic people are talking about is what makes sense. I'm talking about the means end logic. All right, where you want something and you're going to perform a certain behavior to get that result, right? The truth is optional and morality is optional. If you're trying to get money, if you're trying to lie to get it, but you got it, that's you're demonstrating logic. Even if it's immoral or even if it's deceitful. My brother, Matreon Roberts, with the $10 super chat, he becomes the sponsor of the show. When they lie about their body count, they are being logical because they know men don't like high body count. Exactly.
We just got $10, kinfolk. You know what that means, right? We back on our feet again. I ain't gonna hold you. Support be healing people.
Yes, sir. They still want a certain outcome. They still want men to marry them. So they manipulate and they're disingenuous and they lie to get an outcome, even if they know that body count does matter. Even though they know that body count demonstrates their inability to actually commit to people or stay loyal to people, if they continue go from person to person to person and can't maintain a relationship or maintain a commitment, they know that we look at them based on their body count and who they've slept with, and they look at this at themselves that way too. But they have to change and play with logic to make reasoning for themselves to get the outcome that they want. Much love to you, my brother Matreon Roberts, man. Good to see you, my brother. But I'm gonna break down. There's a certain video I'm gonna break down just to see exactly how women do it to each other, and how sometimes the woman that looks like she's being truthful can be deceptive as well too. And the women who are being deceptive can tell the truth at times too, to make a point and to get their way as well too. So it's demonstrating that these people are most people who move in this capacity are opportunists. Opportunists are very logical, even if they have to be deceptive or more to get what they want. Even if they have to pick sides, even if they have to flip on other people, even if they have to be deceptive to get the things that they want, they're demonstrating logic. If I lie to women to get sex, I'm using logic. My end goal is sex. But let's start this up, man. And again, I dropped the link. If anybody would like to come up, if anybody got any smoke, you are more than welcome to hit the link, okay? On the IG side, you can comment. You can DM me, or you can come on to YouTube and ask for the link. All right. Let me see something real quick, y'all. I'm just trying to see something. Okay. All right, let's go. My brother Boogie with the $5 super chat. Gutted, I can't join. Gutted, I can't join because I was one of the first to say women are more logical than men. Good discussion for men to have for sure and wake up. No, I didn't say that they're more logical than men. I'm saying that they are logical as well too. And we allow women to weaponize their emotions against us because we pacify their behaviors by saying she's doing it because she's just a woman. But she can control herself in front of the things that she values and in front of the people that she respects. All right. Okay, this is the video that I wanted to break down, man. I think this one was very interesting. I don't know if y'all seen this yet. This is Hype House. All right, this is one traditional wife versus 8 feminists. All right.
Feminism, femininity, marriage, current culture. I've been doing social media for like 6 months now, and it completely took off. And yeah, I'm excited to be here and to debate some feminists.
Have you been like this your whole life, or was there a move that pushed you in the direction?
You know, I grew up in a more conservative household, but I would say throughout high school, I didn't really know where I leaned politically. And then COVID happened, and immediately I was like, this is a complete joke. And from then on, I kind of went down the rabbit hole. And then once I got married, because I got married at 18, which is now considered young in our society, I got so much backlash for it on the internet. And so that took me kind of down the modern feminism rabbit hole. And, you know, why are young women getting slandered? Because they want to get married and have kids and have a traditional lifestyle. So that's what took me on my journey. Are
you excited, or do you feel like you're going to do really well? Are you nervous about anything? Nothing?
I'm not nervous. I'm excited. I think it's going to be a good conversation. It's different than social media. Obviously, when people are messaging you or they're commenting, there's no way to have a one-on-one conversation, and people will straw man you all the time. So I'm excited to just sit down in person and talk and maybe shift some perspectives as well.
Hi, I'm Nefarious, and I'm a feminist because I believe men and women should all have the same opportunities. I think I'm surrounded by a lot of like-minded people most of the time, but I really enjoy having like long discussions about topics that might be controversial.
Hi, I'm Charlize True. I am a senior at UCLA. I'm a gender studies major, and this year I decided to compete in the Miss America pageant. So I studied all global politics for about 8 months, left and right, and had to come down the center to the middle. And it's made me realize what a big impact social media has on the next generation of women, and how together we can change that.
I'm Natalie, and I consider myself a feminist because I come from a family of very strong women. I think being able to disagree with people is extremely important. I think if you are looking to gain a better perspective on the world and even strengthen your own standpoint, it's really important to be able to hear how other people feel, even if it's completely different from your own.
Hi, I'm Zena, and I'm a feminist because I believe that there's a large gap in the treatment between women and men in this country that has been overlooked for centuries and centuries, despite the fact that we've had massive change come from movements like feminism. I think these conversations are necessary so that people are aware of sometimes seemingly invisible differences between this treatment.
I'm Angela Mazzanti. I am a content creator. I own a pro-female brand, and I am a dominatrix. So I feel like I have a very, very interesting opinion when it comes to the dynamics between men and women. That's why I'm a feminist.
Hi, my name is Sophia Grace. I am a musician and an artist, and I'm a feminist because I believe everyone's existence is inherently political. I've been a feminist for basically...
Y'all realize this, when these women are fighting for women's rights and their ability to do what they want to do, that's the truth, right? If they can maneuver in this way, men should be able to fight for men without being considered a women, right? Right? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Same way if pro-blacks become, same way if the pro-black becomes anti-white, we become just like the races we talk about, correct? It's why, and it's why most black movements put an emphasis on making sure the movement is more about human progress and anti-injustice, not just anti-race. But if you believe in women having the rights to do what they want to do, you have to believe in the right for someone not to believe in your right as well, too. Right? Can somebody correct me if I'm wrong? If they have the right to do what they want, if they have the right to fight for women, then men have the right to do what they want, and men have the right to just fight for men, right? So in reality, you make it a competition. You don't make it a coalition of where people are cooperating with each other. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Basically my whole life because I was always surrounded by strong, independent women.
Hi, my name is Carly, and I'm a feminist because I believe in basic human rights.
Yo, y'all crazy. Somebody said I'm talking like a like a kung fu. Like I am your brother. I will kill you. Hold on, let me refresh real quick. See y'all trying to be funny. I don't know what y'all. I really don't. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, I really don't know what be going on with this internet. I got the camera fixed so it don't overheat. My brother, hold on, let me see. My brother hit us with a membership. Y'all make sure y'all help us get. My brother hit us with the first membership. My brother Pete. Let me make sure I get back on the screen before I even announce my. Oh, there we go. My brother hit us with for our first membership of the show. Much love to you, my brother, for the membership, man. I truly appreciate that, my brother. Thank you for sending super chats and memberships, man. Much love to y'all, man. Let's keep it going, man. Y'all know y'all used to love them Asian movies. Asian, why I say Asian, boy, I sound racist when I say that too. I love martial art movies. All right, let me not say Asian movies.
Empathy, compassion, wild, I know. And I think it's kind of insane to be against those things in today's day and age.
Hi, my name's Amy, and I'm a feminist because a lot of the women that I care about and I have also experienced negative experiences that made us realize that being a woman puts us at a disadvantage in this day and age. So I believe that women should be treated equally.
My first claim is that feminism is anti-woman and makes them unhappy. Savannah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Okay, so I know your claim is like feminist is anti-women, but I want to explain the other side of it and how really feminist is expanding women's choices, whether this is over their body or their jobs. Because of the feminist movement, we now have the opportunity to vote, to open a bank account, to have a house, to get a car. And also, I know you do social media as well. It's also given us a platform back in the day when they didn't have a voice, women. Like now with social media, like everyone can state their opinions. So I think it's entirely for women. And I don't think it's just for women. I actually think it's for the benefit of everyone.
Interesting. So anti-woman to me would be the natural processes that happen for a woman, meaning marriage and motherhood, feminism completely rejects. And it actually praises women who try to belittle men. It kind of created this idea that we are actually valuable if we're more like men rather than women. So I don't think it actually celebrates the differences between men and women. Would you agree with that or disagree?
I would disagree. Like coming from my perspective, I've worked my entire life since I was 16. I was raised by a single mom of 3, but I did have two really dominant male figures in my life, my dad and my brother. And when I explain topics like this to them, even like people online and in the world, I still think like marriage and children is like an asset to being a woman. It's not taking away our femininity at all. I think feminism is celebrating that.
So when we go back to the beginning of feminism, right? All of the early feminists, if we're talking about Mary Wollstonecraft, Gloria Steinem, Simone de Beauvoir, however you say her last name, they were all very anti-family. So they believed that the feminism movement, it would never reach its peak until women decided to completely leave the home. There was actually an article, it's Sex, Society, and the Feminine Movement by Simone de Beauvoir. It's a very famous quote in 1904. She basically wrote that, and I'm paraphrasing here because it's pretty long, that feminism would never succeed until women didn't have the choice to stay home. So it was very anti-choice, actually. She said that society should be that women go to work And so they can't stay home. And the reason she said that is because if women had the choice, they would almost always choose staying home over going to work. So that's my point about it being anti-woman, is it's never been about choice, contrary to what people believe.
And that's a phenomenal point. I think me and Fatty have addressed that before. If it's about choice, why don't feminists support the right of a woman to want to be a traditional woman? Why don't they support women just wanting to be baby makers? Why don't they support women just wanting to be at home? And matter of fact, why aren't they pushing women to go to war? Why aren't they pushing women to take on trades that men are doing? Why aren't they pushing women to do the things, the negative things or the cons that men do and engage in that women don't feel like would be beneficial to them? They're only pushing for the things that they feel like will help them benefit, that they believe helps benefit men in society and gives them leverage in society. But if this woman is wrong, again, why aren't feminists pushing the option for motherhood, to marry early and to have babies early? That's what I want to know. Why don't feminists push for that as well too? And when they have a woman who pushes for traditionalism, to be a housewife, to be traditional and stay at home, those women lash out at those women and they're offended by those women, and they tell those women that they want to be controlled by the patriarchy. And again, if you're so about women's rights, you have to support what's in the best interest of men's right as well too, especially if you want to be equal to men. You have to fight for men as well too, if you're an actual feminist too, if you're pushing for that type of equality. Why aren't you pushing for it to be equal for men as well too, to be able to come home, to be able to express their opinions, to be able to express their emotions? Why aren't you working against the court system to keep it from hurting and weaponizing it against men, and for men not have to fight for their kids as well too, if you're so about men and women being equal as feminists? But they know exactly what they're doing. Excuse me. I give women, young women, grace and the benefit of the doubt. I think a lot of women, as they get older, understand that it was used against them. So I give young women the benefit of the doubt. But what it looks like is that feminism is actually anti-woman. That's what it looks like. And logic is saying we're pushing for equality and we're pushing for men and women to have the same opportunities. But in reality, it looks like it's taking femininity and womanhood away from women and making them compete with men to do the things that men do that they see that would benefit them. They don't want to take on trades. They don't want to be plumbers. They don't want to be technicians. They don't want to be electricians. They don't want to work in coal mines. They just want positions of power, or positions that they feel like will give them leverage in society. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. What's going on, Jazz? I see you in the building, Jazz. I see you in the bed. I know you about to start talking about the patriarchy, even though the patriarchy gave you rights and the right to vote, and it takes care of you and to make sure it protects women and children. And it allows you to do what you want to do. I see my sister Crimson Q in the building as well too. Y'all make sure we got 110 people in the building. Please make sure you like and subscribe, and make sure you hit the share button at the bottom of the screen, and make sure you're helping Ali meet his goals as well too. But again, it looks like feminism is anti-woman.
I definitely take what you're saying into account. All the authors you stated, we study in class as a gender studies major. And if you talk to any of these girls or boys in the class, they are very opinionated and knowledgeable about other authors. And
my brother, and let me make sure I shout you out. My brother, the afterwife, or is that my sister? Hold on, the afterwife, is that a sister? The afterwife, was that a brother? Is that a brother or a sister? My brother Raheem, I see you, my brother. Always good to see you, my family, man. This is one of my teammates from college as well too. They have to go against the grain, Ali. It's their nature to be rebellious. My brother, we keep pushing that rhetoric, right? But then what are the women that's sitting in the household with men where these women are cooperating, where these women are submissive, where these women are leading, where these women are building, where these women are maintaining the household? I would say, and I'm gonna give women the grace and the benefit of the doubt, that it's propaganda and they being brainwashed and conditioned to think this way, because there's women who go the complete opposite. And this is the women that we used to praise and worship growing up, like our mothers and grandmothers. So either all women are emotional, either all women are rebellious, all women are not submissive by nature, or it's in their nature to do both, just like it's in a man's nature to do both as well too. And we're both logical and emotional creatures that we either utilize logic and emotions for each other or we use it for ourselves. Because if that's the case, every single woman on earth needs to be controlled. If all women are rebellious, and if all women are emotional, and if all women can't self-regulate, and if all women are logical, then all women need to be controlled. And if you have to control a person for every second, minute, and hour of their life, then we would be drastically compromised. But what we see is women are logical. Women are emotional, just like men are emotional and logical. But there's men and women who either use it against the other person or they build with the other person. So I don't believe their nature is to be rebellious, even if it's put in the book, because then it's a man's nature to be rebellious. Because typically women can be more agreeable than we can be. We'll be disagreeable, regardless of which way society is going. We'll fight. Well, women will conform in certain situations as well too, which demonstrates her ability to be logical as well too and self-regulate. Where if right now we're being under attack, most men would attack and rebel, where most women would possibly conform. But does it make her logical or does it make her emotional? Does it make us logical or does it make us emotional? My brother, let me see, my brother. I'm also his media presence, ENT. Much love to you, my brother. Thank you for the support, man. We got 2 brothers now who are the sponsor of the show. My brother, the Afterwife, and my brother Matreon Roberts. All right. The Afterwife. You got to break down now for me, my brother. The Afterwife. That sounds like a movie. I like the Afterwife, man. Much love to you, my brother. Let me see. Let's keep going though. Let me see. My sister Jazz, the patriarchy should not have prevented women to have rights in the first place. Jazz, it seems like I wouldn't. Hey, Jazz, you know what? I'm ashy again. And you ain't talking about lotion, right? Okay, hold on. Okay, let me see if I'm not ashy again. I let my phone die too. Hold on, y'all. I'm coming. Hold on, y'all. Let me get my charger real quick because they saying I'm ashy without lotion. And we ain't they ain't talking about lotion. Let me share my screen. Am I back yet? I'm back. All right, and I know y'all hating on my internet, you know.
Oh man, hey.
Okay, we good now? I had to get my charger. Can't be missing no calls from the family now if they need me. You know, was that logical or emotional? Well, was I being emotional or logical when I thought about that? When I thought about my family, was I being emotional or was I being logical or was I being both? Because we be throwing that logical word, emotional word all around. And we got to break it down because we just be saying anything. My brother said he going to be the sponsor of the show with $5. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, now my brother Afterwife is the sponsor of the show with $15. The Afterwife represents a husband's reality. Okay. In modern times. Okay, I get exactly what you're saying, my brother. Much love to you, my brother, for being the sponsor of the show with $15.
Thank you for the $5. We were all born to be untouchable.
Okay, let's go.
I want to bring into account to this theory of feminists, Judith Butler. She has this article about doing gender and how in order for women to even start the feminist movement, they had to conform to some part of society. It's like, it felt like a game in a way. In order to get into the rooms to make the choice for women to have the choices they do today, they had to play into.
Jazz, I was addressing you. Hey, Jazz. Men have to go to war. Men have to live and die for women. Men don't have the option to not go to work. Men have to assist you in the kitchen, have to assist you with child rearing, have to assist you with everything. Basically, we have to help you in everything. Okay, you have the option to do none of it. Do you believe, or why do you believe women should have the rights that you said that they had to fight for in the beginning? If you're not having to die, if you're not having to go to war, if you're not taking on all the obligations in society as a human being, protect and provide and support civilization, can you explain to me why you should still have the right to vote? Why you should still be able to buy property? Why should you be able to have power if you don't use the power to invest in people? You just use it to invest in yourself, because that's what women were complaining about, that men were getting power, that men were using leverage, that they were using that decision making to serve themselves. But what we saw was men were making decisions to take care of the men, to the women and the children. So you got to explain to me, why should women have all those rights if they take those rights, if they take that power and invest in themselves, when they require men to be responsible of society, when they require men to be protectors and providers? You got to explain that to me. And if you're going to use it for yourself, then why should you get power to go against men if you're not going to use that power to help build with men? I got to know that. And then my brother Matreon Robert said, nah, I'm going to be the sponsor of the show with $20. Says, Jazz is funny. Jazz, it's funny how women are asking for the soft life, which is going back to the patriarchy. Exactly. You can't ask men to take care of you and provide for you and give you security, but then you go to work to just take care of yourself. And then you asking why we used to have society the way it was. Right now, women ask for the right to vote, the right to have power, the right to have properties, the right to make the decisions just like men. But a lot of women are investing in themselves. I don't feel like that, Jazz. I watch what women are doing. Women are choosing to be feminists. Women are choosing not to need men. Women are choosing not to marry men. Women are choosing not to invest in men. Women are not choosing to fight for man's rights. Women are not in child court or helping men get the primary custody of their children, just like women, instead of having men having to go fight for it. Women aren't fighting for men the way they're asking men to fight for them, Jazz. You would have to concede to that. So that, why are you asking for power if you're not going to help implement equality and help build society the way you're asking men to do it as well too? If you're asking for all this power, you have to be doing the same thing you're asking men to do. You have to take that power and invest it in society and invest it in families. Not the single mother, not being single mothers, not being strong and independent, not living your best life, not being a thought, not being a 304. Just like you tell a man not to control their D and stop being sexist and stop just sexualizing women and objectifying women, but then you watch women sexually objectify themselves and spend the resources to take care of themselves and their own decisions. They're not doing what's in the best interest of society with their resources, Jazz. And then my sister Wanda said, man, please like, share, and subscribe. So support the live. Again, y'all, please like, please share, please subscribe. Okay, let's keep going. And again, y'all, if y'all want to have a conversation, hit the link. I'm a pin the link too. All right.
Do it in some sense. So I do see your side of it, but I think to stay in the middle. Like, I don't think your opinion is wrong or my opinion is wrong. I just think we may have different upbringings or like just the way we see women as a whole.
And I don't like when women challenge each other and have conversations with each other, and they'll say, it doesn't mean your opinion is wrong. It doesn't my opinion is wrong, when they're both going back and forth in each other and trying to make a statement. Let me see. My brother August, both use logic with the $20 super chat. Now he's with Matreon. Both of them are the sponsor of the show. Much love to you, my brother August. Both use logic and emotion, but men prioritize systematic logic while women lead with tactical emotion. Emotional decisions can work short term, but often fail to hit the long-term objective results that logic secures. You'd have to break that down, my brother August. It seems like these women are doing long-term solutions as well, too, because they're delaying marriage, they're delaying baby making, they're delaying being a family woman, being a traditional woman, to make money like men, to get power like men, to get representation like men. They're doing exactly what they set out to do. They became feminists so they can have power, they can have leverage, and they can have opportunities just like men. That sounds logical to me. That doesn't sound emotional to me. It seems like the men are still being emotional, and we're still trying to speak for women, and we're trying to speak for what their goals are and what they want. And they're demonstrating that they're picking themselves over men now with logic and emotion. So we're going to keep being stuck in what we and speaking for women when they're demonstrating to us. Most of them are demonstrating to us what's more important than them, and that's demonstrating their ability to use logic with a hierarchy of what they value.
And to that, because of this stereotype from the authors you brought in, you said like they're man hating, and like, especially when you say like, oh, I'm a feminist, people are like, oh God. But I think we need to reshape the way people see feminists. And I think just like you do on your platform and I do on my social media, like that's changing the way people view women. And I think that's a positive thing.
But I think going back to the claim, right, that feminism is inherently anti-woman, how are you refuting that claim based on what I've given you?
Yeah, I don't think any of those authors were ever anti-women. I think, again, it's just expanding. Feminism is expanding what women could be and where they could go.
Yeah, but when you're saying things like feminism will never reach its peak until the nuclear family is destroyed, you're not pro-woman because you're not giving them the choice. You're saying that if you stay home, we don't want you to stay home, we want you to go to work. Otherwise, you don't have any value. So that's what I'm bringing to the table. I'm saying it's inherently anti-woman. If it was actually about choice, and I think you see it very apparent in culture today, like the trad wives are completely under attack. We take ballerina farm slander, for example. Like feminists, I have not met a feminist that is not against the trad wives on the internet, right? So if we look at it in that way, and they'll say, it's all about equality, it's all about choice, but then they will directly attack stay-at-home wives and mothers and women who choose a different lifestyle.
Again, I think that
Perfect example. If so many sisters are actually feminists or actually pro-choice, why do you attack the women that choose to be traditional wives and homemakers? Why do you attack the women that want to be home with their men, that want to be home with their children, and want to be able to maintain the household? Why do you keep attacking those women if you're actually pro-choice? And if you're about equality, why aren't you assisting the men who are having issues in child custody courts? Why are you not making it so that if the man is taking care of the household and you say you don't want to go 50-50, that you're making sure that the woman can't walk away with 50% of his assets if she expected him to pay 100% of it? If it shouldn't we be fighting for, you walk out with what you came in if you're really about equality. Women still want all the pros of what it's like to be a man, and they want all the pros of what it's like to be a woman, and get rid of all the cons of what it's like to be treated like a woman and all the cons of what it's like to be treated like a man. You want all the benefits, all the progress, you want everything, and the majority of all the benefits for doing bare minimum. You're asking men to still take care of you and children while you get to take care of yourself, and that's how feminism is working. My sister Wanda gifted us with another membership as well too. And I think, hold on, my sister Wanda, I missed you as well too. I truly apologize. Hit us with a $15 Cash App. Much love to you, my sister Wanda.
We just got $10, kinfolk. You know what that means, right? We back on our feet again. I ain't gonna hold you. Support be healing people.
20. So I think that would make our sister Wanda the sponsor of the show. Oh, no. Well, I have to come back. My sister Wanda now, I think is at $22. I think our sister Wanda's is $22. But then my brother August said, I'm gonna hit you with $10 more to be the sponsor of the show with $30. He says that's not logic, it's propaganda-driven emotion. Prioritizing career feelings over biological windows is a tactical mistake that sabotages the long-term result of having a family. My brother August, you are literally admitting that the propaganda which you're being taught is logic. You have to learn the propaganda. It isn't just emotionally driven. The propaganda means there's brainwashing somebody. If they're brainwashing you, if they're using entertainment, if they're using the radio, if they're using society, if they're using what they're teaching men and women to push this propaganda, it means that they're attacking our mental, that impacts our emotions as well too. So it has to be logic driven. But much love to you, my brother, with the $30. August is the sponsor of the show now with $30. Much love to you, my brother. Y'all, we need 18 more members. All right. And again, we have almost 150 people in the building. Please like and subscribe. Again, I think I dropped the link. You are more than welcome to come up if you got any pushback or smoke. And also, if you want to be involved in the show, anybody can come up. All right. And let me make sure I do this too. Hold on real quick, y'all. I got to fix this real quick. Okay.
It's due to people not being knowledgeable about it at all. Like people who go online and troll people like us or your opinion or my opinion, like they don't have knowledge about everything in the world. It's just like what they were raised into and like how they think it should be. So fighting against any sort of system is going to be hard and it's not going to all be happy. But I think the benefit of fighting for women's rights, and even I'm in film, so I always go back to film and social media and how that representation is changing the way young girls are seeing themselves. I don't think it makes them unhappy. If anything, it makes me happier to be able to give these women a voice and lift them up. And again, I think we have two completely different opinions, and there's people on the internet that will fully agree with you and fully disagree with everything I'm saying.
Yeah, so there's something called the female happiness paradox, right? Where it's the fact that as women, we have more freedom than ever in today's society, but we're more unhappy than ever. We're committing suicide at higher rates. We're popping more pills than ever. And it's like, it doesn't make any sense, right? Because now we have all this freedom, but we're less happy.
But I think, once again, going back to the power that is of social media, because of the rise of depression and anxiety and suicide, this week at school, at UCLA, there was a girl in our class that passed away and committed suicide. And I don't think this is entirely to do with the feminist movement. I think this is cultural norms, political norms, and it does go back to our phones, but that's what I'm saying, like the power we both have to have.
And my brother Thomas, you make an amazing point, fam. What rights are they fighting for outside the ability to delete babies now and the wage gap, which both have been debunked? Well, one has been debunked. The government is trying to get a little bit more involved in reproduction with the women, which rightfully so when we see what women are doing with their bodies now when it comes to deleting babies. If nobody has a problem with deleting babies, then I have to talk about your morality when we talk about logic. And when you become emotional, when we talk about deleting human beings before they get on this earth, I think that's very logical. And I think it brings your morality into question. I think it's one thing to be pro-choice, just like August was speaking about propaganda. If there's propaganda, if people have been brainwashed and been taught to behave in a certain manner or support certain ideals, then I understand your perception initially. But as we become older, as we have these conversations even more, and we start to question whether this fetus or embryo is a spirit or actual human, when do we bring to the table and start questioning if deleting children is moral? if it's righteous, if it's what we should do, and should we give people the choice to delete human beings before they come on the earth? Should we have that conversation? And I think there's nothing wrong with respecting and acknowledging if a woman having a child may cause her death, may cause the baby's death. If there's something else that's happening and occurring that can involve what it can that can be detrimental to her or the child, or if a woman was raped, I think that should come on the table. And I think that's something that society can be open to and go, hey man, you shouldn't be able to delete a kid like that. But when we're using deletions as birth control, I believe that you have a moral issue or a mental issue when you're not addressing the fact that we're deleting human beings before they come on earth. My brother Thomas Legacy, been a member for 4 months as well too. Man, I thought you've been a member for longer than that, my brother. It's always they about to take away rights. It is always they about to take away rights. They never talk about what rights they actually don't have. It's always fear mongering the women to fight for something that they already have, instead of fighting for us to be actually being equal and fighting for each other. If we're actually fighting for equality, shouldn't we be fighting for what's in the best interest of both men and the women? I agree.
Our voice online is going to make women happier at the end of the day.
I disagree, because we've gotten more unhappy as time has gone on. And that I mean, you can look from the 1950s until now. It's pretty tragic. But feminism has a lot to do with the progression of our society and progressivism. And it's been the most sweeping movement in any political movement. It's been the one that's moved the quickest and made the most progress in the shortest amount of time. And I'm sure you've seen the GSS study about how the fact that married women with children are the happiest women in society. Mm-hmm. And feminism, being very anti-woman, like I said, has told women that that's not the most important thing. And so if women are deliberately choosing, okay, well, feminism is telling me not to get married and not to have children, I'm not going to do that. Well, then they're automatically putting themselves at risk for that unhappiness.
I also think the unhappiness has to do with, like in the internet, in the digital age, we're not supposed to have this many opinions. Like back in the day when you're saying women were happier, it's because there were fewer things for them to look for.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree that there's a lot of different factors, right, to depression and suicide. And I would agree that social media is a big part of that. Mm-hmm. But when we're looking at the progressivism in women and in feminism, that is a big contributor to the unhappiness in women. They have way more societal pressures. I mean, like, I think debt is a huge reason that women are unhappy. It's a huge stressor to them. I think it keeps them away from their femininity. And women are, turning 18 and going into 6 figures of debt to go to school.
For school.
Yeah, to go to school, if they choose to go to school, right? Mm-hmm. So, and that puts a lot of stress on them as well. So I think feminism has created a lot of these societal pressures that are on women. And to add to the fact, I mean, we can add in the economy as well. Mm-hmm. But I mean, the whole idea of taking women out of the home was to double tax the households. Mm-hmm. So because expenses have gone up and because the economy has gone wild, it forces women into the workplace, even though 74% of women would rather be stay-at-home wives and moms than have a career. And this is not Christian women, this is not conservative women, this is just general population of women.
They would rather be, but I do believe, I mean, taking into account, like, we wouldn't be in the position we are today if it wasn't for those feminist women pushing forward the agenda for us to even be able to, you can have your own bank account. You can have your.
Oh man, hold on. What's going on, my brother August, man? What's the word, family?
My good brother, what's going on, man?
What's the word, man? I know you got pushback. So I know that's why you're up here, but let me acknowledge this real quick. My brother Matreon has now become the sponsor with $45 with 5 gifted memberships. Y'all, we just need 13 more memberships. $80 more in the Cash App and $15 more in the Super Chat. My brother Matreon becomes the sponsor of the show with $45. Okay, my brother, what's the pushback? I know it's pushback. How you doing anyway, though? How your day going?
I'm doing well, man. Thanks for asking. How about yourself?
I'm doing good, man. A lot of things are progressing and going up, so I think it's lovely. Yeah,
it's amazing. I'm glad to hear that, man. For sure.
Am I lagging? Am I lagging? Let me see.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back.
All right.
That I'm gonna wait till the Let me see something. Let me know when you can see me.
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay. All right, go ahead, my brother.
Nah, I mean, I was just gonna say, man, we agree on most of it, bro. We just
I
don't
agree.
agree. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we agree on more things than we disagree on, to be honest with you.
Of course.
I just think that the perspective of what is logical and tactical is where we fall short at. And because we perceive it that way, it doesn't leave a window for empathy to understand the nature of women and understand how to kind of navigate that. So I think
Okay.
that that's the only thing that we disagree on. You can't be brainwashed and be logical. Brainwashing is a manipulation of the emotion, and so logic dictates that you have the free will of conveying a thought. So you can't you can't be both at the same time.
But you can, because the emotion. So I agree with you with the part with brainwashing. You have to do you have to do like fear mongering, right? And there's even when we talk about relationships, love bombing or trying to get the approval for somebody or wanting to belong or having an identity. It can start with emotions, but like playing with someone's emotions. That's what they do in society, but then they implement controlled logic so that they make something seem like it's a perceived fact, or they create a narrative. And they repeat it to you over and over and over again, so it sits in your mental, responding to the emotion that they gave you in the first place. So it involves the emotion and the logic. So I can concede that they use emotion to play on you, to brainwash you, but they have to implement controlled logic to get you to be brainwashed. And then you implement that logic when it started out as an emotion.
So the person that's being the person in question that is being brainwashed are the women. So they can't be logical and brainwashed at the same time. The person that is brainwashing, that person is using, I wouldn't say logic, but using a tactic to brainwash people. But we're talking about the subject at hand, which is women who are not being logical. They're being emotionally manipulated into thinking that they're being logical. And then they use tactics to get what their perceived desire is. But logically speaking, it doesn't give them the long-term outcome results that they're looking for, which is marriage, security, not working. Basically, with the woman that is anti-feminist is describing right now. She was describing like 70% of women don't want to work.
But women are saying they don't want a family anymore. Women saying they don't want babies. Women are saying they're not looking for marriage family. It's coming out their mouth. You see the rhetoric all day long. Ain't nobody manipulating them to say that, but they'll say they don't need it.
Yes, they are. Feminists are.
Okay, feminists. Okay, let's say they're being manipulated about both sides, right? Are there men? Are there people telling them they need families, they need babies, they need marriage, they need to close their legs, versus people telling them to open their legs and have sex?
Well, yeah, they're telling them, but we're talking about an emotional response. So the way that the brainwashing happens when they tap into the emotional response. Just because I'm telling you this doesn't give you the emotional response of saying, hey, you need to emotionally regulate yourself to understand that what you're asking for is outside of your own logical interests. She was just describing right before I jumped on how 70% of women agree that they don't want to work. They agree that they rather have security. So if you're a feminist and you're working, then you won't be able to be in that secured non-working state because you have to work if you're going to be a feminist.
Okay. If we talk to most women right now, if women start coming on this panel, do they put men first or women first?
Women.
Okay, so they're saying it logically, right?
They're saying
okay.
that
Okay, what makes you why do you say that they're saying it emotionally? What makes you say that? Why do you think they're saying when we bring them up here, we'll ask them, what do you put first? And they'll say themselves. Why do you think they're being emotional when they say that?
The reason why is because they're conditioned through propaganda to think that. So if they were being logical, they would understand that it's important to, if you want to achieve the goal of being married, being secured, having a nuclear family, not working, you can't secure that by working. You would have to understand that you have to know you have to know the value of a man and to be able to achieve that value of a man, you can't just put yourself first. You would have to understand how to cohabitate and live with a man. So that's why I say it's an emotional response, because it doesn't give them the outcome that they're looking for, which is that security that I described a little earlier.
If I say the red is blue and you believe blue is red, how is that?
But
and you react? No, that's,
you understand my argument?
I'm
You
understanding
understand
you, but I'm trying to figure out how it's being emotional. If I'm telling somebody to pick themselves first, right? I have to say something to play on their emotions to make them pick themselves first. So you're not giving me the emotional part. If I'm telling women to pick themselves first, and who do you say is doing the brainwashing? You have to tell us the emotional
Feminism.
part that plays in. So, okay, you said feminists are telling them to pick themselves.
Feminism is telling them to pick themselves first, and that if they pick themselves, the outcome is going to be beneficial for them. When in fact we're seeing in real time them picking themselves first doesn't lead to the outcome that they actually want.
But what is the outcome that they want?
Family, security, not working, having children, that type of thing.
But that's not what they're saying.
That's because they're being conditioned and propagandized to think that that's not what they want. But when they get later on in their lives and the biological window is closed and they're scrambling to find somebody to connect with, and it's not happening, and the marriage rates are going down and the reproduction rates are going down, then they're starting to realize it later on. But they're being propagandized in their early life. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're saying young women realize it later on that they were being propagandized, right?
Well, some of them just go off the cliff and stay there. You know, some of them are really brainwashed and really honestly believe it.
But the thing, what I'm trying to understand is, if men have been, do you think men are being brainwashed?
I think men are adjusting to the dating market. I think men are adjusting to the way women are. I think men typically stand firm because we're the pillar of society. We're the pillar of everything that you see around you. So I think that they're just adjusting to the way that women are.
No. What I'm saying is that women are getting rights now, right? Men are allowing women to do whatever they want to do, right?
Yeah, not
Is
whatever, but they have more rights.
We've taken shame away. Like, shame culture has gone away. Like, women can actually operate the way they want. We get to a point where men are starting to say the body count don't even matter, and you shouldn't worry about what women are doing and how they use their bodies as well too. Like, we want men to even without saying
No,
are men being
just,
but do you believe men are being brainwashed as well too to accept women's behaviors?
No, I don't think men are being brainwashed to accept women's behavior, because I think they're just adjusting to the dating market. I don't think they're being brainwashed. You have to adjust, because a man can't continue with the same strategy and game plan that worked back in the day when women were more traditional. Women are in the sexual liberation. They're doing this type of thing. So men have to adjust to that. They can't come into. Go ahead.
So you're telling me men are not called toxic for expecting women to be traditional women? They're not being called controlling. No. Like, who's telling men? Like, you're negating men being brainwashed, but you're accepting that women are being brainwashed. If women are able to do these things, men are helping them to behave this way too, right?
Men are permitting them to behave this way, but I wouldn't say that they're being brainwashed. I just say that they're just adjusting to whatever it is that women are doing. Brainwash would mean that they don't have they're emotionally driven, and then they're conditioned to think a certain way that goes in line with this. I think men, if they were being brainwashed, this is what I believe. If they were being brainwashed, you would see women operating and conducting themselves in the same fashion that they're conducting themselves today, and marriage rates still be the same, or even more.
No. Women would literally tell you that the problems we have where men are not able to express their emotions, where they have to put it on the back burner and put up their responsibilities, and gave up all their manhood for the woman to have a say so as well too, is the patriarchy. Women will literally use patriarchy and say it's hurting them, and then they'll turn right back and tell us when we say they're out of control and say, hey, well, patriarchy is hurting you too, because men are giving women the ability to do the things that they want. And they give them the incentive to do it as well too. So if back then the patriarchy was telling women they had to be virgins before they get married, but now women get to have sex with who they want to have sex with. They get to make money off of sex. They get to sleep around. They get to be single mothers. They get to be strong, independent. Who gave them the power to be that way?
Men have given them the power to be that way, but they're not granting women the reprieve of a sanctity of marriage, the institution of marriage. They're not taking women out of the workforce when they decide, hey, I just realized I don't like working at 35. I just realized that I don't like what I signed up for. Men are not saying, oh, okay, well, you can come on back into the fold and be married at 35 after you done ran through all these guys, and I'm gonna take you on. Most men are not doing that. They're adjusting to the dating market, and they're saying, hey, you signed up for this, you made this bed, you're going to sleep in it. You know, that's what I
No,
believe.
no,
I don't
not
think
men
that
in
they're
general.
being
I'm talking about the men in power. Like without men, feminism can't be the way it is. Sexual liberation can't be the way
that's a fact.
It is. Women couldn't go to work. Women couldn't choose themselves. That's men in power allowing women to do this. So, and when you say they're being brainwashed, you saying it's just by feminists, but it can't just be the feminists. There has to be a movement behind them and people that are powering them. Women have the power that men give them. You would agree to that, right? You said that before.
Absolutely.
You said
Yeah.
women can only do what men allow them to do. Right?
Absolutely, I agree. Yeah,
So,
100%.
so how can you take away from the fact that men are being brainwashed to allow women to behave this way too? If you're saying women are being brainwashed, because they have to be playing on our emotion as well too. So you can't say we're just emotional, because they'll tell you if you don't allow your woman to do what you want, you're insecure, you're sassy, you're sexist, you're controlling. It has to be double. It has to be a double-edged sword.
Well,
Like the only way men can accept this in masses, it has to be placating on their emotions as well too, because you're not being a real man if you don't allow your woman to do what she wants.
Well, I would say no, because men are not granting women relationship. They're not granting women marriage. So our power lies.
August, let's move. This is why I say move slow. Let's start from the beginning stages. If I meet a woman, before I get to a woman, does she have the right to have sex with who she wants to have sex with?
Absolutely.
Does that benefit me?
No.
If I tell her to close her legs and I tell her she needs to be a virgin, are men told they're being controlling and they're shaming women?
Sure.
So we're being brainwashed as well too. And you have to use the.
That's not the same thing.
Let me finish. No, you said sure. Not only that, it's playing with our emotions. Hold on, because you're making me think about things as well too. If they're manipulating her emotions, that means they're manipulating our emotions. That's why men are not getting involved too much in the conversation as much, and men are scared to do it because women will shame you and look down on you as well too, and us. Like men who have these conversations a lot of times, if the women who are propagandized, like you said, are brainwashed, they'll look down on men and they'll see us as a misogynist. They'll call you a misogynist. They'll call me as a misogynist because you believe that women should be controlled as well too, right?
I think women. I think that women's emotional needs to be regulated. And what I'm arguing is that it's not brainwashing on a men's end because of the response. See, brainwashing would indicate that the outcome that they're getting for calling us misogynists, calling us controlling, or whatever the case may be, would still lead to the same desires that women want, which is marriage and security. But men, even though they're being called all these things, are not subjecting themselves to the whims and wills of those who are in power, and they're not subjecting themselves to the whims and will of women who still want marriage, who still want relationship, who still want to stop working. You're gonna have to work until the day you die because I'm a misogynist. You know, my perspective is misogyny in your eyes, and you've been shaming me to try and mentally try and emotionally control me, and I'm not allowing you to do that. So what I'm doing is I'm going to hold back marriage from you. I'm gonna allow you to be who you want. You can say whatever it is you want to say about me, but I'm not being emotionally regulated by the things that you're saying. What I'm going to do is I'm going to respond by boycotting marriage, and you're going to see the marriage rates go down. You're going to see women go into higher depressions. You can see that depression is all-time high in women, and then you're going to see the birth rates go down. That's how men protest this idea of what women are trying to place as far as emotional manipulation in society, and even the men in power.
No, you're missing out. Men are constantly shamed to be real men. You're constantly shamed to be responsible. You're constantly shamed to control your manhood. You're constantly shamed to take care of society, where women are not shamed constantly to have a responsibility to society. Even if she has sex with as much as men as she wants, even if she chooses not to be able to cook, clean, be able to maintain a household, she's expected to be able to still get a husband. Even if she does that, women are always redeemable, where men are always shamed and they have to be responsible and be real men 24/7 is what I'm telling you. So we can't just say they're the only ones being brainwashed using emotions. when men are being brainwashed and you playing on their emotions as well too, because they feel emasculated and not like a man when they don't do and operate in a way of taking care of women or being for women. Everything most men do is still for women, as much as they'll lie and say they're not doing it for women. Men in general are doing everything to get a woman, when women in general are doing everything to take care of themselves. So I get your point of saying they're emotional, but you have to bring in if we're in that type of state in society, then men are being emotional as well too. They're not being logical.
I would disagree. The reason why is because yes, they're being shamed, but men's response to being shamed is the difference between them being emotionally manipulated and them just boycotting and saying, you know what, you can shame me as much as you want, but I'm not going to grant you marriage, security. You're going to continue to work. I'm not going to give you any of that, no matter how much you shame me. I'm not going to do any of that. And so the fact that men are responding in kind, which you can see because of the marriage rates being drastically low and women having high rates of depression because they're reaching the end of their lives without children, family, or anything like that, that men are not being emotionally manipulated. They're just responding in kind with the way that women are addressing them. You can't say that I'm a misogynist and I'm controlling and then still want me to, be a slave to your will as far as women is concerned, allowing her to do all the things in her 20s and then get granted marriage in her 30s. That's not happening. Men are not doing that.
You're saying you're not doing. No, hold on. You're saying you're not doing it. No, men are still.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
So men in general would get married if women are delaying marriage. It's not the fact that men are delaying.
Men have access. Men grants access to marriage, not women.
No,
women do not grant access. They only grant access to sex.
Men aren't getting married because women are trying to get married. Women are having fun initially. So if women right now said that they're not having sex no more unless they get married, most men are going to get married. August. They're not going to say now we're not getting married. If women right now close their legs and say permanently from now on, in order to get inside of a woman, you have to get married. You realize that men were getting married because women wanted to get married at a certain time, where men still want to get married. You're saying men are logical, not emotional. Men do men want families?
Men do want families.
And men want women. So men and women in the 50s and 60s were getting married at 19 and 20 because women wanted marriages. Women were being chastised. Women were respecting themselves and valuing themselves. And before you could sleep with them, even though there were women who still slept before getting married, men had to honor the fact that women saying, hey, if you're gonna sleep with me, you're gonna have to get married. But today's women, you ain't got to marry anymore. She's putting her career first, she putting herself first, her desires first, her fun first, and she'll still come back and still try to get married. And a lot of these women can still get married. August.
No, most of the women are not getting married. That's why the marriage rates are low. And men,
they don't.
And what you're saying is you're and correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you're framing the argument as if women control the access to marriage. Like women are the ones that get down on one knee and say, "Will you marry me?"
No, you didn't answer my question.
You didn't ask a question.
I did. Don't do that. Not this show. I said I asked you. No, not this show. You keep doing that. I said if women today said we only getting married if we not getting married unless we have sex, would majority of men start getting married?
Say that again. If women today,
I say it again so you can hear it. If women today said from now on we only having sex if we get married, would majority of men start getting married?
Majority of men would grant marriage, yes.
Okay, so that's what. Let's have a genuine.
No,
let's say
that's what I'm trying to say, because the control of marriage.
No. I didn't ask you that. I'm gonna ask you again. If women say we not having sex in masses, majority of women say we not having sex unless we get married, would most men get married?
They would grant it, yes.
No, I didn't ask you if they granted. No, would they get married? What's the difference? Hold on. What's the difference between granting marriage and getting married? Because you keep playing on those words, right? And
okay, I'm glad you asked that.
Hold on. But you start this first. I didn't ask you that, but you started. I'm pointing it out. Now I'm pointing out to everybody because you'll do this to say Ali mixed matching your words. I didn't ask you about granting, but since you want to bring that into the equation, what does it mean to get married and to grant marriage?
Okay, to grant marriage means that you have the control to say yes or no to something.
That's not what I asked you though. So that's what I'm happy you said no. So I'm happy you said that.
You gotta let me finish.
That's not what I asked you. August, don't do August. No, don't do that. Let me finish stuff, brother. Because when you ask me a question, I'm gonna ask it directly. I'm gonna ask again.
If I would ask you a question like that.
No, but I'd ask you, but I'd ask you about grant marriage. If they grant, okay, so if they grant marriage, if you want to play that game, they go ahead.
You gotta let me explain what I'm trying to say so that you can understand what it is I'm trying to say, so it's not misconstrued. Okay, I'm not trying to deflect on your question. I'm using the term grant marriage. I'm really not. If I was, I would say it.
No, you would answer the question. You would.
I am answering it. The reason why I'm using the term grant marriage is because if we don't specify the term grant marriage, it lends the idea that women have control over whether or not they get married or not, and they do not. No, they don't.
They
don't get on bended knee to what you're trying to say is that they have control through proxy of sex. And that is actually not true, because even still, if they unilaterally say, hey, we're not having sex unless we get married, men still have the option of saying you still ain't getting married. They still have the option, but it's just typical that men prefer to marry women who don't have sex or who would wait for to have sex. That's what happens. So that's why I'm using the term grant in this instance.
Okay, so when men get married, why they get divorced too? Why do women divorce them? If they control marriage and it's permanent, why do women still get divorced?
I didn't say it was permanent.
No,
let me.
I didn't. Hey, August. Then that's the problem. That's a problem.
You added that in there just now.
That's a problem. No, because you're not. This is what you're doing again. You're not asking the questions directly. So we're gonna have to play this wordsmith game with you. First question again, because I'm gonna keep coming back to it. I didn't ask you if they granted the marriage. What I said was, if there's 10 men and there's 10 women, let's do it. Let's shorten it down. These 10 women say you can't have sex with us unless we get married. Are those 10 men gonna start getting married?
Most of those men would get married. Yes.
Okay, so why play the wordsmith and go to grant stuff? So that's what.
Because I told you earlier, because it lends this idea that there's equal force in who's permitting marriage. Men are the only one that permits marriage. Women have access; they're using their leverage of sex. That's their leverage. But men's leverage is marriage. And so if they operate and conduct themselves in a manner of what men deem necessary for marriage, then yes, men are more than likely to grant that marriage. But at the same time, if that wasn't what men wanted out of women, they would not grant it. That's what I'm saying. Grant.
I wouldn't disagree with you in that point. But what I'm saying, even when the man,
that's all I'm trying to say.
No, but if the woman want to get married, if the man wants sex and not marriage, but they want marriage, who has the power now?
Women have unilateral control over who has sex.
I'm asking you again. If women say, okay, I know you want marriage, but you're not getting the sex unless you marry, or you just want sex. Would men prefer to have sex initially or get married?
Well, men would prefer to have sex initially.
Right. So if women implement those, that's why men started getting married. If women start going, nah, I'm not having sex unless you get married with me, who's now controlling the power of who's getting married or not?
It's still men.
Okay. So again, if women, you agreed yourself, if the women change the rules, and they already knew what the rules were, that's why they're hurting themselves, but men still getting married.
They just changed it to whatever it is today.
Are men still getting married to hoes?
You talking about just in general? Like, are there men in the world that marry hoes? Yes.
A majority of men going to end up marrying hoes?
No.
You don't think so?
No, that's why the marriage rates are what they are.
What do you think the average body count? No. Do you think the women? So do you think the men are not marrying the women? So I'm asking you this: there's a minority of men. There's a minority of men who the women are dealing with. The majority of men are looking to have access to women, smell women, and touch women. When you talk about the minority of men who can get any man they want, I can concede to you and go,
well, I'm not talking about that either.
Okay, so the majority of men who don't get sex, are they going to get married?
No.
They're not going to get married.
They're not going to get married. No.
So then how do so many women that already had sex, so many women who had a thought lifestyle and fun lifestyle before getting married?
They're not getting married. The marriage rates are low.
For black women?
Really for all women, but yeah, we can talk about black women. Yeah, sure.
Is it because men aren't marrying them, or is it because women don't want to get married?
It's because men aren't marrying them.
Okay, substantiate.
They're not performing to the ideas of what a wife is to create a successful marriage. A woman that has a shady past where she slept with a lot of different men is going to have different behaviors that is not congruent with the wife. So no, they're not getting married.
Okay, well, I agree to disagree. It's the women
That's
are choosing,
respectful.
not the women. Women are choosing it. The women are always redeemable. Like women are still getting married and being hoes. Even look at Cardi B. And it's hot. That's the top. That's the top women. And look at her behavior. She still was able to go to Offset and still go to
Stephon Diggs.
Stephon Diggs. They can still keep going to different men and fall to the top. Megan Thee Stallion still get Klay Thompson. He could possibly put a ring on their finger, but to your point, until the actual ring is on their finger, they're not married. But what I'm saying is that majority of these sisters is moving this way. They still get marriages from these men, even if they weren't virgins, even if they weren't chaste, even if they can't cook, even if they can't maintain a household. Men are still going to get married because men want families and men want women. Men desire women way more than women desire men.
That's why I disagree. The majority of them are not getting married. You're talking about a select few, which is Cardi B. These women live different lifestyles, and even using Cardi B as an example with the whole Super Bowl thing, Cardi B just got embarrassed and ended up breaking her. She was an adulterer, and then she broke her, and whatever she had going on with Stephon Diggs due to his past and his promiscuous past, and she wasn't married. She had his baby, carried his baby, brought that baby to term, and is another one of his baby mamas, and still didn't get married.
Right.
He didn't
But
grant her marriage. He didn't grant
married
any
her,
of
right?
those women marriage.
But Offset married her, right?
Offset did marry her.
Brittany Renner was married too, right?
Brittany Renner also was married.
Right.
Yeah.
But,
I don't know if that was a real marriage with you talking about with
still got married. No matter, it still happened with Kevin Gates. She still got married.
I don't know if that was a real marriage, man.
We don't
that's
know.
arguable.
They say it's arguable, but they said they got married, right?
I'm not sure.
My main thing is this: do you think majority of women getting married are virgins, or they already had multiple bodies?
I would think that most women today that get married are not virgins.
That's what I'm saying. So if women are still able to get married, why are you saying that the women moving that they moving still not going to get married when men are still getting married?
Well, I'm saying most women. I'm not saying that there aren't women, there aren't hoes that can get married. Hoes can get married, women can get married, but most of them are not.
And you think it's because the men don't want to marry them. That's what you're saying.
Because men have adjusted to the way that the market is. They've adjusted to this feminism. They've adjusted to the sexual liberation movement. They've adjusted to women being as free as they want to be. They've adjusted to that.
Okay. All right, let's keep going. Argument. What we saying is not it. I say we agree to this.
We're getting there. Yeah, we agree to disagree. It's respectful. It's respectful.
Of course.
Your own income, even through social media, even though like I don't know that much of like your background and like your views on that, but like it is still, it's not anti-women.
Do you guys feel like you found any common ground?
I feel like we did, yeah.
Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, and I don't think you're wrong at any level. So I think this conversation is needed because people are gonna agree and disagree with both sides of us.
Thank you. It's a great conversation.
Thank you.
Okay, so I heard your take. You think feminism makes women unhappy and is anti-women?
Yes.
What does feminism mean to you? Like, how would you define feminism?
Feminism was a very quick political movement that was orchestrated by radical revolutionaries that wanted to create this sort of society where women were above men, so sort of a matriarchy. I also believe that it was a part of Operation Mockingbird, that's actually a fact. So it was this big movement that was orchestrated in order to kind of create chaos in America and destroy the nuclear family.
Well, how would you describe modern feminism?
We're on like wave 5 of feminism now. So I would just say it's just become more and more progressive. I think it's pretty much the same as the first wave of feminism, but as society has developed, obviously it's just become more progressive.
Maybe we have different definitions. For me, I feel like feminism is the push for equality between men and women, like equal opportunity. So let's say like, you want to go for a job, you want to go for you have a certain dream. If you have the skills to achieve that dream, you can achieve it. Like there's no block just because you're a woman.
Where do you feel like women and men are not equal?
I think there's a lot of physical differences. Let's say you had to like run 10 miles with a 100-pound backpack. I feel like your average woman would be a lot less likely to be able to do that.
So when we're talking about equality, what would change that? Because those are biological differences, right? Like we can't change that.
But that's what I'm saying. For things that we have the same skill, like we have the same, I don't know, let's say you're really good at math. You can go and become a mathematician at the same place. I'm talking more so just like general skills. If you have the same exact skills as a man in a certain field, you can go do and achieve the same things.
So are you saying that you can't do that in today's society?
No, I think you can. And I think feminism is, at least I think today, feminism is all about maintaining these equalities.
So would you want women to be drafted?
I think that, you know, I don't want to go to war, but I think if it was to happen, I think that I should be drafted as much as a man should be drafted. And I'm anti-war. I don't want to go to war. Like,
Yeah, you wouldn't be okay with that, right? Most women wouldn't.
I think it's not an ideal situation where anyone has to be drafted, but I think everyone should be if it becomes necessary. I think it's part of, that's a difficult thing because I don't really want to talk about war in this scenario, because if you're drafted for the war, I think that if you have a skill set, like if you're able to do tasks that aren't, men have a better time with like hard labor, I think. And I think if women got drafted, they should be put into tasks that they're able to do. If we're all being treated.
You see how she just did that? She knows she don't agree with women going to war, and then she's asking the military to help women give positions that'll make it easier for them to be in the military, instead of saying that yes, women should go to war, women should be drafted, and when they get in the military, they should do exactly what men can do. Instead of saying, she acknowledges that women can't do the same thing that men do.
That's a fact.
That's equal. Fact, yeah. Also have equal things happen to them that are maybe not as good.
So would that be the idea?
Now let me ask you this. This is what me and you be going back and forth on. Does she know she being disingenuous?
I don't think she does. I think she's operating from an emotional standpoint through the propaganda that brainwashed her into feeling the way she feels.
So when she's stuttering, all that stuttering she's doing, trying to get the words out, you don't think she don't know she's lying right now? Like if you ask me a question that I truly believe in it, I should be used to encountering that question. Or if I'm not used to encountering that question, it makes your brain freeze because you have to go. It almost cognitive dissonance. Like she asked her a question that made her actually question her values and what she truly believes. And she started stuttering because she was going more so to what you would say typically. She was going to emotion and trying to come up logically with what she was feeling emotionally, but she knew she was being disingenuous. It's like if you ask me a question and I start stuttering, I know you about to get me in a certain position, so I'm stuttering because I can't get my words together because I'm not used to someone asking me that question.
I see why you would say that, but what I believe is that I think that she has a logical fallacy. So in her perspective, her opinion is shaped by someone else's narrative, and then when she finally has pushback as to what it is that she's conditioned to think, she doesn't really have an argument. And so this is probably her first time getting actual pushback on what she's been conditioned to believe, which causes her to stutter.
But she knew she said it. No, think about this. This is about being pro-feminist, and she's anti-feminist. She would have to acknowledge this. No, the girl's she's pro-feminist. But if you would say it would make her look bad to say she don't believe that women should get drafted, but she believes that men and women should be treated equal. That's why she's doing that. She knew she said that it would reframe what she actually believes, and that she's using what benefits her from feminism. She doesn't want to actually be treated like a man. That's what happened.
I agree with that. I agree that.
So what I'm asking you is that did she just use logic to reframe it and shift it so that she wouldn't look wrong?
I think that what she's doing is she doesn't have a logical argument, and so she's trying to reframe it into something logical. This is probably her first time being pushed on what her ideas and thoughts are, because her ideas and thoughts aren't her own. They're propagandized to get in. I'm not talking about the lady that.
If she's a feminist, hey August, if she's a feminist, she had to be hearing this and going through this multiple times. She's a feminist, and she's getting her ideas from, like, this is pushback she's getting right now, right?
Oh, that's an assumption.
Do feminists get pushback? Feminists built their ideals from research, built their ideas from encountering and propaganda, like you said, right? But obviously they have conversations. So you think this is the first conversation she ever had about this?
Most feminists don't debate their ideas and thoughts. Most feminists are just feminists through propaganda. They're feminists in their
I didn't ask you that, August. You see what you did? I said, do you think this is the first time she had this type of conversation?
Yes, that's what I'm saying to you. Most feminists don't have these type of conversations. They're just being propagandized.
Okay. If she would have said that women shouldn't go to war and get drafted, would it have been a contradiction of what she believes?
Yeah, that's why it's illogical.
No, it's no. What's illogical? No, it's logical.
The fact that what you're purporting is that you want equal rights. And so when presented with all equal rights, meaning that 50-50 in the workforce as far as manual labor is concerned,
that part.
50-50 as far as
Right.
being drafted for war,
But what
they
I'm
don't want to
asking
deal
you,
with that. So that's
but
why
you
it's an
don't think
illogical argument.
you don't think she understood that?
No, she doesn't understand that. I think she just been that's why when she's getting pushback, that's why she's stuttering, because she didn't understand that.
Okay.
She hasn't worked the thought out completely to the point of being able to articulate an argument that makes sense.
Okay.
This is all emotion.
All right, we'll agree to disagree this one too. I think she knew, she knows when she said that she would have had to believe that men and women aren't equal. She also just said that women need to get different positions than men in the military as well too, if they get in the military. And she understood she would have been contradicting herself, but you believe that she didn't know any better and she just became emotional.
She's short-sighted. And so the perspective, I don't know if you've seen an interview with Jordan Peterson when the women were talking about, hey, we should have equal say and high performing jobs. And Jordan Peterson was like, y'all are not equal in construction work. You're not equal, 50-50 in all rigging. So if the argument is supposed to be logical, it has to remain supreme across all diasporas. It can't just be in the high paying jobs or the desk jobs or the comfortable jobs. It has to be all the way. So a lot of women like this is an average woman. They get propagandized into making these arguments, but in reality, it's not. It's a logical fallacy, especially when they get pushed back. That's why she's stuttering the way she is. That's
so
what I believe.
Still believe they so emotional that she can learn all these things, but she can't. So hold on, they can only learn when they right. They can't learn when they wrong.
They can learn anytime. They have the ability to learn, but I think that women, most men and women are both logical and emotional. But I think that women lead with emotion and then it's followed by logic based off of how they feel about a situation. Whereas men, they're not really permitted to do that because we're the pillars of the world. And so reality is going to strike us where we have to operate in logic, even though we do have emotion.
Okay.
Society for you, like we are completely equal, meaning that women also get drafted?
Oh, yes. Well, let me ask you this. If they're not logical and emotional, why is she able? Huh?
They're logical, but they're more emotional. They're emotional first and logical second. We're both.
So why is she able to think different than her?
Which one? Who's
the woman? This woman thinks different. Why? So this is the problem. Remember, I told you this is the problem I have when you say what you say, or brothers who married or in relationships will say what they say. They'll say women are emotional, but then they'll get cooperation or a woman to submit to them and be on their page, which demonstrates women are logical and emotional. They can pick which one they. No. You said women are emotional.
No, I didn't. I said they're both. I said both men and women, they're both emotional and logical.
No, you said that. Remember when you said that? Hold on. You said they were emotional. That's why they struggle with making logical decisions. And you also differentiated between the average woman and the woman who works in a high state. You said a woman, if she's trying to keep a high position.
Let's slow it down because I literally just said it a few seconds ago. You can rewind the tape where I said women are both emotional and logical. I said that they lead with emotion and men typically lead with logic. You could rewind it just a few seconds.
Okay, give me. What do you mean by women lead with emotion?
The way that they process things through the world, the way that they process reality is typically how they feel about it first. It's not that they can't come to a logical conclusion. They can. But typically they lead through how they feel about a
that's
situation.
Men and women. So both men and women.
No, I think
before you say your thing, by nature, we're both emotional first. We're emotional creatures. The difference.
I don't think we're emotional first.
It's not about what you could look it up too. We're both emotional creatures, and both of us can demonstrate logic with our emotions and how our emotions impact our logic. But those women are showing the women differentiating between what's logical and what's not based on what they feel is important to them as well too. You could say what they makes them emotional, but both men and women are emotional. The difference between men and women though is that a man has to suppress his emotions, and society teaches you put your emotions on the back burner and be more logical to be responsible in society, where a woman gets to express her emotions and be more vulnerable where men aren't. So both of us are emotional creatures. that possess logic as well too.
I said that, but what I said is that women can they are afforded the opportunity to lead an emotion and then come to a logical conclusion, whereas men, we are not, because we're pillars of society. Reality is going to dictate to us that we have to approach situations from a logical stance, even though we have emotions. So I agree with you that we have both emotion and logic, but the way that the world is structured, the way reality is structured, men are not permitted, not all men, but most men are not permitted to approach situations from an emotional stance. Men don't approach most men don't approach situations emotionally first. They have to, they're forced to look at it from a logical stance.
So then you have to change back. Okay, but earlier you said men aren't brainwashed and they're just adjusting, but now you're admitting men are brainwashed.
No, that's not men being brainwashed. I didn't. That's nothing I said.
If society doesn't permit you to be emotional and vulnerable,
reality is what I said.
Hold on, no. What's reality? No, you can do whatever you want to do.
No, reality is
no. Slow down with me. Slow down with me. This is August. You can leave your woman right now and not have to be responsible about her, and you can do whatever you want to do, and regardless of the relationship.
That's not true.
No. Right now, okay. If it wasn't true, then women can leave their relationships or break up. Can you break up with your woman?
I can break up with her, but I'm still gonna be responsible.
Why you saying that's not true? No. Hold on, August. This is what I'm saying, August. You'll go the length. August, you can leave your woman and not have to take care of her, just like I could. Right?
That's not true.
But, yes, you can. So tell me how that's not true.
Because I'm gonna be put on child support. If I don't pay that child support to take care of the responsibilities of that woman, I may be put on alimony. If I don't pay that, I can go to jail.
No, so that is still true. You can leave your woman, but you'll be put on child support.
I'm gonna be responsible.
But
for
you
her.
can still
Even
leave it. This is what I'm saying. When you have this is conversation in bad faith. You can leave it, but there's consequences for your actions. You can't say you.
That's what I'm saying.
No, you're not.
No, I didn't say
you can leave.
I didn't say I couldn't leave. I couldn't leave her, but I still would be responsible for her.
You said you can leave. Okay, who's telling a man that he can't be emotional and he has to suppress himself to be responsible for society? Who's telling him that?
Reality.
What is the reality?
Reality is that men are the pillars of society. They're the pillars of how we conduct ourselves in the human race. So if men are as emotional as women, then all of this crumbles. If men don't have a logical dictation of how they pursue life, they're going to fail. They're not afforded that. The reason why women are even allowed to operate in an emotional sense before being logical is because men provide that for them.
So men aren't taught to be responsible for society. We're not taught that.
Yeah, they are taught to be. Yeah, they are.
Is that brainwashing?
No, it's not brainwashing.
So teaching a woman to pick herself and playing with her emotion is brainwashing, but dealing with a man's emotion and shaming him and making him feel emasculated and downplaying his manhood isn't brainwashing to make him be responsible for society. That's not brainwashing.
No.
That's crazy. Okay, we just keep going. All right, I'm gonna leave that alone. I ain't gonna pursue.
Okay.
Really? You're the first person I've heard say that. Interesting. So that would be like peak feminism to you.
Yeah, I think equality in all terms of it. I don't think you can pick and choose if you want to be equal. But I also feel
one more question. If you have a household and you tell your daughter that she can do whatever she wants, she never has any consequences for her actions, she can do what benefits her, and you have a son that has to do what you tell him to do and be responsible for his sister, are you brainwashing him? And if he doesn't do what you say, you'll spank him and you'll shame him. Are you brainwashing your son to take care of his sister?
Am I brainwashing my son to take care of his sister?
Just I'll make it more personal. You're telling your daughter she can do whatever she wants to do, and there's no consequences for her behaviors. But reality, you said, will show her that there's consequences for her behaviors. But you show your son, you shame your son, and you whip your son to do what he's supposed to do for his sister. Are you brainwashing? Are you brainwashing both? Are you brainwashing both of them?
That would be me brainwashing my son to specifically do what's in his sister's beneficial interest. Yeah, that would be brainwashing him.
Yes. Okay. Just one minute. And then are you brainwashing your daughter to not encounter any ramifications for reality on her decision making by telling her you can do whatever you want to do and the world's for you?
Yeah, that too would be brainwashing my daughter into thinking that in reality she can do whatever it is that she wants when in fact she can't.
So why can you accept that in your household, but you can't accept that's what the real world does to men. It shames men into doing what's in the best interest of women, and it makes women be able to do whatever they want to do. Why you can't see that on the grand scheme of things, but you can see it if it happened in your household?
Because most men are not conditioned to do specifically for their sister without their sister having any repercussions for things. That's not what's happening by larger
I'm not
scale.
talking about are men taught to take care of women and children by society?
Men aren't taught that by society. Men are predisposed to that because they are the pillar of society. Men lead society, so they're not taught that. Men are the ones that are teaching themselves, or understanding, responding to reality, that in order for you to have a productive family, you would have to lead that family.
Okay,
In
so
order
men
for the
aren't.
family to, in order for that family to be able to be moved, in order for you to move that family into a productive space, you would have to lead that family.
So again, I teach myself to take care of my women and children. Men don't teach me that.
Reality teaches it.
So reality teaches me that.
Yeah.
How would okay, so if I'm young, if I'm a child, how does reality teach me that? If I'm a young man that's growing up, how does reality teach me that without nobody else teaching me that?
Because if you don't work, you don't eat. There's nobody that's going to come along and say, as a man, you don't have to work and you can still eat. There's typically speaking, and we're talking about in generalities. We're not talking about being hyperbolic about all men and all women, but most men who don't work don't eat. Most men who are not competitive don't get women. Most men who aren't competitive don't procreate. That's just reality.
No. That's not. So what I'm asking is, you're telling me that men learn how to take care of society based on themselves. Men aren't teaching men to do what's in the best interest of women, children, and society. We don't teach men to be honorable. We don't teach men to be just. We don't teach that to men.
Reality teaches it.
Okay.
There's a reaction, there's an action, and there's a reaction to how a man operates. If a man does something or doesn't do something or fail to do something, reality is gonna chastise him. Whereas women, typically, they're protected from that because of men.
Who's
men
the
are
reality?
The first line of the
Men you said reality. You said reality is going to chastise them. Who's the reality?
Yeah. Reality is shared. That's the plane of existence that we all operate on.
No. Who's going to chastise the man? Who's going to shame the man? Who's going to hold the man accountable?
Reality will.
Who's reality?
Our reality, the shared reality of plane of existence that we all exist on.
No. Who is that? Reality ain't just imaginary thing. Like what would make a man? What? No.
Define reality for you?
No. So what's funny? No, it's funny. August, that men are told to be responsible. Men are told to practice dick discipline. Men are told to stop being controlling. Men are told to stop being sassy. Men are told when they express themselves that is toxic masculinity, where you see gay men and trans men be supported by society, but you leading me to believe that reality teaches them that, and it's already inherent in them as well too. But you're not bringing it into consideration how society is shaming men to be responsible, and righteous men every single day. They're getting shamed into that.
I think you're confusing society and reality.
What's the difference between the society that holds men accountable, makes men be responsible, and shames men? What is the reality? What is the reality?
Society is an offspring of reality. Okay. If we didn't have society, we still have reality. Reality would dictate, if you don't go out and hunt for food, you don't eat. There's nobody that's going to come and prepare a plate for you or just have food for you as a man, just off the rip. Now, women, however, that is possible. Women, there is someone or some man that will provide for them in most instances, even though they don't go out and work for it.
So there's no reality for women?
There is reality for women. It's just different. They experience it differently.
So women are so emotional that they won't listen to reality. They'll listen to the brainwashing and propaganda, but the man will listen to reality, not brainwashing and propaganda.
He's forced to.
By who?
He's that first line. Because he's that first line of defense between not surviving and surviving. See, reality is going to dictate. If we don't operate and conduct ourselves in a manner that allows us to continue to progress in life, we just die off.
Okay, August.
Like there's so many things like that we're still not necessarily like equal in. I think there's a lot of like subconscious biases that people have, even though we are like working our way up in terms of like equality. If we want to move to the point where like where you say that feminism makes women unhappy, I do hear where you're coming from in that, but I think a lot of people focus on the negatives in today's day and age, and I think that goes for every sort of bad thing that's happening at the moment. It's people focus on it and they make it their entire life's purpose to only focus on the bad, which I think that caring about all these negative things is super important because that's what makes a change and makes a difference. But I do think a lot of people are kind of like swimming in all the terrible things that are happening without focusing on any of the good.
So how does feminism make women happy?
I think feminism gives people the opportunity to dream and to be able to achieve those dreams.
So I think that if we were truly equal, meaning women also got drafted and had to do the exact same things as men, we'd see the happiness rate go down even more than it already is. Would you agree?
I think nobody would be happy if they were drafted. Or I think that women having all of the same opportunities is going to make women happier. I don't think being drafted is I feel like that's a very small part of the talk of feminism.
Right, but you're saying that if we were equal, truly equal, that would make women happy. But I'm saying that with all the progress we've made and the fact that women have more freedom than ever in today's society, we are significantly unhappier than we've ever been. And I don't think any woman would be happy if we had to be drafted. I think that there would be protests on the streets. I think even the radical feminists.
So let me ask you this: if women are more free than ever, why are they making the decisions that they're making? And I'm still trying to figure out, when you said reality based, like what's the difference between reality based and society based? Why you think women are making the decisions that they're making? Like, what makes you think that? What makes, if women, you say women are logical, but then you say women are emotional, but then you say propaganda is leading them as well too. What do you think is the driving force behind women making the decisions that they make? And that's the part that keeps confusing me, because you'll say women are emotional, but then when we had the other conversation, you said if a man challenges her, she'll cooperate with the man who challenged her, right?
I don't remember. I don't know what you're talking about on that point. I didn't say that.
On my show. Oh, you said, well, no, because you're gonna make me have to.
You got to give me more context because I don't remember it. You got to give me more context.
You were saying that you said women were submissive by nature, but you also said that women will cooperate with the men that challenge them as well too.
I don't remember saying that.
You don't remember saying that? Okay, what if you said it?
I didn't say it, so I'm not going to stand on something I didn't say.
Jesus, you didn't say that?
No. The submission part, yes, but not the second part that you just said.
Man,
submission by nature. You'll be able to find the submission by nature. Yeah, I said that, but not that second part.
You got to remember the things that you say, August.
Oh, I remember it. I didn't say that.
Did you say women were hypergamous too?
Yeah, women are hypergamous by nature. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you were asking a question. I don't remember. You were asking me a question. What was the question again?
What is the woman's driving force to her to want to do the things that she does? What is that driving force?
Propaganda, emotional manipulation, feminism. That's the driving force of them to make these decisions that they're making that is outside of their own interest, which is not logical.
Right. But then you said men, nobody's teaching men to be that way either. But then you said reality teaches us, right?
Yeah, reality forces us to operate in a certain perspective.
So why doesn't reality teach them?
Women? Because men protect women. Men are like a barrier or like a buffer between women and extreme reality. But what they're fighting for is to be that buffer as well. But they don't want it in all ways that men have to deal with it. See, men have to go to war. Men have to show up. Men have to do the hard jobs. Men have to continue to. No,
I'm talking about in relationships. Like when she encounters it in relationships, because we have to be talking about relationships, right? Because when men,
I was talking about it all.
Well, you said men don't marry these women. So if men aren't marrying them, why is reality not teaching them?
If men are not marrying them,
Yeah,
why is reality not teaching them?
yes, you said nobody's teaching men to be responsible for society and be righteous, and the reality teaches us. So if the reality is men aren't marrying them, why they don't change?
Because of propaganda and emotional manipulation.
No. Listen again. You said
You just
reality
asked me a
teaches.
question, I answered
Yeah,
it.
but you said reality teaches. So reality doesn't teach them.
Men, you were talking about women. You said, why doesn't reality teach women? And I told you because of propaganda and emotional manipulation.
Okay, but reality
Feminism, these ideas, men and women don't have, they don't share the same effects in reality.
What you mean by that?
Men are force, they're the pillars. I just told you, like, they're the buffer between women and reality. And so women are fighting for the right to act and conduct themselves as men, but they don't really, it's a logical fallacy because they haven't thought it all the way through. You have to, if you're going to be like men, you got to go to war like men. You got to maintain society like men. You got to have the reality, the buffer that men have to go through. And so now that they're experiencing that, they don't really want it anymore. You understand what I'm saying? They don't want what men really have to go through because this whole time they've been protected from the buffers of what reality does to men. And so they want the benefits of being in under a man's covering with equal rights, and you can't have both.
So
Either
you're acknowledging reality teaches them. You just literally said it's teaching.
Well, no, it's not teaching them because they haven't really fully felt the buffer of reality. They're still in a lot of ways protected. Like they're not forced to be drafted into the selective services while still maintaining the right
No,
to
but
vote.
what I'm talking about in reality, like we're not talking about, okay, outside of military, how are they?
I was using that as an example.
Okay, but how isn't reality showing them in their relationships?
What do you mean? How's reality?
You said women are seeing now that they can't be like men. They want to operate like women, right? They want to operate like women.
You said men want to operate like women? Is that
no,
what you said?
You said women were trying to operate like men, but then reality showed them that they don't want to be treated like men. They want to be like women now, right? But you said only when it comes to war. What is there any other ways where women like, dang, I don't want to be a man no more. I just want to be a woman.
They're not being equally represented in the workforce as far as manual labor is concerned. Mm-hmm. They don't do the maintenance of society. They don't do any. They're not. So if all things are equal, everything should be equal. Same thing with, being a police officer. You're not going to lower the bar for women to be able to get into the police force. You're going to make it all equal. Same thing with, drilling oil or, laying concrete. It will be equal all across the board, but they want to select what parts of a man's independence come with it. But if you're going to be as independent as a man, you also are going to have to deal with the repercussions of reality like a man do. And they don't want that part. They just want the good part.
But it seemed like they could see it.
They can't because the emotional propaganda. This is why this woman is here losing. All these women are losing the argument because when you test the logic, it falls short.
No, but you're saying they don't want to be treated like that way because they see it. Do they see it or they don't see it? That's why they
It's an emotional thing. They have logic, but they lead with emotion. So based off of how they feel about things is how they're responding to it. So when you test the logic, it always falls short.
What's going on, my brother Thomas? What you think about the conversation, man?
I've been paying attention for a while, man. What's up, fellas? What's up? How y'all doing?
What's going on, my brother?
What's up, chat?
What's going on, good brother?
Man.
All right.
I just think it's a bunch of BS. I think not necessarily what you're saying, brother. I just think I don't see nothing there that would substantiate the back and forth. Because I do agree. If you want it this way, just like have it all you know what I'm saying? So I do agree with that. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't make sense when in certain aspects you want to pick and choose.
Mm-hmm.
You want to pick and choose. And what men are saying is you done got everything that you want. There's no immediate rights that's being taken away. There's nothing that's going on. What you're saying is pretty much the same things that they pretty much got you to get up out the traditional roles and get into the workforce to make them money. You've been hoodwinked. Your arguments are frivolous in court. They're frivolous. There's really nothing to complain about the way I look at it, because I don't see what's there to complain about. If you want equal rights as men, you got to be able to accept the responsibilities that comes with being on the same level as a man. You gotta, you can't, well, I want it this way. I want to be in the military, but I just want to tag toes and stuff. Now, if you want to get in the field, you got to be, it's a chance for you to get sniped. If you want to be in the field, you want to go there, it's a chance. So we know that's not what you really want. So all that stuff left is complaints. And you know how I feel about complaints. I pay attention to less than 10% of what comes out of their mouths, because what they say is never what they really mean. It's never what they really mean. Like, to have just a normal conversation with most women today, you literally got to do some deep psychological analyzing. Like, okay, I hear what's saying, but what does it really mean? Like, does she really mean that? Oh, what is she really trying to say? That's not what she really means. Like, nobody wants to be straight. Nobody want to do all that. Be straight up. So Ali, I agree with you in August, but I agree with some of your points. I believe that if you're not going to go all the way, don't go at all. And that's where the feminist arguments fail to me.
But where it don't make sense to me with August, I'm trying to figure out, is how you have women on one side that know how to be traditional women, who they learn that from, and the other women don't know how to be traditional women. And then how can these same women, both women, regulate at the job, regulate with their friends, regulate with their pastors, regulate in the military? They just not regulating with the men. So that's the part that August keeps losing me. If they're leading with emotion, they shouldn't be able to self-regulate and control their emotions in different sectors. But what it's demonstrating is that they're picking to be above the man in a relationship, and they think they're more valuable, and they pick themselves, which is logical in hierarchy. They value themselves over the man because they'll listen if they value him more, or if they need him. If they absolutely need him and struggling, or they like him and respect them more than they respect themselves, they'll cooperate and self-regulate. But what we see a lot of times, the woman values her job, her finances, her reputation, and her power over being in a relationship with a man. That's the part where you lose me. If they're leading with emotion, they would struggle in every sector. They would shut down in every sector. They would do it in public. They would do it at their job. They do it with their friends. And it'd be difficult for them to maintain a degree, maintain a position, maintain a role in society. But these women are officers. These women are soldiers. These women are judges. Like, they can operate in every sense, but for some reason they can't operate with the men. So they can't just be leading in emotion. They have to be leading in logic and picking what they value the most in their lives.
So August, so you're saying that the reason why the defects that Ali said is because they're lacking some type of emotional, or there's something wrong, versus well, let me not ask the question. So what I take from that is, Ali is saying that they know exactly what they're doing. Like, they know how to do it in certain positions. They know what they're doing. And August, you're pretty much saying there's something they're missing mentally or emotionally that gets them to sway both ways. Is that
what I was saying is that women have emotion and logic. So there are times but what they typically do is they lead in emotion, and then they come to a logical conclusion after they've led in emotion. And so it is dictated throughout their lives in them not being able to get the outcomes that they actually want. Just like you were saying a little earlier, you barely listen to what they say because they really don't know what it is that they want when you're having a conversation with them. That's because they lead with emotion. That's basically what I'm saying.
But why? So why they can control themselves at the workplace? If they lead with emotion, why do they control themselves in the workplace?
Because there's emotion and logic. So that they're not void of logic. There is logic inside of their lexicon, but typically how they lead in reality is through emotion. And the only reason why they're afforded to do that is because of men.
So if I try to downplay you, disrespect you, but I can respect and promote Thomas' legacy, it means I can regulate, but I perceive y'all in a different manner. I treat him different than I treat you. But if I disrespected both of you, if I shut down when I had conversations with both of you, if I manipulated both of you, one of you were bad, one of you were good, it would demonstrate I got an emotional problem and I struggle with emotional regulation and I lead with emotion. But if I can treat you better, I can respect you, I can communicate with you, I can have composure, but I can't have it with Thomas, it means it's selective and I put one thing over the other. So that's not you're not giving me the answer that makes it coherent. Why can a woman go to the workplace and listen to her boss and cooperate with her boss, control her emotions, but when she's with her man, she can't?
So August, right there. I think that's the point of contention right there. What makes it they're lacking, like your argument right there, right there.
When I say emotion and logic, that means that they're not mutually exclusive. You it's not like they have
no. I didn't actually. No. August, please, brother.
Well, I gotta
no.
Out the
I
point.
didn't, Thomas. No, I asked you to answer my question, please. Why can she self-regulate and control herself and communicate in a positive manner and not compromise her job at work, but she can't with her man? That type of woman. By the way, let's differentiate too. Ladies, 200 people watching. I'm not talking about the woman who knows how to control herself with a man. I'm not talking about the woman who's cooperating with her man. I'm not talking about the woman who can watch her mouth and make sure she don't disrespect her man, because we know there's different types of women. Why is it that the woman who can go to work and respect her boss and watch her mouth, she can self-regulate at the job? I'm asking August, but she can't do it with her man if she leads with emotion.
She can do it in both. So there's what you're not understanding is that in her perceived idea of reality, the job is security for her. So she's gonna use some temperament in that instance, whereas her being propagandized to not understand that her man is far more valuable than her job, she doesn't use that same type of temperament with the man because she's been propagandized to think that she's equal with the man by having the job.
But wouldn't that go to Ali's point right there? Kind of
Well, it's not. What I'm saying is that their emotion and logic exist. They exist both inside of men and women. But we're talking about is how they lead. So if they were being logical, leading in logic, they would inverse that and value their man more than they value their job, because their man is going to give them the long-term results that they're looking for, where they have stability, they don't have to work, they have the nuclear family, and they're going to overall have a life of happiness and not be depressed. But because they're being propagandized through their emotion and being manipulated through their emotion through propaganda and feminism, they are conditioned to believe that their job is the security that they're looking for versus their man being the security they're looking for. That's what I'm arguing.
All right, but August,
you understand what I'm saying? So the emotional response is the idea of clinging to this job because propaganda tells you that through emotional manipulation, propaganda is telling you that your job is your security, not that man. You need to be independent of that man.
But to counter that, and shout out to T in 1738 making this point, that security is nothing that what's in her control. Like she can get laid off just because they're cutting back. Like she can get laid off for no reason at all.
That's why it's illogical.
But that's what I'm saying. But versus her,
that's why it's illogical.
Yeah, but the contention. I guess if that's how
you get it, that's why it's an emotional response. It's illogical for you to even think that, because your man is gonna love you. Your boss, he don't love you. He'll throw your ass away as soon as it's conducive for the job. If it saves the job money, or if you're not doing, or you could be doing a great job. You know what I'm saying? But if they're laying off, they're gonna get rid of your ass. But your man, he more than likely is gonna stick by you whether you have a job or not. That's why it's illogical. It's an emotional response, propagandized through feminism.
And she knows. You
understand what I'm saying?
No, but she knows that.
Yeah, but if she knew that, then she would pick better. Evidently, she don't know that.
No, that don't mean she's not being logic. It means she picks herself over you. She pick her resources over you. She put her career over you. She put her degree over you. That type of woman. The woman that doesn't do that is using logic as well too, because she puts her family and her man above herself, and she wants security with him versus the security by herself. She knows what she's doing. It's not that she's leading with emotion. She's made it in her mind that logically that she's better than you, and she values herself more than she does you.
August, I think you're making this point, and I'm not looking at it as a bad thing or who's right now in this segment and not who's right or wrong, but that is kind of what it is though, because her job security is only
Hey, Thomas, last point. If she's so propagandized, why would she still come back and not want to work? She'll still come back and not work, and women will support her resting in her soft girl era. So if she's pushed to work, why would she still come back and choose not to work if she's brainwashed to go to work?
Because she don't have a choice at that point. Once she's made her bed, she's forced to lie in it.
That don't make no.
You can't choose. You can't choose your job over a man and then come back and then a man is going to accept that.
If women with feminism were pushed to make their own choices and to go to work, why are these women still, when they go to work, wanting to come back and be at home and say, hey, I'm not going 100% with no man. I'm not going 50-50 with no man. Excuse me. He has to provide and he has to protect.
What was your question again? Say it again.
Why can she make the choice to come back home and be at home? If she's being brainwashed to work, why is she selective and go, oh, I don't want to work, I'm coming back home?
Well, she don't have the choice. That's the point that we're trying to make.
What she don't have what choice?
She don't have the choice to say, I can choose to be a feminist, go to work, have the job, do the things I want to do as a feminist, and then go back and be traditional. She don't have that choice because men are not allowing that.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand that.
Yes, they are.
Men are not allowed, and I'm gonna tell you how it shows, because the marriage rates are low. Men control marriage, and so men are not getting on bended knee and marrying women who has been through the dating market all through their 20s. And I'm not talking about all men. I'm talking about in a general sense, who have been in the dating market all through their 20s, picked their job, did the college, did all that type of thing, get to their 30s, and then decide that they want to stop working and all that stuff. Men are not granting that.
If you, how old is your lady, August?
Man, we're not doing that. We're not bringing my lady in this one.
No, I'm not even trying to make it directly about.
We're not doing it. We're not doing it. We're not making it personal.
I'm not making it that way. See, I don't even know why you're getting like that, because I'm not even.
We're just not doing it, man. It's respectful.
It's not. I'm not trying to go.
Ask me, Ali.
Hey, August, how old? Thomas, how old? See, this is sad, yo. How old is your woman, Thomas?
35.
If you left your woman right now today, and because of the wrong reason, but she was able to change her, she was able to be traditional, demonstrate she was traditional with for another man, would there be another man ready to marry her?
Yes.
So August, that's the only thing I was going to ask you. If you left your woman today and you left her because she was not being traditional, if she changed her behaviors immediately, would there be men ready to marry her?
You see, but the caveat,
can you just answer before you say caveat, please? Like he did. You see how he does it. Thomas answers the question directly.
I'm not answering.
And remember this is why we say no, but I asked you, would she be able to get married if she became traditional immediately?
And he said yes, right? So,
and I'm asking you.
I'm not answering anything about my woman. What I'm saying is that the caveat is her being able to demonstrate the ability to be able to live and cohabitate with a man. Most women don't have that ability. So her being able to demonstrate that ability to be able to have that relationship with him, cohabitate with him, she can use those same skills to attract another traditional man. Most women don't have those skills because they've been propagandized by feminism to be an individual. To be
August, you do this to me all the time. You move the goalpost.
No, I did.
I'm gonna ask you again. If a woman that wasn't your woman, but was a woman with somebody and she was being non-traditional and she immediately became traditional, like she's presenting traditional behaviors to a man, would she be able to get married?
A traditional woman can get married, yes.
Yes. So it would take away from your point. The fact that if these women,
because most women can't transform themselves into being traditional.
No, that's not about the fact if they can. So no, it wasn't about. It's not about if they could. You move the goal. It's not about if they can or not. It's if they did. That's why chameleons. That's why a lot of chameleons. That's why women who present one type of woman ends up getting married in relationships because a lot of women know how to bait and switch. So you can't, we're not talking about the fact that if they can't.
Do most women know how to bait and switch and be able to get married? I'm asking you because we have to have the conversation about the majority.
That's not the conversation. That's not what the conversation is about. It's the fact if
so we're talking about this select minority of women that have the ability to chameleonize themselves into looking or presenting themselves as a traditional woman. That's what we're talking about, the small minority.
You don't have to ask me the question again because you're just having a conversation of bad faith again, August.
I'm asking you a question.
You don't have to ask me because I asked you the question. I don't play around with your question. See, the difference between me and you, and that's why
you
people
never answered none of my questions.
No, it's why people
didn't answer
say
that question.
I did. I answer all your questions. You try to.
You have not answered that question.
If I don't answer your question, is in August again. The same conversation we be having about how women are using emotions, it becomes emotional because if it's logic, you just answer my question and then I can answer your question. If I didn't answer your question, I'm still trying to get you to answer my first question.
I answered it. You
no, you didn't. You moved the goalpost. No, you didn't. You moved the goalpost.
So you're not going to answer my question?
And then you have a conversation in bad faith and it's placating to being the victim as if I don't answer your questions when I answer questions. It's because you didn't answer my question. You keep moving the goal. Every single question I ask you, move the coach. And that's extreme. I'm known for answering. So now you're being extremist because I'm known for answering questions. And that's why I have a following because I'm direct and I'm truthful. And then you go to the extreme and say, I'm not answering none of your questions. Is that extreme?
You haven't answered my question, man.
No, you said I haven't answered your questions. You just said I haven't answered your questions.
Yeah, and I don't even present a whole lot of questions. You present way more questions to me than I ever present to you. You have not answered any of my questions.
Thomas, you hear him, right? And this is what I'm saying. I don't know why you doing it now too, because it's shocking that you do it too. Why people take the time out to be disingenuous and extreme when I've answered all your questions.
What questions have you answered?
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Hey, August, let me just give you my personal, my outside looking at. I don't think it's like a guard, like you like, I gotta, you know what I'm saying? We just having a, disagreements. You see it your way, he see it this way, but I don't think Ali is coming with it. Outside looking at it seems like you're guarding.
Thomas, he said I didn't answer none of his questions. And like if I say he didn't answer none of my questions, that would be bad faith and extreme. He's really going on the line right now and saying I didn't answer any of his questions. That's extreme. And he'll sit on it too. And this is what that's being logical and disingenuous to push out a narrative to make himself seem like that I didn't answer any questions, but that's manipulative. That's logic. You're using logic and reasoning, but if you use it in the way you're saying it, you're not being factual, so you're not being logical. But when you're processing information and reasoning in real time to make me look disingenuous and create that narrative, you're being logical by trying to make me look a certain way by telling everybody that's watching I didn't answer any of your questions while everybody that's watching saw me answer your questions. Great. And you're doing it in real time. And we would say that's what women do. They will take logic, but put their emotion to it and become disingenuous and react logically to something that made them feel emotional to not look the way that they're looking and project and try to make the person look like the way they're acting. And that's what you're doing.
Ali, I can't make you look like anything, man. The only person that can do that is yourself.
That's what I mean. Same thing. Hey, everybody that's watching, August, to say you could say I didn't answer one or two questions. To say I didn't answer none of your questions is extremely bad faith conversation, and that's disingenuous. It means you're manipulating to make me look a certain way. Go ahead, Thomas. It's crazy, boy. The patience, boy. I'm telling you, boy. I don't get why people take the time to do this.
I mean, to be honest, like August, I thought he answered your question. I'm not trying to be fun. From what I've seen, I heard. I thought the questions were being answered. The only question I didn't see was answered when he asked how old was your wife, and when Ali asked that question, bro, Ali's angle is not to
never.
I just like to keep my relationship offline. That's all, brother. It's not nothing personal.
That's
It's
cool.
not like it's
That's a
not
lie.
like,
That's a lie. But that's the lie because
I prefer
on
that.
Petty Red show you were talking about how y'all would go back and forth, and sometimes you may raise your voice with her. That's disingenuous too because you talked about y'all relationship on her show. That's bad faith.
Yes, it's still.
Did you
I
not talk
prefer to
about? Did you not talk about your relationship on that show?
I didn't say that I don't talk about it. I said that I prefer to
See what I'm
keep it off the line.
Bro, come
You know
on,
what I
bro,
mean? There are instances where we talk about it, but I generally prefer to keep it offline. That's all.
Crazy.
Then, bro, that got
And not make it
what?
personal.
Yep. I mean, that's your right, but
yeah, that's all I'm saying. It ain't nothing.
Yeah.
It ain't nothing guarded. I just prefer to like not make it about me. That's all.
Yeah, I mean,
hey, my pop. Let me go ahead.
Yeah.
My pop was calling me. But
No, you. I guess the next phase.
Yeah.
Would be protesting against getting drafted. So when we're talking about equality, which means the same, I don't think feminism actually wants equality. I don't think it's ever been about equality, frankly. But back to the original claim that feminism is anti-woman and makes women unhappy. How would you refute that?
I think that feminism is for the equality of women between men, same opportunities. And I think it makes women happy because you are able to do the things you've always wanted to do and you don't have that limitation. Because think about the New York City Marathon that just happened. Women weren't allowed to race it. And now we have the opportunity to run the marathon. And it's the little things. I think feminism is making people. My roommate just ran the marathon. She killed it.
Yes, sir.
The fact that you have to go to a marathon as an example shows that you have no real arguments. Number one, in your everyday life, women, what rights of yours that are right now in this moment taken away because of patriarchy? What rights right now in this moment? Because the last time I checked, as long as you qualify, you can get a mortgage. They don't give a damn about your gender. As long as I qualify, you get auto finance. They don't care about your gender. You can get a line of credit. They don't care about your gender. You can apply for the job. And if you meet the requirements, you'll get the job. You can walk into any store, and if you got the money to pay, you'll leave with it. You can go here, you can go there. No one's restricting your rights. You can even delete a baby when you don't even want the baby. Although the reasons why reason why you fight for these rights are extreme circumstances that many of you probably won't ever even encounter in your lifetime. You know, the grave incest and severe health risk to the mom, you know, that equates to less than 3% in the world. But yet you'll use those on the campaign trails as reasons to keep those rights alive, although 900 and something thousand baby deletions were due to consensual sex. See, you won't lead with the real reason why you're getting it done. You'll go to the extreme reasons. You even got those rights. You could put a man on child support, and guess what? He don't even got to be the biological dad. And if he doesn't contest it, the state will consider him the dad. So he'll end up paying child support for a kid that's not even his. You got those rights. So the question is, what legitimate rights of yours that are being taken away in the moment? I'll wait.
They be stuck on that one. Let's keep going. You right though, Thomas.
I saw her, she was so happy, and she wouldn't have had that if feminism hadn't let her run the marathon.
So human rights have varied all throughout history, right? Like men weren't even able to vote. I mean, that much long before women. So yeah, that naturally happens with the progression of society. But who do you think let feminism happen in the first place?
That's because women weren't allowed to. That's like a completely
Well, you're sorry, you're not to interrupt, but you're saying that your friend was able to run this marathon because of feminism, but who do you think allowed feminism?
I feel like you're trying to have me say men allowed it.
That's correct. Yeah.
But that's because they were in power. That doesn't mean it's okay.
It's not okay for men to be in power, or
no,
what
it's not okay for men to be the only people in power, and for women to break into power, they have to, I guess men would have to allow women to break into that area, and women protested on the streets. It was like people have been fighting for this for so long to be able to be on the same like level.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a lot we can unpack here. There's a very small minority of women that actually wanted suffrage, that actually wanted the feminist movement. There's actually a survey in Massachusetts, like around 1950s-ish, whenever the suffrage movement was being passed. And out of like the 595,000 women that were eligible to vote, only 4% wanted the suffrage movement. So yeah, in history, we see like, oh, women fought so hard. But in reality, when you go back, they had like an entire list of 10 reasons why they didn't want women to vote. There were actually more anti-suffrage movements than there were pro-suffrage movements.
How would you say that your life has been negatively impacted by feminism?
You know, I mean, not me personally at this time in my life, but I would say early on when I got married, actually, I at this time in my life, I'm slandered online for being married super young, right? Like for no reason. And that's the whole point of me saying that feminism is very anti-woman, because they will say it's all about choice, it's all about equality, but then they will slander you if you choose a different way. Or if you're a conservative woman, or if you're pro-life, most of them also don't like you and they will disagree with you. So it's not for every woman, it's only for certain women that agree with that ideology. I would also say that because of the two-income household thing, that's really unfortunate, and like the taxing and all of that, having to be like being able to be in debt and credit card debt, I don't really like that. So I would say more so culturally, I'm more affected by it as far as like the anti-woman narrative.
That makes sense to me. I feel like it's awful to be slandered online. Like that must hurt. Like I feel like I've been there in certain different scenarios, but I felt that it's like a cruel place. But also like,
but to Thomas' point, do you think women in general believe that feminism is helping them, or do you think it's hurting them? Do you think women in general believe that feminism is helping them or going against them?
I believe that they truly believe it's going against them, but they won't acknowledge it.
And what makes you think that?
Well, just think about it. If you're constantly complaining, if you're constantly putting the blame off on this, if you constantly got something to always fight and argue about, and you're always fighting, you're always arguing, you're always complaining, you always got to fight all my lives. If you always got to do that, then that is an indicator that in your life, what is there that is healthy? What is there that is something that you can at least bring a little bit of happiness to? There's nothing there but fight, argue, complain, fight, argue, complain. And then still not being married, still not with the man, still have to go be this strong woman every day, all day. That gets taxing. At some point that gets taxing. And a lot of women are oh my bad. A lot of women, I believe, they don't want to go through that fight like that. They don't really want to go through it, but they don't want to meet in the middle and actually do what it takes to keep it together because of the feminism mindset. They know it's not working. I've never seen a happy feminist. All this single by choice, I'm single by that. Yes, of course you are. Good. I got you. Whatever. But Ali, I don't see no happiness within that movement. Where's the happiness? Where's the joy? It's all fight. We gotta get over. There's no joy. There's no nothing. There's nothing there. How is this helping them? What is we need about breaking into power, by the way? How are you going to break into power? We gotta break into power. Let's break into power and steal the power back for what? What are you going to do with it?
We agree mostly. That's what I'm trying to explain to y'all. We definitely agree mostly. And the argument that, just to your point, Thomas, that's why it's a logical fallacy. That's why they're doing things that are outside of their beneficial interests. We agree. We all agree mostly. It's just nuances in the terminology of what is logical and tactical is where we're having the disparity.
But the part that loses me is that if you're saying they're being propagandized, what is the part that where they want, you saying they still want a family though, they still want relationships? Then what part is that? You said they still want families, they still want relationships. If they know that versus the propaganda, don't they have a choice? They know they have the choice of what it takes to be a wife, what it takes to be a mother, but they also have the choice to be what it takes to be just for themselves, to have a single mother household, to be strong and independent. Don't they know both choices?
Well, that will be the emotional manipulation portion that we're talking about. with feminism. They're not happy. They're not. They think that they want this, but they're not happy. So that's the point.
I was going to ask you a question. What do you think the end goal of feminism is? What do you think their end goal? Since because I see you're using like they
Female
manipulating
supremacy.
it to what?
Female supremacy. Yeah. Because like you said earlier, they're fighting for nothing. There's nothing that they're, able to, there's nothing else to achieve except for supremacy.
Oh,
and
so
men are not going
feminism,
to go for that.
so feminism taught women to be taught female supremacy.
He asked me what the end goal is.
That's what I'm saying. No, but you said
Yeah.
women, but you said that women are being already brainwashed. So who taught them that end goal? If that's their end goal, who taught them female supremacy?
They're not being literally taught female supremacy, but the end goal is female supremacy because they have all the same rights. Matter of fact, they have more rights than men. They can still vote and not be forced into the selective service. So that alone is, more rights than men in America. They have unilateral control over who and who isn't born in America. Men have no say so in that. They will still be on a foot to pay the bill as far as child support is concerned, or face the threat of going to jail or losing your license.
No, I'm asking you, if you said that nature is submission and they're emotional and they lead with emotion, but then you said they're not doing what's their nature because of propaganda, and you're who's teaching them female supremacy? Where are they coming up with that logic? If she's submissive by nature and emotional, and that's what she leads with, but then she's being propagandized to do what feminists are telling her, who's teaching her the female supremacy part? Where's she getting that part from?
That's the feminist propaganda. That's what I'm talking about. That right there is it. He asked me what is the outcome, what is their outcome of feminism? And I told him female supremacy, because all things are actually slanted in women's benefit. So feminism is the emotional and honestly, it's really outside of their beneficial interest, because they don't really want to have to do and hold up society the way that men do. So men are responding and saying, hey, if you want equal with us, you have to share equal responsibility as well. You can't have it slanted where you're not put in a selective service, or the rules for you to be able to join the military or join the police force or the fire force is being, lowered. The bar is being lowered for you to be able to accomplish the same thing men do. It all has to be equal across the board.
So why
he was just asking me what the end goal is, because just like he was saying, all things are equal. Well, more than equal for women, and they're still fighting for something.
So what makes the women who are listening and cooperate with their men not listen to the propaganda?
What
if they're so brainwashed?
Logic would do that, but most women, more women than not, are not operating from that logical fallacy. That's why you have this woman on here who's arguing feminist, and when she said that she mentions that she got married early, they bashing her online. So most women, logic would dictate that, but most women are not operating from a logical lens. They're operating from a manipulated emotional lens that is being dictated through propaganda of the feminist movement.
But what makes that woman become logical? Like, what makes her become logical? What makes that woman logical there? Like the woman we did, the feminist versus anti-feminist. What's making these women anti-feminist and these women feminists? If you're saying it's logical, but if they're being propagandized and they're leading with emotion, what's making those women be logical versus the other women not being logical?
The ones that are choosing the traditional family. That's what you're asking?
Yeah. You're giving me two choices. You're giving me she's submissive by nature, and then you're giving me the propaganda. Who's teaching these other women to be wives? Who's teaching these women to be traditional? Like, where are they getting that from?
It's just them using logic and not being emotionally led. There are some women that can use logic first and then suppress their emotion enough to be able to come to a logical conclusion.
Where are they seeing this though? Like, obviously, are they being taught? Are you saying they naturally know how to be mothers and wives?
The select women we're talking about right now, they're just using their logic. Reality can tell them that if they walk the thought out without being emotionally manipulated, if they don't stand under the emotional manipulation and they just walk the thought out within themselves, they can arrive to that if they so choose. But a lot of times women are mostly based, so that's why they're not coming to that logical conclusion. But the ones that are, what they're doing is they've been able to temper their emotions long enough to arrive to a logical conclusion, which is few and far between.
Yeah, I think the women who are the ones that are
Anti-feminist?
anti-feminist, anti-feminist, I think those are the ones that realize how destructive feminism really is. I think that those women who are anti, I think they realize how destructive feminism
and they're
is.
logical. Yeah, they're logical.
Right. So for the ones who have these ideologies, you know, it's the worst thing that you can tell to someone who believes these are their own thoughts and these are their own feelings and this is how they see the world on their own, is to tell them they've been mentally manipulated. The more we tell them that they mentally manipulated by this establishment, the more they're going to push back. Yes, they think these are their own thoughts. They think this is what they came up to. They even tell themselves this is what they experience every day, with no real evidence to support it. And these are the same ones that will have a boyfriend, be engaged, be quote unquote married. These are the same ones. And it baffles me, because the reason why I don't take it serious and why it baffles me, because August and Ali, I'm gonna tell you this: 98% of them can never tell you what are they really actually fighting for that has been taken away. Notice their fight to them is to always get more, get more. Remember, oh, we're now in the marathon. Oh, we're allowed to see. It's always the fight to get more. It's never a fight to restore. It's always a fight to get more. You notice that there's nothing that they can point today, and this is what makes their arguments in court, we call it moot, because you're arguing for things that have not had an adverse effect on your life. You're arguing for things that has not even affected you. So Ali, I don't know how we change. I don't know how that will ever change. I don't think it ever will, brother. I think.
But what's the solution? That's what I'm saying. Like, what's the solution? If the women are brainwashed and there's only a small percentage of women who logical, then there's no solution, or is there a solution? Like, what's the solution?
I believe there's a solution, but depending on whatever solution you come with, it's going to be at what point does the feminist thinking woman actually see the true realities of what it has caused them and what they've lost? It's going to be another 10 years. I mean, how many times does it take you to bump your head for you to realize you shouldn't be doing what you're doing? How many times you got to stick your hand on the stove? Like, think about it. These are the same women that will have multiple kids by multiple men 4 times over and still think there's nothing wrong with their decision making. You get what I'm saying? So at what point, when does the pain, the tolerance level, where's their tolerance level for this? At what point do they even get tired?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
What would y'all think the solution is? If most women lead with emotion and there's only a small percentage of women who are logical, what is the solution?
For the women or for the men? Or just for both
the women? No, for the women, because the men don't need it. I mean, we could say for society, so we don't, you know, if that's the direction we go on, but what is the solution?
I would say this. I would say we're demonstrating the solution right now, because a lot of the time when this started to really take a lot of root is when there was a singular form of communication, like getting messages out, like TV, television, and that different type of thing. Now we have the internet is like the great equalizer, where men are having a conversation in these spaces. And so there's another counter message out there for women to latch onto that gives them an opportunity to make a choice. Either you're going to continue to choose to be propagandized and emotionally manipulated into doing what's not in your mutual beneficial interest, not only for yourself, but for your family, your children, and your lineage, and overall leading to dissatisfaction in your life, especially in your later years. And or you're going to choose to listen to what men are saying, fall under those coverings, because men are starchly telling you you can't have both. There's an opportunity cost here. You can't be the successful businesswoman all through your 20s, getting your body count ran up, and then think that you're going to get to the end of the road and be able to establish a nuclear family and just quit working. That's not happening.
No. But when do they ever get to hear?
That's the solution.
Hold on. When do they ever get to hear what men are saying? The other side. When did they hear that?
Well, it's slow and deliberate. So just us having this conversation right now, just us three guys having this conversation right now on the internet, where you got 300 plus people, 400 plus people paying attention, that was never a thing. And so it's slow and deliberate. This where y'all at, expect, and you know this, Ali, y'all motherfuckers is growing. Y'all gonna keep growing. This right here, this year is 300-400 people. 5, 6, 7, 10 years from now, it's gonna be thousands. So your message is going to continue to grow. As you continue to operate in this space and continue to do your thing, it's going to grow more. So that's what I think the solution is.
But then why aren't women receptive to it then? If that's the solution, that's the problem that I still have.
That's initially though. You got to think about it. That's the initial response.
Who in the space? Who in the space you know to change?
Who in the space? I've seen a lot of women change, bro. I've seen buku women change. You got. Oh my God, I love her too. You just shouted her out earlier when she popped into the chat.
Did she get a man?
Huh?
Because sometimes a lot of women who go straight from I can't stand a man, I hate a man, as soon as they get a man, the rhetoric changes.
Well, it's a lot of women. It's a lot of women that have jumped on into the space that are also pushing the message. Crimson Cure. You got Crimson Cure.
Oh,
you got
no. I'm not talking about.
A bunch
I said who's changed? Who have you seen that's changed?
There's plenty of women that changed.
Who?
There's plenty of women that have changed, but there's plenty of women who have changed. But even if they change, it's not going to be it's not going to be loud and deliberate. It's going to be a change that's internal.
None.
None.
Who?
You don't think no women's changing?
No, you see, I know. I asked you who changed. I know. Hold on, Thomas. Not think. August, who has changed?
I don't know specifically. I can't give you a specific name.
How can you say that women change? But how can you say they change?
I think that the message being out there is going to slowly and deliberately shift it's going to slowly and shift the conscience of women. Women can still change and change quietly. They don't change and say, "Oh, I've changed. I want the world to know that I've changed." They can slowly change and change their ideas quietly, and you'll see it in the functionalities of their life, and you'll slowly start to see it transform society into a way that is more favorable for not just men, but men and women alike.
It's crazy that you see that when the Tonight's Conversations, when the Ace Metaphors, the Derek Jacksons, they're following go.
Yeah, they out there too.
Where our growth is slow. That you'll save maybe if I haven't seen this woman we saved, but you'll see that woman versus millions of women who love hearing that message, the other side of the message from other men as well too. I just don't see. As much as you saying that women don't have the choice or women don't encounter this, or when they encounter it, they'll change. Most of these women. And I think we downplaying their intelligence are choosing this, that they'd rather choose themselves over family and over their men. And you keep thinking it's because they're leading with emotion, but a lot of these women today, they're just not in the right mind. Or like you said, well, not like what you said, they're not, a lot of these women just not good people, August. We just won't be honest about
it. And to get to the point where it's that, one thing I noticed that's interesting about a woman is that even up into their 50s, the core traditional roles of a man still holds true to them. They truly believe in that. Don't let it fool you, because no matter their situation, no matter their plight, no matter what's going on in a woman's mind, in their mind, they always think that there's going to be someone to come through and save the day. Even when the writing's on the wall, they always think that there's going to be someone to come and erase all their past mistakes by being this immaculate man. They all think that it's still possible.
Yeah.
Now, but this is the part I'm saying, Ali, I don't
all
think
is hyperbolic, but I know what you mean.
Yeah.
It can't be, because you said men protect the women. So if they're already protecting them, they still choosing themselves. How is protecting them even more or try to give them the right direction going to help them if you're saying that men already protected them? If we're there for them when they're making bad decisions, why are they going to make good decisions?
I was saying all is hyperbolic. That's all. Yeah, all I said was all was hyperbolic. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. I didn't say that. I was saying that all is hyperbolic. That's all I was saying. He was saying all women, but I understood where he's coming from.
How is it hyper? No, what did you mean by what you were saying then?
I said all is hyperbolic. That means that all, there's no way it can be all, but I understand what you're trying to say.
Oh, he said all. You saying Thomas said all.
Yeah.
Thomas, you said all.
Yeah, he's like all women, but
I said
I
no.
know what you meant.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yeah, but
in
I know
the back of their mind, in their mind is always that there's always going to be someone. No, it's going to come. It is going to come one day.
Oh, I see what he's saying.
Yeah, it's one day it's going to come. Oh, whoa, it's going to be there. Even in this reality will be in their mind, even up into the 50s, like in their 50s, even in their 60s, there's always going to be someone. Now, the reason why I don't think there's a valuable solution, or the solution is more complex, because I think a lot of those women in that establishment is some level of psychopathy. It's kind of like when you see an enemy that's not there. You get what I'm saying? Like you see an enemy that's really not there. Now, the same enemy in their mind that they see in men in general, are the same men that actually gave them their rights in the first place, are the same men that they secretly will expect things out of just by him being in the nature role of a protector and a provider. But for some reason, these are still the same enemies that they see in their mind. The reason, and this is profound, because I don't think women in the feminist movement can actually identify who their enemy really is versus just the nature of being men and trying to destroy the patriotic, patriarchy, and the same patriarchy that they still rely on when it's beneficial for them. This is why you have a woman to say, oh, I'll pay 100% of the bills by myself instead of going 50-50 with a man. Now let's just look at that for a second. And you talking about there's a solution? When you would rather pay 100% of the bills by yourself if the man who's in your life is not paying 100% of the bills. Now just look like, let's put that against logic. So I don't really think there's a real solution on our end. I think the solution are going to be on other women not shaming the 304 behavior, not shaming that. I mean, shaming that behavior, shaming it. Yeah, making them feel bad and just shaming, like taking it all the way back. Like women should be ashamed of having multiple kids out of wedlock, and that shame needs to come from other women. Men, they're just going to write us off until the other woman starts to, that's not how we moving. I don't think there's no valuable solution. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Ali, I know you're optimistic, bro, but I don't think there's a real solution for this. I think we're at the point of no return. Fatty, what's up?
I became a realist. What's going on, my brother Fatty Moves? I like that jersey, man. I'm about to get that jersey.
What's this jersey? $10. $10.
Is that for Nabache?
Put it on the big screen.
Let me see.
Oh, he got the
Ali, Ali, if you don't get this one, Ali, you're not getting never money. $10, Ali.
Oh, that's an Emirate.
No, everybody quiet. Ali, 10, 9, 8.
I know that's not. Dang, Fat, that's messed up.
Ali, you don't know Real Madrid. That's crazy, man. Jesus Christ.
Fat, I didn't see. You gotta ask my brother. He know all of them.
Ali,
I just play soccer games, man. I didn't.
And this is why you're not real Turkey.
All I know is Fernand Bache. That's
why that's why you fake
no,
Turkey.
if you put on Fernand Bache, I would have known who that is.
Nobody cares about Fernand Bache. Real.
Dang, that's messed up, man.
Josh gets some Black History Month.
What did you say, nigga?
That's you never get to get money. Ali. Hey, tomorrow we'll play it again, Ali. Don't worry about it. You'll get it one day. How you guys doing?
Good, man. How you doing, Fatty?
Doing good, man. How you holding up?
I had the best sleep of my life, to be honest, man. I left the phone by mistake on the other room, and that's the best I ever slept on like this year. It's been a month, so I don't want to be difficult, right? And me and Ali have these conversations a lot of times. Like when we change position, it's not flip-flopping. We actually think about this. We're like, the one of the first conversations me and Ali had is about intention. Is this intentional? Is not intentional? Is this on purpose? Not on purpose? Are they mentally ill? Like, we keep flipping from one side to other. Are they doing this on purpose or not? I believe, like, the changing is going to change when they start to feel the consequences of the route that they have in.
I agree.
Feminism wasn't a problem until probably the last 15 years. Is feminism with social media fuck up everything, right? Is the Me Too, the over exaggeration, the I have multiple choices, I want to be a boss babe for Instagram. I don't believe when we're on MySpace we had this problem. It was very controlled. People wanted to stick together. I think on the last 10, 15 years that they actually started to do that. Our brains are not adapted still to social media, still a lot of information, a lot of options. What will happen is in 15 years, we are going to see exactly like if the woman that come after this woman are going to look at their moms and their aunties and says, yep, we fuck up royalty. And I think you will,
This is the
because
life I want to live. Yeah, I
yes,
agree. Yeah,
because
I
they
want
have
my
now,
results like
yes,
that.
they are going to have a point of reference of what not to do, and I don't think they are away from it, right? Especially from the point of view of consequences. A lot of these women are going to get ransacked. They are going to get with their husbands, divorce and get the money. They are going to get money from their parents, so now they have money, and they are going to marry a bum. That bum is going to do them what girls are doing to men right now, and they are going to look at the court and say that we don't want this, we want to change it, this is unfair. This is going to happen very soon. So the point of correction will be consequences. You go to divorce court, and now because you are the breadwinner and because your daddy and mommy had a mansion and 3 cars and a house and the guy didn't have nothing, now you're going to be Kevin Federline. So I think women only want to understand with consequences, and the consequences will come soon, because this is like, this is not going to be, this is not sustainable. Like, this is not sustainable decade after decade after decade. The thing about the logic and our emotion, right? And I was thinking about it literally while I was in the shower. The point on, and I agree with you. So I'm not different than you. I'm just saying, let's try to take it another route, right? Because we always talk about the conscious brain and the unconscious brain. The thing that you do it consciously and the thing that you do it on the back of your head, right? There was a video that I saw that kind of changed my life in terms of how I look at things. I think it's like a black kid and a white kid, and they are like on a. It looks like they're outside of the school or inside of the school, like, and somebody like just cut them off, like they're doing an interview, and somebody passed in front of the camera, and the black dude says, "Man, you, like, didn't see us filming here." Ali, actually, can I? It's like 30 seconds. Can I play it? Because I have this saved in my, like the favorites you get. Like, I have it saved just in case. A lot of times I remember it. You see what I'm saying? Let me see if I can get these.
I believe.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. It's here. So my thing is this. The video kind of helped me digest why people sometimes do some things. And I always thought it was evil. There's no way you hasn't seen me. There's no way this is on purpose. There's no way. I don't think most people actually even ever thought about it. I believe that most people don't have the brain capacity or the brain elasticity to actually talk about some things in intention. It's always they stumble across things. Their opinions are afterthought. They're never constructed. Plus A plus B plus is always something that they either heard it outside or something that they like how it sounds, so they say it, but they never go like deeper than that, right? And I got the video here, so let me just play this. It's like 30 seconds, and then I can tell you why I'm still conflicted about the boss thing. Why can't you control yourself when you're a boss, but you can control yourself with your boyfriend or husband, right? So let me here we go.
That was deep.
So the video starts. I think. Let me see this. Here we go.
You know, Ali's.
Sometimes we got to remember.
People are just walking in front of it like we're not recording.
It happens. People are people. None of it's intentional. Never attribute to malice what can be attributed to incompetence. It's far more likely that they're all in their own worlds, doing their own thing. They're not paying attention to the world around them. And we all do it every day, whether you're driving, walking down the street. All of our lives are just as complex as everybody else's. Everything you have going on, they have going on. Nobody knows what everybody else is going through. We all just need to be a little more self-aware and aware of the world around us.
That was deep.
You gotta look deep to find the deep things. If all you ever do in your life is stay at the surface, you'll never find anything worth exploring.
I think we talked about this one. I saw this video before. That
And
was a
this
great
is
video.
high school, early adult. This is perfect. Most people don't pass surface level ever. Like we having this conversation here is actually try to go beneath the surface. But when you actually go beneath the surface, you can think that other people are scuba diving. They're just regular swimmers on the pool. They don't go as far as we go. So a lot of times what happens is we go downstairs and we think this person is doing this because they came with us, they saw what we saw, and they are acting on it. No, they are surface level. So when we're talking about these things, a lot of people have like instincts. It's like somebody throws me something and I flinch, right? It might be intentional because I know that knife is going to hurt me if you throw at me, but the flinching is not intentional. So when we're asked,
It's a reflex.
why are these women controlling themselves around their boss when they don't control themselves around their husbands, which is a very fair statement. To me, it's like asking, why do these men control themselves around these monkeys or these dogs, but can control themselves around these snakes and roaches? Like let's do something that is not bad. A roach is not going to bite you. A roach is not going to hurt you. A dog can mess you up bad. A woman will go around and pet a stray dog that is all effed up, and she sees one roach and she goes ballistic. She goes crazy. She doesn't know how to act, and logically she knows the roach doesn't do nothing to her. It's just disgusting, right? While the dog can actually hurt you, especially a stray dog that is not yours, you have no idea where the dog is. A dog can literally bite you when you die of rabies. Right? I don't think it's the what's the term where like when you can swallow water, like when somebody like an animal bites you, and if you don't go to the hospital to take it's rabies, right?
Rabies,
right?
Rabies.
So Ali, I would say that I think it's more like this: is woman will do a lot of things intentionally, as you mentioned, when they plot on men and they know exactly what they're doing. But when it comes to love relationships, I think women are completely dysregulated because the way they are dysregulated with roaches is something on the back of their head that makes them actually go ahead and have innately fear of roaches, just like is innate on them for not trying their boss because their boss is survival. So they have no choice than to bite their bullet. But when it comes to their husband, which is right now in 2026 is not survival, they will go and act on their feelings instead of their logic. You see what I'm saying? So in my opinion, what you say is tremendously valid. You can control yourself. So you have a control mechanism, right? Woman in relationships with men is like putting a woman on fear factor. And they are going to do the most primordial, the most primate shit that comes
fight or flight.
From their more primal shit that it comes from their shit, because I think that's what the condition. Last thing, and then you got it, right? Let's flip it. I think most men are extremely logic about how they go about their life outside of the house. They do a cost-benefit analysis. If this doesn't make sense, I'm not doing it. This is crazy. I can't do this. I'm going to be broke. I'm going to be homeless. I'm going to lose my job. I'm going to lose my friends. Why are men not logic with their woman? most men are completely the opposite inside of their house with their woman than they are outside in the real world. And we know that these men are logical. We know these men are powerful. We know these men literally build the world, maintain the world, go outside, are very disciplined when it comes to putting the bread on the table and not crying and complain. But once they meet the woman they love, they turn completely illogical. They don't do cost benefit analysis. They get into trouble just because they love her. They want, like what I'm saying. So if I'm asking, if y'all are asking why they can control themselves with their boss, but they can control themselves with their husbands, I will make the same case for men. Why can a man control themselves with their bosses and everything around them and be very logical about it? And then when they fall in love, they make mistakes like not do a DNA test, not put her on the lease when she's not paying nothing. Like all these things that are not I think is the same thing. We are here to be together with each other. So as soon as you put romantic intent, sex, and all these things, kids, family, we just do what our biological imperative is, which is not logical, is primitive. Does that make sense, or am I reaching?
That made sense.
It make a lot of sense. Yeah,
it makes sense to a lot of a lot of different points. And I mean, I think the answer to it, especially with men, and I had this issue when I was younger until I started becoming more militant, even with women. Oh, Fatty, I did show her the message too.
Who?
I did show wifey the message too.
I
showed it to her. Yeah, it was. I showed it to her. But anyway, I believe that men do let their guards down. And Fatty, I get your point. You have a good point. Like if the women make their guards down, the fellas, why you let your guards down? I think fellas, and using mine when I was younger, you let your guards down because when quote unquote let your guards down or get too comfortable or don't make the logical decision with women. Because for me, when I was younger, I used to think that every woman I was with, I was going to be with for the rest of my life. You know what I'm saying? When you're young, you think like, oh, this is
every man, yes, but beloved.
Right, every woman, this is one, yes, one for me. Nothing can go wrong. Like that's it. And then I realized that no, that's not it. And then you run into troubles, and I think men they get complacent, they get too comfortable, and they're thinking there's more out of the situation than what it really is in that time, in that moment. And that thinking right there could lead to a lot of unforeseen problems, or a lot of problems that will blindside you when you start to think as a man that I can lay it all down, assuming that she's going to be what we think she's going to be, instead of dealing with the situation based on what you see and based on the context clues and based on the things that you see early in moving accordingly. See, as I got older, I've noticed how to move accordingly, even with my wife. Right, I adapt. I see what's going on. I'm very observant. I do is just observe behaviors in my house. So I observe. So when I know, like when she's in one of those moments, instead of just doing this, see, I already understand why the root cause of why that moment's coming. So I just navigate around it. But it takes a lot of years and experience. And Fatty, for most men, to be honest with you, bro, they're gonna have to go through it before they can become a little bit more seasoned.
They will never get there. Let's be honest, they will never get there. Just like most people will never go past the surface level thinking. Most men will never get that when it comes to women. You can see, since you guys got red pill, have you ever tried to talk with the dude that was in bliss? He will reject you like it's going to be a visceral reaction. Why you hate woman, man? Why you cry, man? My woman doesn't do that. And then 3 years later, 5 years later, because you've injected that information in their brain, now they are wide open. So now, oh damn, that's what Ali was saying. Oh damn, that was August was saying. Oh no, oh am I wrong? It's you are putting my worldview in danger. So I will reject you completely. Most of these people will never accept it. That's why it's easy to accept the blue pill, because you're going to keep living in bliss, because that's how it works.
Yes.
If we fully, like, you know, the red pill concepts is like religion. If you accept them fundamentally, like really never going to have a relationship again, you have to erase 20% of said religion, 20% of said concepts for you to even stand around the woman and be with her for life without just either losing it or dropping her and go about your business. It's the same thing. Imagine this woman living with somebody in the West that is fundamentally Muslim. There's no in between. That relationship, like, that woman is going to leave, right? So what happens a lot of times with these situations is that no matter how much information you are going to give to these people, they only will accept it when they meet their final destination. Most of them don't. Most of them will literally get divorced and 1 year later be married with another woman. Literally. That's what men are doing. That's what women are doing too. They leave a relationship. 3 weeks later, the girl already has another dude. How do you get deep when you don't practice self-reflection? You don't even know yourself.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So on Ali point, I think most of these women, especially women, man, because every man for the most part at the period in their life that they were alone. They had to think about shit. I don't know if you went to jail. I don't know if you have a shitty job that you have time. Like, at some point of time in your life, there's a man that is alone with himself and he has to think about stuff because he understands, how did I got here and how do I get out? With women, I don't think most women ever get to that point until they are 50 or 60. Until they're 50 or 60, and this is how you see this woman that were about that life on their 50s and 60s actually saying some deep thing and dope things because the life slowed down and now they actually have time to think about it. But it's how can you ask for a person to be deep in thought when everything they put out is surface feelings about how I'm feeling bad because you said this to me? Like, there's no solution about it. Like,
and then society substantiates that, though. What you were speaking to, society substantiates that in women and enforces that, you know. So you on point, dog.
But if you ask the average person, who are you? Like, who are you? I think it's going to be indicative to what y'all saying. It's going to be a surface level response. No, when I say like who are you? Like, no surface level answer. Like, who are you? It's
going to be a doctor. I have these. I live these, and I have yes. And you know it's funny, Thomas.
It's their identity.
Who are you? The most
years.
The most in-depth response to who are you, and the most is I still don't know.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure it out.
To get the answer, Fatty. It takes years to get that answer. Years.
No, but we already. But
let me just say,
you already. Okay.
Did you saw the guy from Dawson's Creek that died?
I heard about it. Yes, I seen it. I seen it.
The last video that he did, he said this: I thought I was a father. I thought I was a husband. I thought I was this, and now I'm here alone in this apartment, and I kind of like he got to the end of his life. He got cancer, and he didn't know who he was, and that's fine. With like, see what I'm saying? That's fine.
A sad reality, though.
But that's sad. But August, imagine this. Imagine you building your personality and your identity around what you do for other people, and now you're dealing with your own mortality, so you don't even know who you are. You know what you do for other people, but you don't know exactly. I think most men are that dude. They only will come with the conclusion that they don't know exactly who they are when they meet their demise or they meet something that is going to question their mortality. I think that's most men, Thomas. I think that's most men. They only will get there. They will only get there when there's time to really either meet Jesus or very close to it, because most of these people are not going to go down the route.
So, Fatty, you telling me that most people are not going to do that deep dive in search and look at them for who they are, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
There's no need. There's no need. If I can get away with everything and anything since I was 14 until I'm 37, why do I have to go deeper than that? I'm Kobe Bryant. I don't have to find a way to pick and roll and I will dunk on you. I will jump over you. I will do. If I'm Michael Jordan, this is why, for example, the best players are a lot of times terrible coaches. I don't have to think about what I need to do to you. I see a basket. I'm Michael Jordan. No matter what you throw at me, I will jump over you. If you are a person that wasn't born with the physical traits, let's imagine a Steve Nash or a Chris Paul. Now I have to think about anything and everything I have to do inside of that court because I won't shoot in front of you. I'm going to get blocked. I'm going to lose the ball because I don't think deeply about what is in front of me. So, as comparison, men are more like Steve Nash. No matter how tall, how much money, life will actually slap you in the face every time you miss something. But if you are Kobe Bryant, you can start the game shooting 1-7, and you still win the game because on the third quarter you get some hot streak, and all of a sudden you finish with 40. Some people are blessed with the DNA lottery. Women, especially if they are attractive, man. Attractive women are the worst, especially if they are attractive. There's nothing you can do to make a extremely attractive woman that has the world on her. You can make her think because she doesn't have to.
It's a reason. It's a reason for that, Fatty. It's a reason for that, and the reason why men commonly go through what you was talking about, Fatty, is for three reasons. We're going to always be attracted to peace. That's one reason. We're going to always find a way to try to get back to a peaceful situation, even if it puts us in a bad situation. Another thing is loss. We're afraid. We don't want to lose what we have. So we kind of put ourselves in a situation to where, okay, let me make the best of this because I don't want to lose what I have, because we know women fall in love with what they hear, and that there's other predators, other men that's out there that you can actually go to. If you're in the situation to where you're in the woods or you're in the community where you're the only man, you're not going to be afraid to say certain things and do certain things because there's no loss involved. And the other thing is adaptation. We adapt. We adapt to our environments and we try to make the best of it because we constantly try to go back to a place of peace. And those three things we do naturally. We can do the same thing every day and don't have no problems with it because we're problem solvers. And if we could find a way to solve those problems, we kind of just stick with it. That's why we play video games. Video games give us a problem to solve, and we could constantly do it because that's something that gives us peace, solving problems.
But Manosphere, why don't we do that with women? And Ali, I know you want to go. I'm sorry, my bad, brother.
No.
Why don't we do the problem solving with women when our life is in threat? We do problem solving to solve everybody else's problems, including them. But when we are in trouble, when the woman in front of us is actually the biggest probably threat in our lives, why don't we do the problem solving thing while we go to I want to keep my baby, right? Like, why don't we do that?
It was what I said in the beginning, and women do it, but they do it in a different way. It's the loss. You don't want to lose the woman that you have. You believe you've gotten her to a point, and now you believe that, you know what, eventually I'm gonna solve this problem, and this woman is no longer gonna be this way. Because we're still problem solvers, but it's mainly loss. We don't want to lose. It's the same thing for women. When it comes towards women, she doesn't want to lose her job. So guess what she won't do? She won't disrespect her boss. She doesn't want to lose her best friends. So what she does, she finds ways to not lose them. So she won't be disrespectful to her best friend because her best friend won't be there no more because she's being disrespectful. She doesn't want to lose the way her parents view her. So if she's very close to her mom, she doesn't want that view to be lost. So it's all about loss. Because if you didn't care about losing that woman, or if she didn't care about losing that job because she had something else there, then guess what would happen? They would lose it. They wouldn't even care about it. But they care about the loss. It's all based on loss.
So there's all the question. Do they care about? That's why they act the way they act to us because they don't care about losing us?
Well, they love differently. Women don't love like us. We actually love. The
No. We
definition
know.
of love I'm
No.
saying now,
No. 1 second, because you established something that I agree. Women don't move with the outside world the way they move with us because they're afraid to lose their best friend. They're afraid to lose their job. They're afraid to lose
they're not afraid to
access.
lose us.
Right? So you are telling basically that they move with us in a more cutthroat, I don't give a
Yeah.
way because they don't care
Yeah.
about losing us.
No, because the thing is if you don't have any, once you lose your value, you know she's more prone to leave. Whatever she's seen that was valuable in you, once that's gone, she starts to tell you, "Hey, you're not the man that I met before. You don't do the same things that we used to do. Oh, you're not fun anymore. Wow, we need a bigger house because we got more kids, and you steady don't want to do anything." She doesn't. You don't meet the value mark that she once had for
With
you.
that, I don't agree. Hey, Ali, I think it's this.
No, no. It's because it's biologically impossible to get rid of her. That's why. Like men aren't going to get rid of women. It's like the air you need to breathe. It's like eating. It's like eating. It's like it's food. It's water. And they know that we have to care about them. And if we didn't care about them the way we do, we'd burn all this to hell. And it's what she does when we talk about she is testing. It's already set for us. She is test to see who will accept it and who won't, until you won't accept it, till you come back to accept it. Because she'll fight to keep all her weapons that she uses against us while taking away your weapons. And the contradiction part about this, the part I agree with Fatty, is that I think all of us know when we're younger, most of us don't know what's happening when we're younger. And as we get older, to 30 years old, like late 20s, maybe mid 20s, some of us learn faster. Everybody learns the game. The women starts going, oh, these are the consequences. The men go, this is the consequences. This is what a woman is. This is what a man is. This is what the game is. This is what we're doing. But the problem I have with some of the brothers is, if she's not listening to you because of propaganda, if she's not listening to you because she don't have, you'll say she not listening to us because it's propaganda, but then you'll turn right back around and say she not listening to you because you don't give her a consequence. We'll say she not listening to you because you leave with, she leaves with emotion, but then we'll turn right back around and say she not listening to you because you let her disrespect you and you don't stand on anything. And what I say to that is because we wouldn't have relationships if we didn't care about them, and they know that, and they weaponize it against us. It's not them being emotional, it's them being logical. We're not going to get rid of our woman no matter what. And the con about human beings that can be the pro as well too is all of us will learn how to live with something. That I used to say that all the time. We'll learn how to live with the negative and the positive, and men have learned how to live with the negative. They're not going to let go of their women, and most brothers are not going to come on here and talk about that their woman is under the propaganda too, or she may cooperate more than the other woman. But most men are going back and forth with their women in the house all day long. They just not going to come on the line and say it. But she's fighting with herself. She's fighting with the propaganda. And you doing everything you can to keep this woman in your household because you see that most of the women are like this as well too. So it's what algorithm in a way is saying, right? It's more so than the fear of loss, is that it's our biological nature not to get rid of her.
So Ali,
history
doesn't support. Let me just say this, man. History doesn't support what you said, Ali.
Which part, Fatty?
So if the six of us knew, like, remember on the back old day, like the old good old days when we had problems with our woman, we kept everything. We kept the house. Go ahead.
If we put a woman right now in between us, it's just we own these 6 men. There's one woman in between us, and she's disrespecting and unruly to all of us. Are we ever going to get rid of her?
No. For the most part, no.
That's the wall. We're going to just keep passing her around. We're just going to keep passing her around.
Sure.
We're not going to we need her to survive. And the problem is she knows that logically. That's why she's not afraid of losing us, but we're afraid of losing her because we love her more. Like algorithm said, we really want to have families. We really want to build. She goes, we know they need that. That's the queen maker say that. Oh, the man need the women. August has said the women need the men need the women for legacy. The men need women for family. She knows that, so she logically weaponized it against the men because she know we'll never let go of her, but she'll let go of us.
So let me respond to this, and then you got it, Manosphere, because I was just in the middle of saying something. I apologize. So this is why I think you're wrong, Ali. If we had everything in our favor, meaning losing a woman won't cost us nothing. No child support, no losing your kids, keeping your house, keeping your cars, everything. Men will be leaving women and kicking them to the curb immediately. I don't think a lot, like if you look at the past, if you look at 50, 60, 70, 100, 200 years ago, in any religion, any part of the world, when you had an unruly woman that was not cooperative, she will get the brunt of the blame. She will get cast away, and the man just replace her with another woman that want to be in their position and is good. The problem is that like we have a lot to lose when you lose a woman. Losing a woman right now is losing your kids, losing a chunk of money, losing access to your house,
Child
to the
support,
things.
alimony.
Exactly. If man knew for a fact that the mother of my kids is gone, there's no, I keep the kids, I keep the house, I keep everything that I build with this woman, and she gets nothing, I believe that man will start act like woman. As soon as you are not good for me, as soon as you make my life difficult than it is, I will put you to the side and I'll get another one, because you are here is a privilege, it's not a right, right? I believe that the day that men can get that, and men do when they are not the breadwinner, aka the Kevin Federlines and all that shit, these men don't want to keep this woman at all. Except Rocky doesn't have, like he has nothing to lose, zero. The day that men have nothing to lose because their woman is actually the one that is going to lose access to a lot of things that she built, I believe that that's the day when men go back to using this woman as an accessory.
Remember when we was asking questions when we were going, hey Fatty, why men starting to date and marry or be with the worst women? And we were like, man, I don't know why they do. It's because they have less to lose with those women. They see it now, so they might as well just have fun. They know they're gonna get compromised. Why put all my investment in a woman who I may believe is traditional, supposed to be a good woman? I just deal with the worst type of woman, because at least I'm engaging with a woman. Like, no matter what men say or do, I don't see no man stop. None of y'all on the panel are gonna stop dealing with women. It's our biological nature. So even if we don't be in a relationship with her, we'll have situationships. You'll have your main squeeze. You'll have your main side. If you don't end up in a relationship, all of y'all, before y'all got in a relationship, have your main side. I know y'all did. And that woman can always elevate to the relationship depending on what she's doing. But we don't never stop dealing with women no matter what happens. You'd rather deal with a bad woman than drive a nice Lamborghini. That's all I'm saying.
But dealing with woman, and I ask you, Manosphere, dealing with I don't think it's about not dealing with woman. I think he's dealing with woman properly, right? It's not about stopping playing basketball. Is you playing on YMCA, whatever the name on the American side is, like with the older people, instead of trying to go to the playground with the young people and try to flex on them. You see what I'm saying? We are always going to deal with woman. The problem is that we're dealing with woman in a position of weakness. Women know about it. They know that you can afford to lose. They know it. Oh, you want to play with me? It's going to cost you. So we're dealing with them in a position of weakness. It's not about dealing with them or stop dealing with them. It's dealing with them in a position of power. And the man that knows he has nothing to lose, aka if you're not the breadwinner and she has a bunch of stuff, right? The day that you know that you're not going to lose your keys because you are in the state where it's 50-50 custody by default, so you know you don't even have to fight. If you are a regular dude, you're going to see them half of the time. That's when men gain control again. It's not about not dealing with women. It's about dealing with women in a position of
you're
power.
right. No, but Fatty, it's the point you was making.
Let me
I'm gonna ask you, algorithm, who wins? The man with the bad woman or the man with no woman?
The man with you say who wins?
Yeah, honestly,
the man with no woman wins.
No, he don't win.
Why not?
He has no legacy. He has no children. He has no relationship.
Like you see what Fatty was saying. Like I don't care what I don't care.
Hold on, y'all don't even dissect y'all. This is when we start doing this. It becomes.
Let me finish saying what I was saying. I've been trying to say it for a while. All right, when it comes towards men, until men learns how to not allow these things to happen, and what I mean about that, you have to be a person that says, like when you get these ultimatums, nah, that's not how it's gonna go. You have to be able to be comfortable with loss. I'm sorry,
Facts.
a lot of people not comfortable with loss.
Yes, the art of detachment, bro.
Yeah, but like for me, if a woman is not doing the things that I want her to, first of all, I'm not even going to give her a heads up to it. That's just me. I'm going to see if she's that person, because if I got to give her a heads up to how to be, it's going to be a constant training that I have to sit there and get her to that point. I like my woman to be pre-assembled. You should know certain things before you even try to get into a relationship. I shouldn't have to reteach you that. Imagine going to the NBA and I have to teach you how to dribble. Nah, you need to go ahead and learn a lot of lessons before you get to the actual NBA, because I don't have time to teach you these things, because I got so much things on my plate to build. Now, Ali, when you asked me your question about, I didn't know you were meaning it in that particular way, as in no women at all and stuff and things of that nature. No, we'll definitely take the bad woman, right? We will have our kids, but you have to understand that it's going to come with a loss. Because for me, I'm the type of person, I'm okay with loss. I'll kick a woman out of my house. Like, hey, you can go.
Right? No,
Peace
I mean,
first.
so it was an in-depth. It's an in-depth conversation. I believe men that are single, that are operating and doing whatever they want to do, have way more peace than men who are in relationships and have children. I'm not taking that away from y'all. But when I'm saying winning, if these men aren't having relationships, if they're not having children, if they're not able to pass on their lineage, the man who has the bad women that may have these kids, that's the man who's winning, in regardless of biology and passing on the lineage. That's all I'm saying. But on the
second to that, though, Ali, second to that, what you just said. Now, if I have this bad woman, right, that I'm fearful to regulate, or I do regulate, what's going to happen is I'm not raising my legacy, because she may take my legacy, the courts may take my legacy, and now she's with this random person, and now that person's influences is actually going into my child. And a lot of men do actually sometimes fears that, because they're not going to have that direct connect. But you cannot have fear of loss. Men who have fear of loss is going to always lose. And that's something that the red pill teaches. When I say it teaches, that you learn from it. Once you realize how this world operates, you start to tell yourself, you have to get to that point where you say, when she say, well, I don't have to be here, I said, bye, don't come back. It's that
but Fatty's the only. But hold on. Algorithm. I hear what you're saying, right? But when y'all speaking outside of Fatty, who's actually living it, when women go, oh, I can be with a short guy, I could be an attractive guy, and I go, who your man? I see the dude. It's the dude that all the women want, or it's the dude that women are looking for. I go, I don't believe you. All of y'all married and got a woman on this panel. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and I know y'all don't agree. Hold on real quick. Hold on. I know y'all don't agree. You're not married no more, Algorithm?
No, it doesn't, Ali, but that's what I was saying.
What I'm saying is that
he's operating outside of the plantation, so we can talk like Fatty. The day that we go back on the plantation, all of a sudden it becomes a problem. And you know what? Hey, man of spirit, this is the problem with what you're saying, right? He's totally right. But being afraid of loss doesn't prevent you from losing.
Yes.
Hey, that's what I talk to Fatty every day. Do you think Charles Barkley was afraid of losing to Michael Jordan? He was not afraid of nobody. How many rings did he has? 0. Why? Because you being afraid of losing might get you out of the situation faster, because you're not afraid of losing. But that doesn't mean that you're going to lose your kids. It doesn't mean that you're not going to lose your house. Go to court and tell to their judge, I'm not afraid of nothing. Okay, half of your pension goes to this woman. Being afraid. Just 1 second, please. If we are telling women to take their feelings out of it and thinking logically, you taking fear, which is an emotion, out of here doesn't stop you from losing tremendously. So if you are actually logical, you are not going to do you need to be positive, because positive people stay married. No, they don't. People that go in marriage positive lose their family. People that are not afraid of losing their family lose their family.
That's a phenomenal
it's not about feelings. It's about actually what happened.
Hold on real quick. I tell Fatty about it. Hold on real quick. I go back and forth about this all the time about Fatty, right? He's still going to lose in a certain way, and we're going to lose in a certain way. But that's a phenomenal point. We used to tell people, I used to tell people all the time, look, just because you ain't afraid of somebody don't mean you still going to get your behind whooped by them. You ain't got to be afraid. And what Fatty mean talk about that, y'all may take the L quicker and go, hey man, I'm taking my piece. Where most men in relationships too, they gonna take an L too. They're just either you take your L now or you take your L later. And I think that's what Fatty's talking about.
Either you cry now or you cry later.
You cry later.
The thing is to add to that, you have to learn how to live with it. Like that's a part of being able to say deuces. You have to be able to deal with it, and that comes with time.
No,
You,
no,
you,
no.
you have to be able
Algorithm. I don't want to move it there yet. What I'm saying is that no matter how, like you being a man, you standing on it. Fatty being a man, he's standing on it, right? But we lose, man. We lose families. We lose relationships. We lose the dynamics of a nation, a society that should be a different type of way. When she lose, I lose. When we lose, the kids lose. Like we losing. But you have your peace of mind and you standing on business. All I'm saying is that we all ultimately losing because she wants us to lose. Like we need each other. And if one person is picking a different direction and we ultimately need that person to drive the car, we ain't got a full car. The tires is off the car. So we all still losing.
Fatty, I got a question for you. I got a quick question for Fatty. You you shuffle them out, right? If they not acting right, you throw them to the wind, you stand on it, and then you go into the next one.
I don't shuffle them out. I do it because my brain, unfortunately, doesn't compute well with companionship. I want it until I get it.
Okay.
And then I can, like, before I could turn off my brain. I was like, oh sure, oh yeah, oh
yeah. Okay.
And now I can't do it anymore. So it is not, my brain right now is not compatible to any sort of relationship that I have to deal with somebody day to day. I will get annoyed quickly. I will get irritated. I can overlook your incompetence. I will lash out, even if it's justified. I can repeat things 2 or 3 or 4 times, and you do it like I can't do it anymore.
Look at your WhatsApp.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. Yeah.
Fatty, how long would you say you've been in this mind frame?
So what happened was, I had the peak of the liter, and I was the best dressed and drive the best car and all that shit, and then I became fat. And the pandemic happened. So now I have to think. Things happened that made me think. And then when I started getting woman again and getting back on the field again, I was like, oh shit, I've been overlooking all these things. Because, like, when you say when people like you and you think you are a comedian, but they don't like him because you are funny, they like him because they like you. That was me. I thought I had it all, and I actually didn't. So when I went back, when I wasn't dressing the way I dress, when I sold my car, when I started to do this thing because it's a kind of a full-time thing, my brain slowed, and I had to actually go in deep thought to see what's going on, why these people actually were around me and all that. And the reality, once again, is it's a lot of times you getting around these people, having success and all that shit is about luck, about you winning the genetic lottery or some sort of thing that makes you different from the rest of the crowd, and most improbably, people liking you. Because if people liking you can get away with everything. If people don't, you can get away with nothing. And now that I'm looking at woman, and I'm not looking I like her, so I'm going to let her get away with stuff. Oh, I hate her, so anything she does is wrong. Now that I'm looking at you for you, I'm not compatible with most people. Either be friendship, business. I will not overlook people that can do their job or are incompetent enough for me to look at them, and they keep falling for the same type of mistake or the same things that I told them not to do.
That's why, Fatty, and my mind been shaped this way since 2009. It's been a lot of years. And in the beginning, it was rough, getting to the place that I'm at right now, mentally and things of that nature. But I'm well off in that. And what I've learned is not to tell them what I want. If they're not what I need them to be, we do this exchange things. They try to get something from me, I try to get something from them, but I know it's not going to go any further because you're not meeting those requirements. And I'm not going to tell you those requirements because then you're just going to be those requirements probably for the first 6 months. It's just like that you get boxed. They're going to give you box in the beginning constantly and make you think that this is what's going to be your new reality. You're going to get boxed all the time whenever you ask for it. Then after a certain amount of years happen, you start to see the decline. Oh, why today? I got a headache. My stomach hurt. You start to get all
the excuses
into it. But you realize in that first 6 months, you didn't get none of those excuses. You got exactly what you wanted, despite the headaches and everything else. So it comes to a point where you have to learn, stop telling people the answers to the test. If you do, they're going to always get an A. But once they start becoming themselves, you're going to realize you may have fell in love with that person, and now you fell in love with somebody who you created in the beginning of the relationship.
So bro, isn't that the true test of a relationship though? Because it appears that you just want the honeymoon phase as a long-term relationship. Like imagine people been married for 30, 40 years, bro. That honeymoon phase been over like 35 and a half years ago, but they're still married. So I think that my position is, if I need my woman to be this way, do this way, I'm going to express that and make it be known, just to see, just like she'll express hers and make it be known, to see if we actually compatible with each other. Because personally, I think it's a little unfair. Like, okay, so you're not going to tell her what she needs to do. She needs to already know it. I just want to say, like, she already needs to know.
Think about it.
I know. I understand. I just want to get this last point. I understand.
If I pre-bubble the answers on the answer sheet, you're gonna know what the answers are. I'm not gonna pre-bubble. Now, what I am gonna do is see if you have the attributes that I like. That's why I say you should come pre-assembled with the basics. Now, if you have those basic attributes, then I can work with you. But if I start to see in the beginning you don't have it, I'm not gonna move forward, because I'm not gonna.
But that's kind of a problem with that, right? Is you might actually fumble a great woman that is teachable, and because there's a lot of women that are like, I like manosphere. I think this is a great opportunity. I'm willing to be military type of. I'm a soldier. Oh, you want me to jump? I'll jump. You want me to go there? And because you are not willing to push them to those directions, now you are fumbling the woman, because she's just a soldier trying to tell the sergeant, hey, what do I do? And because you don't give her the direction, she's going to kind of do shit that you're supposed to do. She's going to sleep with a weapon out of reach. She's going to start to do some things that are conducive to not being a good soldier. But I agree with you on the part that you giving the answers to the test is going to make a lot of these chameleons to just adapt to you. So now you're playing a away game when this will be your home game. I will just say this, and then you got it, August. I don't know, because you said 2008. I'm still a massive simp. And when I say simp, I think he's on me, because every time I go outside, I want to take care of people. Like Thomas is kind of like, every time, oh, Ferry, I'll do this, let's pay this. If I go out with y'all, it's my proud, like an honor to pay for everything. Hey, let's go to the restaurant, I got y'all. Like, I treat women like I usually treat the people that I like around me. And there's a massive problem, because women, contrary to a lot of men, are going to take advantage of you just being that person, right? The thing that I noticed is manosphere, and this is why I think I'm a massive simp still, or it still is my nature, and I think it's wrong, as long as your woman simping for you too. I look myself sometimes, a lot of, like, it happens a lot, especially lately. I looking at your booty, or you walking around, and I'm questioning everything. Oh, she's nice to me. Look at her ass. She make me smile now. Why am I throwing these away? And then he actually snaps that this is my brain tricking me again into going back to the plantation. This is me looking at the things. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is, I don't think you can. I don't think you can ever. I don't think you can ever shake that away from you. You see what I'm saying? You might kind of like try to condition yourself to get out of the carnal desires, and but there's nothing better in this world than a woman making you feel good, bro. Especially if
another
she's
thing
looking
is,
around you.
I agree. And there is no one. I just want to say this before you finish. There's no 100% perfect relationship or marriage. Like it's never going to be.
It's always going to be work. But the thing about it is that if you go into a relationship with that type of idea and that type of rhetoric, it's usually leading it to failure, because it's always a risk involved. So as long as you're entering a relationship in a good faith way, despite whatever that woman gonna do, what you're doing is you're trying to protect yourself from the woman that is bad, and in turn, well, not even that, because every woman is different. So you're trying to, what you're doing is you're creating. Hold on real quick. Let me just get the point out. What you're doing is you're creating a defense for that woman, and you're kind of vetting to make sure that you don't run into that woman and you're prepared for that woman, instead of having a good faith, relationship with and vetting for the woman that would be aligned with you. And so what happens is, just like Fatty was saying, what happens is that you might push that woman away because of the idea that you have to try and protect yourself. That's the problem. And you have to understand that on a deeper level of the relationship, there's another level where past the honeymoon phase, there is going to be work involved. There's going to be compromise involved.
One second, friends. I just want to make sure before 1 second, Manosphere, 1 second. Before you and CEO go on, I just want to make this clear. Manosphere is completely justified. Okay? Like, just because he's saying I will go in a relationship a certain type of way, I might be guarded, he is completely justified, even though he might fumble a good woman.
It's understandable. Yeah.
It's how many times do I have to come to this forest and get beaten by flies for not getting fly repellent? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. I know, like, how many mosquitoes I have to bite me until I go to the store and get some like, see what I'm saying? That he's justified. You are not going to go into that forest thinking, hey man, it's raining, so probably I'm not going to get no. You have to prepare yourself for the worst. And there's a great example that happened a couple of days ago. This traditional woman that comes from the church, was married by the Pope and all that shit. Come to figure out, she was telling her husband that she was virgin, so they were going to consummate their thingy when they get married, and she was fucking her boss for 6 months every day. like there's no more of a green flag on what she was. And come to find out, if she wasn't exposed, right now she will be married, and the man will think that he's the first woman in their life, when for a fact that woman is a hoe. You see what I'm saying? So I think Manosphere.
Let me say that before we
Manosphere and CEO, okay? Then we'll open the panel again. Go ahead.
And this is why I said earlier, you can't be afraid of loss. You have to learn how to get comfortable with it. And the reason why I'm saying this is, you could be with a woman who you trying to vet, who you trying to get to the level where you want to get them at, and they're actually the wrong woman for you. They're giving you all the signs, but you believe that, you know what, I've been with this woman for a year or two, we're going to get back on track. And every woman that comes within your vicinity could be the right woman, but you turning them down because you want to be good old Mr. Faithful and try to rectify a situation that you know subconsciously you're not going to be able to fix. And guess what you just did? You just missed out on your opportunity on that woman that you walked away from because of the woman that you're trying to fix. You're not going to be able to escape loss, because you can lose it many different ways. What you can do is try to not give them too many answers. Like, for instance,
mitigate loss.
Subject. Yeah. And this is what you have to do sometimes. You have to be okay with it. Like, for instance, I'm gonna give you a scenario. If I'm walking and I see a woman, and I'm like, God damn, she fine. And she's hanging out by her car. I say, damn, she fine. And I go up and I look at her, and I start to see her car, and I see her, and I see that she got 4 bald tires. Yeah, I'm gonna walk away from that situation. I don't care that she's fine anymore. Because and the reason why I will walk away from a situation like that is, typically if you got men in your life, you know, they care about those things. Like a father, they're not going to just let you be riding around in bald tires. That means on the initial part of the relationship, I become everything to you. There's no room to actually grow. See, and I look at little small details like that. You may not think it's big, but think about it. It's no difference if you look in her back seat and she got three car seats back there. So that becomes your responsibility once you walk.
That makes sense. That's loss. That's mitigating the loss. But what we're saying is that it's not a universal thing when it comes to, you know, all women to enter a relationship with the guard up, because at the same time you may be deflecting the women that aren't good for you, but at the same time you're not allowing the women that are good for you, because you're not going. It's a dance. But what you're saying about those ball tires and those 3 car seats in the back, that makes perfect sense, you know. But there are other aspects. Yeah,
like that's what I was going to touch on. I was going to say, like, it's not necessarily a defense. That's a part of his vetting process, right?
Right.
Like, why engage in too much of the small talk when you can give them the answer of how you can give them the blueprint to how to manipulate you, right? So it's not always a defense. It's just that you've been in so many situations where you had that talk and these women did conform to that, but just for a while. It was a house of cards. You feel me? So it's like, how many times am I going to engage in this type of behavior by engaging in the small talk and give these women a blueprint and start to believe in that and not get anything that's substantial in return? That's why you have to be like even from my personal situation, like I don't care what the situation is, married, kids, if it's not working for me, I'm out. Like,
yes,
I don't like, if I gotta pay a little child support here, child support there, see my kids on the weekend, that's fun. I don't care because I value my peace more. So when Ali was saying the single man versus the man who chose the bad woman, the single man wins because the single man is not going to be single for long.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
feel me?
not forever,
That's why I have the wife with the kid now. You feel me? So
There's actually the only
you
way
got
to
the mess
win.
out the way. Yeah.
Yeah, but to be honest, the best way not to lose is not to play. And that's what most men are kind of understanding is,
But
why
you gotta
am
play
I
if you want legacy. You gotta play if you want legacy.
August, Andrew Tate has more legacy than all of us combined, and it doesn't have to keep. The thing
he's
is,
a minority though.
No, I know, but that's the thing. The CEO is the minority of men. Men that are either you are with me or you are against me, like kind of way, hey, go about your business, is the minority of men, because most men live in a position of like we don't live on a position of abundance. Like we are looking at the next woman in line. Most men don't have that type of rationale, and that's why usually they lose, because they're in a position of scarcity. But that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
If I'm looking at everybody, like imagine that I go and I say, oh, my wife is the Harlem Globetrotters, and I look at the record and he's 700-0 against the Washington Generals. I don't want to be the Washington Generals. I know what's going to happen. You're going to go behind my back, and you're going to go between my legs, and you're going to make me look crazy. You're going to throw water in my face. I know what the game is, right? So the best seats, in my opinion, the best place to be in the house, in my opinion, is on the first row, watching.
But
you watching. You are close, but not close enough to get hit by a ball. You are not winning and you're not losing, but you are experiencing the game without actually being inside of the game. To me,
here's the thing
just 1 second, and you got it. To me, if we are not going to do the morality thing, which is actually I think where you were going to go, the people that are winning are the people that have enough resources to pay the child support, to see their kids off of the month, and to be outside, sleep when they want to sleep, work when they want to work, have a complete lifestyle without actually jeopardizing their independence by being around women. I think those are the winners. The people that actually get it full time, there's a cost to be the boss. They are paying it. Thomas probably paying it. CEO probably paying you too. August, for you have to have a level. I can literally do what I did today. Go to sleep because I'm extremely tired. Sleep the whole day. Wake up like there's no kids. There's no. See what I'm saying? That might be a version of losing for somebody that wants to wake up to their dog barking and to their kids doing some shenanigans because that's what they perceive as love. But to be honest, yeah, I'll go through darkest times that I'll never go by myself. You see what I'm saying? So
everything has an opportunity cost on either end, because the satisfaction of your kids saying, "Hey, Dad," coming home and being all excited to see you. That's a feeling that that can't be replicated in any other instance in life. But what I was going to say to that is that a lot of what we're talking about is we're talking about a woman's representative. And so their representative initially in a relationship is going to be that honeymoon phase, all, honey and milk, but eventually that representative wears off. They're not able to maintain that fake personality they're putting on. So what we have to do is, but yeah, I agree. But what we have to do is, as men, we have to refine our vetting. And so when she and it's usually in that first argument. I'm not saying initiate an argument, but it's usually in that first argument. And so how she approaches it is she's willing to listen. Does she just go off? Is she, you know, combative? Does she, you know, destroy the house? Whatever the case may be in that scenario, you have to vet appropriately before you lock all the way in with her and grant her the keys to the castle and marriage and all those type of things.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
They can't maintain it, bro. There's no way they can maintain that.
You know why it doesn't work? And then you got it, Thomas. You know why it doesn't work?
Yeah. What?
Every job I had, I hated that shit, and I played along for years. Like me, I don't have to like the job. Hey, Thomas, have you ever had a job where you had to ask for a break to go to the restroom, not to shit, but to sit on that motherfucking toilet and looking at the motherfucking ceiling and say, "Oh my god, please."
Listen, but that's different, man. I get why you use that analogy.
No, August. This is what women do a lot of times in relationships. They don't fuck with you like that, but they see through it because they need it. They have to. There's not a better availability on the market. Matter of fact, most of these women that are doing this on their 30s, they are not with you because they want you. If they could have kids in their 50s and live until 100, that's what they will do. They will play along for 50 years. Right? So August, I'm just saying this, and then you can respond and Thomas interrupted. The vetting thing doesn't work because when a woman loves you or wants you, she will do anything and everything. Be quiet, cook, suck, everything. And once those butterflies and once that need is over, now you're going to reel with a real person. Let me give you a perfect example. Probably a lot of y'all had nice cars. When you didn't add that shit and you were on the bus stop, I will do anything to get a BMW. And then you get one, you're like, man, fuck this piece of shit. Like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm not even driving you like that, right? That's me. This is human nature, especially woman nature. They will, while they want to get you, they will do anything and anything to get you. And as soon as they do, now that's when the game starts. And this is what I'm saying. You don't have to lose if you don't play the game. Once you start to play the game, be very cautious, because the same way a person that wants to borrow money from you will tell you everything you need to see so they can you can put money on their pocket. A woman that wants you are going to say anything and everything so they get their position. And then when she's locked up, now is when you get to trouble. August and then Thomas.
That's a great, those analogies are phenomenal, but it's a little bit different within the realms of a relationship, because women are not going to just, you know, in the heat of an argument, in an emotional driven argument, just divorce their nature and divorce who they are personally. They take who they are with them everywhere they go. So there are going to be circumstances just within the realms of the relationship prior to having a baby with her, unless you're doing a one night stand type shit, or prior to you even giving her the keys to marriage and the keys to your castle and investing in her life, that is going to give you the red flags to say, hey, just how you dealing with this conflict, because conflict is always going to arise. That's across the board. There's no perfect woman who's going to not be confrontational. That's just the work of marriage. Once that conflict, hold on, algorithm, hold on. Let me finish my point. So once conflict arises, the key indicator of whether or not this woman is worth dealing with is how she deals with that conflict. And that is what I'm talking about as far as the vetting process, because conflict happens, she's going to act a certain way, and how she deals with it is going to be indicative of who she actually is and not who she pretends to be. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
Well,
you're going to be able to see all those things within her, though. That thing is, she's going to have a friend group who she's around. You're going to be able to hear conversations through the background. You have to pay attention to those things. Those things that are happening that doesn't involve you does involve you. The way she treat the people around her.
I agree with that.
The way she treat her enemies. It's just something that I always tell people. I don't care how you treat me. I care about how you treat the people you don't like. It's one of my things that I tell people. I don't care how you treat me. You may be treating me well because you're getting something from me. You may want to be a part of the circle that I'm involved in. But I want to see how you treat the people you don't like. Because if you treat them like shit, that's a huge representation on how you're going to treat me once you get to that point, if you get to that point. And that's
yeah, hold on. Let me say this part. Hold on. So there's nothing that's 100% absolute, and we know that. And I look at a relationship not in the good times, but in the moments of discourse. Now, with my wife, I'm gonna be honest with you. There were some moments where I was, you know, I was militant times 3. Went through a very dark phase. And no matter how much we want to act like we can control it, fellas, the reality is if a woman wants to stay, she's going to stay. If a woman wants to leave, she is going to leave, regardless of what you have. What she stays, it's not so much of the reasons why you think, more so than the reasons why she's telling herself why she wants and needs to stay. Big indicator. You know, when a relationship goes good, every day she makes you scrambled eggs, good breakfast, whatever breakfast you want every day, right? And one night you have an argument and it's not resolved. So you wake up in the morning after that argument and you wake up, you smell that food's been cooked. You don't see anything on the stove. You open the microwave and there's no plate. That's a tell. Versus you having that argument and she may not have brought it to you because she's mad. She may not have brought it to you. But you open the microwave
plate.
And there's
you got your plate. No matter what.
That's a tell of a woman that you should want to work through and navigate the problem.
That's what I'm talking about.
Throw into big problems.
That's,
the problem with
that's a refined vetting process, which you're describing. That is a great.
That's not.
Hold on, Fatty. But let me say the reason why I'm saying that. The reason why I'm saying that is because in relationships, Fatty, we tend to not address problems when there's not a problem. Addressing a problem when it's not a problem.
No, I agree, but that's not realistic. You know, if you could hear your woman, like if you could hear your woman deepest thoughts, you would not be with her. See what I'm saying? They will go through it like the best woman is the woman,
right there.
The best woman is the woman that causes you minimal damage. They will still cause you damage. The thing is, your damage compared with your only damage is minimal because she just scratched your car. The motherfucker literally got totaled. You see what I'm saying? What we're talking about is not. What we're talking about. No, let me just.
Those are the little things right there that means a lot. No, but Fatty, those means a lot. As much transactional relationships are today.
Thomas, let me ask you something. Thomas, let me ask something to the fellas. Hey, how many times did you feel like putting the ends on your woman? I did multiple times. I thought about I thought about who the fuck are you? Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Like what? Like you see what I'm saying? We are going to get these deep thoughts. It's going to be days where we're going to like, hey, if you don't shut the fuck up, who the fuck you think you're talking to? But this is what I'm talking. But that's the thing. Woman, we have the mechanical movement. My hand has to go this and has to go this. Woman words don't have that shit. They cut you. They cut you. And there's a saying is like there's two things.
But that goes back to what I'm saying.
Thomas, let me can I
women that
friends. We have I know we're excited. This is being a good conversation. We actually have time. I think Ali has do you have time, right, Ali?
You got time, Ali?
Don't worry about it. We have time to go in the back and forth. The thing about
5 minutes left.
The thing about woman, like there's I don't know if there's a saying in your country the same. It's like two things that can be undone: an arrow that was shot and a word that was spoken. Right?
Yes.
Once she cut you verbally, that shit can never be undone. So even if you vet this woman extremely well, even if they go on their P's and Q's, these women go through so many phases that they're going to say something that's going to make you bleed. So now it becomes a ball goes on you again, Thomas. Who are you as a man to forgive but not forget and still keep going on the relationship without thinking about that shit? Or are you the person that no matter what happens, you will always have that shit on the back of your head? So it's better for you to get another one because this situation is completely compromised. You see what I'm saying? So I haven't met. This is why I'm saying that I don't think it's realistic. I never met a woman that when she was in deep distress, she didn't have a sharp tongue. See what I'm saying?
Well, that's
So
not.
he's
Look,
only.
that's not what we're speaking to, though, Fatty. Thomas, can I?
Let me
Thomas, can I say?
respond to that, though, August. Let me respond to that.
I really want to get because your point was killer, bro. I loved it.
He asked me a question, though. He's trying
Go ahead.
So
I hold on to it.
There's okay, so there's levels. I get what you're saying, Fatty. What you're saying is 100% true. There's levels to that sharp tongue. There's some things that cut deep that you just can't come back from. Relationship is over. I'm not respecting you. I'm about to fuck off. I mean, I'm about to mess off. I'll send the file to your Cash App, Ali. I'm about to mess off on you. I'm about to do all that, right? There's some things where a couple of days it'll boil over. But this is one of the things about, and both sides, whatever, forgiveness. Forgiveness is not acting like it never happened. Forgiveness is more so, you know what? I value this relationship so much. I think there's some savage or whatever reason you want to tell yourself that I'm not going to hold that against you. I will never forget.
And that's where we differ.
But I'm not going to hold that against you.
But you should.
But you should.
No, but you should. But you should.
It's levels to it, though. It's levels to it. If something is so blatantly disrespectful, hold on. I'm explaining why, algorithm. If something is so blatantly disrespectful where there is no coming back from, then you have to have the discernment to determine. Yes, she was just being a little bit, loose with her mouth, loose with her. Hold on, algorithm, loose with the things she's saying. So this is something that we can recover from. But there are certain things that women will say that there is no returning from, and you got to cut that shit off. Let me say one more thing, Thomas. The thing what you said about that plate shit, that right there is very important because that is a tell. The tell is that she's doing it based off of how she feels at that moment. If you're dealing with a woman that is when she feeling good, she make your plate, but when she not feeling good, she's not making no plate, not doing nothing. That's a woman that is only in it for herself. She's in it for as much as she can get out of you, and it's an exchange like that. You need to get rid of her ass immediately. But if she's still showing her duty, and she may not do it to the satisfaction of what she's normally doing because emotion plays, but she still got that goddamn plate in that motherfucking.
That's an act of love.
That's an act of
love.
That's
love.
act.
No, that's right. That's act of love. That's love out of action.
I'm gonna tell you why it's not a love out of act. Because if you apply that same logic with the plate of food when she's mad, she still makes for you. If you apply that same logic to when she's mad at you, she don't want to give you sex. Does that mean that that's an act of love?
It's
when you apply the same logic, because
sex is opening her body.
No. My whole thing is right. I'm just saying
you gotta no for no reason, bro. You gotta say we don't control that. Women control.
I get that part, but you're saying that as long as I get my food, is love. But when she makes up a reason why she doesn't want to get intimate, that's not the same thing. She's choosing
it's not about the food, bro. You getting confused about the food. It's about you're missing the point. It's not about the food. It's about the fact that she's.
I could easily tell him, August, it's the same way based on his logic. I can easily say, yeah, she may not be feeling me today, but she still gave me something just to please me. But she ain't really feeling me. Like she ain't really she a little beefing with me, but she still gave me something.
No. But I think real quick, algorithm. I got one point. Algorithm and Fatty point is, if I ever shoot Fatty and shoot a gun at him, but then I stop conditionally, is there a chance I could ever shoot him again? That's the point.
But
that's
we get you point the gun and it's over.
No, but there's no way to say. Y'all saying is, what if she miss? What if she shoots to the air instead of at you? Like there's
the gun is over.
One second, please. There's
the gun is over.
French, 1 second, Frank. Please, let's have a conversation.
Let me say one more thing. No. Let's start with the knife. She just pulled a knife this time. And the neck. No. I'm not even talking about a real knife. I'm saying the level of disrespect. I think the disingenuous conversation we're having here, because no one ever shared.
It's not disingenuous, Ali. Please don't mischaracterize.
I didn't even get to finish what I said. It is disingenuous because when we start characterizing the level of disrespect, not the part about what y'all saying. I'm not trying to take away from what y'all saying. Is what you're minimizing is when they're saying you should hold on to it. If she started at level 1 and got the 2 and stopped, she's capable of getting to level 5. if she did two before and stopped, she's capable of coming back to 2 again. And what algorithm and Fatty's trying to address is the fact, just like you did, Thomas, you've been talking about the whole time. It's kind of like you kind of little bit backtracking, but I don't think you are. No, just so I get an understanding. I think what you're demonstrating is if she's showing love, if she's still trying to progress, she'll do something and still cook or still do what she was supposed to do, right? But what Fatty and algorithm, what we have to acknowledge is that love, or is that just being conditional at that moment till she finds something else better, or she has a different decision? Because if she did it before, she's capable of doing it again.
And let me complete that. I say this all the time, and y'all don't believe in me. If y'all woman, including mine, at $2 million on their bank account tomorrow, they probably will leave every single one of us. For sure.
Nah, let me say this.
One second, Manosphere, you too. Wait, Manosphere. Just one second.
No. Hold, Fatty, before you say something. This is what I mean, and the women will do it too. You see this comment? You see that comment? Hold on. Do y'all see that comment? Hold on.
1 second. Let me address it. And Red,
unique woman.
And Red, I will tell you this. This is not true, Red.
Well, no, Fatty. No. Watch. You're gonna say it. Watch this. Then she says that. That's why it's hard to trust, because she says she would never disrespect or say anything like that to a man. But then she says, I got a question. Why or what made her be disrespectful to you when she admitted that she should never disrespect you if she likes you?
And why tolerate it? I think she was talking about her though. Her
but that's the point. And Red, we already saw you being messy to Thomas on one of your shows when you were drunk. We saw you on last show exerting a very lack of patience and mumbling in your breath, and huffing and puffing. You get frustrated too, just like every other woman. Yep. Like once y'all get tips, don't they say that alcohol is the liquid courage? You do what you actually want to do and all that. You are no different than most women. We fuck with. One second, please, Manosphere. 1 second.
No, that was me. My bad.
Thank you. Sorry, Manosphere. Like, we fuck with you because we actually care about you, not because we want to try to have sex with you, not because we're trying to. It's because we actually fuck with you. And the thing is, there's no woman, right? There's no woman that doesn't have these phases. Because if I go ask your ex-boyfriends exactly what they've been through when they were with you, I guarantee you every single one of them has a story to tell. So I don't do this to the people that I love is not fucking believable, respectfully, because we do it too. We get mad to our woman too. Like, imagine you dating woman for 10 years in a row, 20 years in a row, and none of them have nothing bad to say about you. That day that you lost control, that day that you were in a bad mood. It happens on reverse. But for the most part, and this is the statement that I wanted to complete with Ali, give your woman $2 million, and let's see the next time y'all fight bad, what happens? They stay because they stay a lot of times because they have no choice. Because if you give this woman extreme independence from you, and usually that comes with finances, that comes with keeping their keys, that comes with not having backlash socially because you are the villain and they are the good guy, this woman will leave you on a heartbeat because you are teaching men to control and to stay in situations that most of these women will never do if they actually need you. So Fatty, I get what one second, Thomas. I get what you're saying, Thomas. But in my personal opinion, the woman recovery time depends on how much they need you and how much they like you. Has nothing to do with if it's right or wrong or bad. Yes. A woman will literally get abused and return faster to you than a woman that is being well kept in a marriage and she doesn't want nothing to do with you for months. See what I'm saying?
Yes. So a woman has.
Now, this is why. Hold on, wait. Let me get a little bit, man. Let me get a little bit. Can you get a little bit?
I know I was broke as shit.
Thomas, get your little chance.
Let me get a little bit. Just a little bit.
I was gonna say, y'all know I was broke as shit when I met my wife, right? You know she was way
Thomas, get a chance real quick.
I was broke as shit when I met my wife. She was up.
Thomas, your microphone up. Your microphone up. Let Tito get a chance.
I'm good. You can hear me? All right. This is why when I say, yeah, we heard what you said, bro. You was broke as fuck when you met your wife. I got you. This is why when I said, when we have an issue in the house. No. This is why I said, I'm talking to August. This is why I said, when we have an issue in the house, I de-escalate it until she's calm, because I don't want to even give her the opportunity to get to level 1. You feel me? We're gonna keep it and discuss it at 0, because once you attack it when emotions are high, it's that you create the opportunity for the disrespect to happen. You feel what I'm saying? So like this conversation ties into that conversation. Never engage when the emotions are high. We can still get it done, but never engage when the emotions are high, because then you create that opportunity for her to disrespect you.
Yes.
And once you do that, you're gonna hold on to that. So you know what I'm saying? So you want to de-escalate and then engage regularly.
Explain that. One second, guys, before y'all go, explain that. What is creating the opportunity for her to disrespect you, other than you just being around her because you made it as your woman? Well, like, what does that mean? Creating the opportunity for her to disrespect you.
Like, if what do women get mad at? I left the toilet seat up, and she kept telling me. Hold on, but wait. I'm just using that as a hypothetical.
No. Hey, CO. Let's do this. Think about it. Think about it. Let them answer some shit. Think about it like a situation where you actually created an opportunity for her.
I could talk about an argument that I had today.
Go ahead.
Right? Boom.
And by the way, CO, just one thing. Hey, Red. I'm replying to the comment that you did. Red, this is all love. You know that, right? But we're having a serious conversation. I'm replying to these, right? This was the comment that you did. Here we go.
I bet it's the one I saw.
No matter how upset or mad that I'm at him, I don't yell or disrespect him because I like him and I respect him. Yelling has nothing to do with disrespect. The most nastiest people are the passive aggressive. I will punish you with silence. I will punish you with sex. I will punish you with everything that I can. And when you come to me and you ask for something, wait, me? I'm not disrespecting you. I didn't do nothing. Most women are either aggressive or passive aggressive. So what I'm saying is that just because you don't do these like you can actually see these outbursts of you ain't shit, nigga. Just because you don't do it, that doesn't mean that you actually not participating into the level of respect. Because I've been working outside I work outside for 10 years. The people that I couldn't stand in my job was the passive aggressive people. I always had respect for the rah people that says you are not doing this right. I hate the people that smile on your face and then they go to HR, they go to your boss, they try to backstab you, they try to get a position out of you. This is when women excel. Women excel on the passive aggressive position a lot of times where they don't want to be the aggressor, so they do passive things that make the man boil, and then when the men explode, he is not the hero, he's the villain, because how dare you do that? That's all I'm saying. Right?
And it shows that your woman is still under propaganda though too, because imagine me saying my father escalating with me, and remember my father's the leader, he's the man of the house, escalating with me and raising our emotions, and he put me in a position to disrespect him, where I know when my father turns up, it's the time I need to turn down the most and watch what I say and control myself. We're still under the propaganda, and not saying y'all not right either, CEO or August or Thomas. In today's environment, it's what you have to do, because our women are still under that propaganda. It's like she already had a dose of crack. She's still a crackhead, and she's trying to get you to help her to not be a crackhead, because she's still a crackhead. She can still use those weapons, but you're trying to keep her from using the crack. So,
Ali, what happened to your dad if your dad was correcting you and you were either mumbling under your breath, or
my father would have put a hole. My dad would have put a hole in my chest, knocked me out the window. Like he would have destroyed it, and I knew it was coming. So why, if the woman's power is emotions, her femininity and kindness, is actually her job to de-escalate the situation more than you, because you usually are turning up based on something she does, because we don't want our woman upset. We don't want our woman angry. And why Fatty asked you that, CO, which is a great question. And I talked to my lady about it. I talked to people in general. What could you possibly do to make your woman want to disrespect you? She has to obviously have made something that made her, she got emotional about it, and you did something to inconvenience her. You didn't do nothing blatantly to hurt her or disrespect her. You did something that inconveniences her that would demonstrate love if she looked past it. She go, hey, CO, you just used all the damn toilet paper. And and what you want to say is, Man, I pay all the bills in this house. I take care of you. I do everything. What the you talking about? What you go is, hey, babe, you know what? Maybe I did use the last piece of toilet paper, didn't I? Paper towel. Let me go put that other paper towel and put it in there, babe. Okay, babe, I love you. Like you're always trying to keep your woman from escalating.
Yeah, but
you know but Manosphere, and you know the difference? If you take her to Paris, she's going to eat that chip for 2 months without saying nothing. Right? If you take her to Fogo do Chão, she will not care about the boxers on the floor. She will not care about the paper. She will not care about the toilet seat. No, nothing. So this is where the initial point of Ali is. Is this logical? And in my opinion, like, I still am divided, because when a woman has nothing to lose, or no, when a woman actually feels like she's going to lose bad about you, every inconvenience is going to look over it. No, it's not that important. No, I don't know. Well, look, fine. The day that she feels like she's better than you can even breathe right or what.
Let me respond to the genius.
That's why you gotta stay in position. In fact,
let me go ahead and say what I got to say. All right, and this is why I don't agree with, it's okay to have these little arguments and it'll be okay and we could talk through it. I don't agree with it, because when you have to learn how to read a room. As a woman, you have to learn how to read a room. You have to know how to act in certain situations, because when she's at work, she knows how to act, because she'll come home and tell you, I wanted to cuss my boss out.
Wrong. Let me stop you.
Yeah.
No, let me Manosphere. Women in the workforce are the most passive aggressive pieces of shit that you ever do. We can't pretend that these women are not. Hey, Manosphere, think about it, right? She might not respect her boss. Manosphere, 1 second. Listen to what I'm saying. We are pretending. No, I got you. I'll pass you the microphone. We are pretending these women come into work and they're like, they gossip, they disrespectful, they talking shit, they literally trying to get fired on the spot for the minimal thing. So they kind of behave the same way that they behave in the home. They will just be a little bit more blatant when nobody's watching and there's only one people as a witness than it is when there's the whole office and the whole people around. So I don't, Manosphere, I don't think what you're saying is completely right. You got it, the microphone back.
I mean, it's not like a monolith on what I'm saying. Pretty much, you're right. They do these things passive aggressively, but the blatant disrespect is what I'm actually speaking on. They will bite their tongue when it comes towards their job. They will bite their tongue when it comes towards their best friend that they don't want to lose. They will bite their tongue when it comes towards their parents. But when it comes towards you, they ain't biting their tongue. And that's why I have a low tolerance when it comes towards it. And like what Ali said earlier, if you allow them to get the disrespectful level 1, and then you let them get the disrespectful level 2, eventually they're going to test those levels out to see how disrespectful they can get, because you already allowed them access to be disrespectful. They have to totally understand that that is not cool and this should not happen again, and there should be repercussions after that.
And
yes, I agree with that algorithm. I just want to say this, man, and I agree with what it is that you're saying. There's just, as a man, you have to have discernment, okay? Because if you can't expect or have the expectation for a woman to operate and bat 1,000. So there's certain cardinal sins that is not going to be tolerated at all. And if you start to implement those, you automatically out. You point a gun at me or you pull a knife, that's gone. You call the police, that's gone. Yeah. We're not tolerating that no day, no how. But hold on. There are certain arguments and different things that you can navigate that may come off as disrespectful. But as long as she's willing to make the adjustment and be willing to learn past that, then that's different. And the Genius, I wanted to say something to you about what it is that you were saying. The problem with that is that with the de-escalation thing, the problem with that is that a lot of times, if you don't have the conversation right at that point, a lot of times you got to play the remember game.
And in the remember game, it was like you said this, and it was like you had the argument about what was said and what wasn't said, a meta argument about the conversation, and you never really get to the issue. So that's why I'm pro having the dialogue right then and there, and then conditioning your woman to understand that you are not permitted to just yell at me and I'm gonna wait until you calm down. That's never gonna happen. I'm gonna always have I'm always gonna dictate it and let you know, hey, you can feel how you want to feel, but you have to do it in a more respectful manner so that we can get through the conversation. And that's why I'm at with it, because a lot of times just in a relationship, and I know you know what I'm talking about, but a lot of times when you're in a relationship, it's a lot harder to have the conversation way later or after the fact than it would be to just have the conversation in. But go ahead, brother.
Sure.
We always have the conversation like no more than like an hour later.
Yeah.
It's no time for the remembering game. My thing is women are emotional and they're hormonal, bro. You know, my wife just had a baby, so she's still in that phase where post-traumatic stress can still affect her, right?
Yeah.
So
postpartum.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. My bad.
Hey, CEO.
Echo, stop.
This is why y'all keep CEO. Can you tell me the woman and her friends that the woman disrespected while she was in post? I've never, like, when women talk about postpartum and their emotions and what they're dealing with, I still don't ever see the effects of the other woman being disrespected, or other people outside the whole household being disrespected because of postpartum. Like we find ways to justify it. Like, no, you saying she had postpartum stress, right?
No. I'm saying I understand that she's still in that process.
No,
right?
what I'm asking, this is what I'm asking you. There's things that we deal with our women when they say they're in postpartum, correct?
Right.
With her emotions and her being no. But you don't see her do that to nobody else but you.
It's a different relationship, Ali.
I see,
but yeah, it's a different type.
Her survival is dependent on y'all relationship.
Hold on, wait.
No, you're not doing nothing to. You're not doing nothing to her. So why do we justify? Like, go ahead.
She do it with her dad. She do it with her sister. I couldn't name a friend. You feel me? So my thing is, the reason I de-escalate is to, like, it won't get to the disrespect. We're gonna calm down first, and then we're gonna talk so we can get an understanding. Because right now, if I'm yelling at you, you know what she's gonna feel? Attacked. Even if she's wrong, she's gonna feel attacked. So I have to be the man.
Is she responsive to that de-escalation, or is she still just like yelling? Okay, that's different then.
Absolutely,
you got it.
But
I agree.
But there's the point, right? Why is she doing that on the first place?
Emotions, bruh.
No. I know the reason. I know the reason, right? But that's the thing, and this is what we're talking about. How good are these women when, like, I felt a lot of ways about my parents. Shut the fuck up. Right? And I was a kid and a teenager and a young adult and an adult. Right? I felt a lot of ways about y'all. Sometimes I say it, sometimes I shut the fuck up. Right? For me to evidence you to actually slice you, not just love tapping, right? Like slice you. Like isn't that what I'm saying? I see these people have control over big content creators. They will be rah. A big dog comes in the room and they're like, Chihuahua. Not I was with a katana. Now I'm with like a fork, right? So there's a level of control that they actually exude. My thing about these women and women in general is I didn't hear about postpartum depression before social media. And when I say didn't hear him, it doesn't mean that it didn't exist. But most of these women, even if they were emotionally stressed, they could control themselves, right? Like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, if you come from African backgrounds, Alfie's from Turkey, if you actually look at the depiction of these women, they will be very docile, even though they're feeling some type of way. The woman that we have today, they do it because they can't. Is an excuse already. Oh, I'm pregnant. I'm treating you bad because of that. Oh, postpartum. I treat you bad because of that. I'm on my period. Man, if my mom was treating my dad every time she had the period like that, you out. You gone. The period is not an excuse. The postpartum is not an excuse. Imagine me saying, I put my hands on my woman because I'm going through midlife crisis. Is inconceivable. Everybody will jump me immediately, right? Matter of fact, people don't know this, men suffer from postpartum too. A lot. Like literally, men, even though the baby is not on our belly, men suffer from postpartum a lot. So imagine if I'm a
Nobody's
man,
talking about it.
right? Imagine if I'm a man suffering from postpartum because I'm going through it and I'm lambasting everybody around me, my parents, my dad, my mom, my sister, my wife. Wouldn't people tell that I need to suffer the consequences? Or
Yeah.
they'll say, oh, you have to understand, fatty. No,
Yeah.
me losing control over my emotions is a dangerous thing because I might hurt somebody.
Yeah.
You losing your emotions over the shit that you say is dangerous because you can lose me forever. That's what it is. I'm not going to forget what you said with the baby on your arms when you said something because you were feeling bad. If you are the type of person that is feeling bad about yourself and you can restrain it to yourself so you have to lash out in other people, you are worse than the worst. And I think this is what a lot of these women are doing is I will
Let me ask
not
you a
be
question,
miserable.
Fatty.
I'll get you. I'm just saying this.
All right.
My biggest problem with women going through things is not that they're going through things, is that they can't be lonely and miserable by themselves. If they are going through a tough time and the dog is happy and the baby is happy and the man is happy, they are going to find a way of ruining everybody's life in their motherfucking house. So
That's
it's
true.
not that I don't have
That's true.
empathy for you going through a tough time. I want to love you. I want to support you. I want to do everything for you to go back to where you are. My problem is when I'm mad, when I'm fucked up, I don't go make you bleed just because I'm bleeding. I shut the fuck up. I sit on that corner and I come on YouTube. I vent and then I go back to my business. With woman is if I'm miserable, everybody's going to know and everybody's going to feeling, so nobody can be happy. Y'all are going to be miserable with me. And that shit sucks. Just to finish, August. I had a woman, I don't know if Ali watch it. I went back to the the red channel, right? So I was doing the monkey app, which is like you click and talk with a person, click and talk with another person. We met this white 39-year-old woman that was by herself. And we're so what happened to the baby? Oh, I was going through postpartum, so I did respect him and I sent him to his mama house. Wait, what? Yeah, it wasn't supportive, so I sent to his mama house. The dude got a new girlfriend because he literally lost his family, his baby, his house, everything, and she could never forgive him for that. So this is where the lines are drawn. So that man has to be understandable when he has a newborn baby and he's kicked off his house, loses his wife, loses his house, loses his kid, go lives to his parents. He have to be understandable that you are going through something and he should wait 1 year for you so we can go back. But you don't understand that the man that lost his family, his newborn baby, and his woman is going to search love in whatever as love for him. You don't understand that shit. So that's the problem, in my opinion, is not what you go through to postpartum, is that you want to put everybody miserable. And when people are not miserable with you, you hate them. And there's mental illness. If you are miserable, you get mad at me because I'm not miserable too. You try to make me miserable. I'm like, no, I'm not going to be miserable. Oh, how dare you? That makes
I think we conform to their wants because the laws are too severe on us with it. Right.
Well, it's not even just that though. It's the pressure. It's the thing about it is that it's the pressure of leadership. And so you as a man, you have to determine
Great point.
whether you as the man, because you are in control of the relationship. You as the man, you have to determine what is tolerable and what is not tolerable. There are certain dictations of a line where this is totally intolerable. And if you dare step one pinky toe over this line, you are out of here. And there's nothing you can say or do to change that. Now, hold on. Let me just
You realize you interrupted him.
No, I was at the fatty.
It was August because August said, I have a question.
Yeah, I was at the fatty. So the point that I'm trying to make is that you have the burden of leadership. Now with leadership, you have authority in the relationship. The way it's supposed to be designed is that you have authority in the relationship, but at the same time, you have to understand where she's at and what she's doing. You have to understand that women they have logic, but sometimes their emotions dictates their response to things, and you have to kind of navigate that for her and kind of teach her like, hey, I understand that you're upset right now, but the one thing you can't do is tell me to shut up.
Okay, you're not allowed to tell me to shut up. So I'm not going to end the relationship because you said shut up to me. And you're not typically the type of woman that tell me shut up, but I have to control this and let you know, hey, I know you upset right now, but you can't be telling me to shut up. That's disrespectful. And I won't
what if she
tolerate
says
that.
it again? What if she says it again? What if,
Well,
matter of fact, no.
That's where discernment. That's where discernment
it's a better
coming in.
no. It's a better question. No, August. It's a better question, right? No, it's a better question. When I was saying, because this is what Jazz does, right? Jazz likes to put crazy jackets on people. We were talking about how many times you went through your head when your woman is pressing your buttons to actually handle her like a man, but we don't do it, right? We just think about it and we do the and we stop, right?
Facts.
No. Most of the times that I thought about it, August, was, are we going to be quiet or not? Are you going to be quiet or not? Like, August, this is a fighting word in any country, any religion. Are you going to stop? Stop, please. And they don't, and they don't stop. What now, August? That situation is a clear order. If my dad and my mom said you better stop, I'm waiting a broom, I'm waiting a belt. I know what it is next. Right. So once a woman is in this heated state and you know what they are, and you ask her, hey baby, I love you, so please just be quiet, and you go to the kitchen and she follows you, and you go to the room and she follows you, and you go to the restroom and she follows you. What happens when she doesn't take the stop? Do you leave her because now you know she has in you to disrespect you and to disobey you, or are you going to work through it and all the things? Like, what happens next?
Me personally, that would be a time to end that relationship, because I'm not going to be in a position where I'm constantly having to battle you. If you're not able to, if we're having a conflict and you're not able to control, I can understand being emotional, but when I'm trying to regulate things and you do not divert to my authority, that's when it's like, okay, I can obviously understand that this is going to disrupt my peace. I'm never going to have a peaceful relationship. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to end this, because this is obviously something that you're having trouble with. And so you're going to have to find another man that is going to understand that shit. Go ahead. That's why I say discernment, Fatty. There's a difference between allowing a lot of shit and
that's why, Manosphere, I got you, brother. I just this is why I think it's unrealistic, right, August?
Okay.
My parents are together for 45 years. I will remember probably 5 to 10 times when my mama tried to push my dad buttons. And like the correct example, right? They're having an argument. It goes to the kitchen. She pretends she's cooking. It goes to the bedroom. She pretends she's folding. It goes to the living room.
Yeah, I know what you
she
mean.
pretends she's watching TV. She's going around poop, 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 to see, like, is the Dexter laboratory and Didi. Oh, what this button do? Poop. What this button do? Poop. Like, they will never be together and have the relationship and love that they have and the results that they have if my dad, the first time she did that shit, he bounced.
Right.
You see
That's
what I'm
why
saying?
discernment. That's what I'm saying. There's a level of discernment there for you to have to determine, in this instance, is this a behavior that she's going to constantly do? Remember, you said 5 times.
No,
That's
sure.
different.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
August,
and it's 40 years.
August. 5 that I saw. I was see what I'm saying?
I mean, 5 is still a little bit.
Like,
45 years is a long time.
No, August, think about it.
You only saw that 5 times?
No. I saw it 5 times. So the question will be this, August. The question will be this. Once that happened, and Manosphere, got it after the response, are you a strong man for staying, or are you a weak man for staying? Like, I know the woman that you have, this is going through, you can't control her because her mouth just keep running because she's on her feelings. Are you a strong man because you stayed and now you can brag that you are together for 45 years, have kids, property, money, and all that shit? Or you are a weak man because you got disrespected in your own household and you still stayed because that's what I have to do to actually have a long-term relationship? What are you, a strong man or a weak man?
I would say, based off of your father's discernment, I would say that he was a strong man, because there are instances where that will transpire, where you have to have the discernment to determine, hey, is this a negligible offense that ends the relationship, or is this just an anomaly of something that's happening where I'm going to have to give her a pass? There's everything is not all 100%. Like, there's no book to this on how to do it. You have to use a level of discernment to determine, because you're the leader in this situation. Now, if you've seen him and you've seen that this is my mother's behavior more than 5 times, and this is the point I want to make. if your mother was on that type time and that was who she was, you would have definitely seen it way more than 5 times within the span of that 40-year relalarship. That would be
45 years though, bro.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's
no,
hold on, Fatty. Hold on, Fatty. Let me.
But there's not. But there's not important. No, but there's no. August. No, August. Just 1 second.
August, that's the point. It's 45 years, bro.
There's not important.
That's what I'm saying.
Again,
and she did it 5 times.
No, August. If you are correct, right? If you divide 45 times, let's go with 15. 45 times is nothing. Like the amount of times we get into it with our woman, that's nothing in 45. What I'm saying is that
45 years.
What we're saying is that now 1 second, please. What we're saying is that according to this space and according to what people say, you are a weak man when your woman violates you and disrespects you.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Hey, just 1 second, friends. I better not catch you. I better not catch you. I'm telling you because I will remember this shit. I better not catch you in the future saying, if your woman being disrespectful and she can handle her mount, just bounce. And if you don't bounce, you are a weak man. Because this is what people in this space been saying for a while. You have a power, and your power is leave. And now all of a sudden, we are flipping the script and saying, your power is...
No,
Freddy, I've been trying to make this point. If her personality is of a woman who's obstinate and disrespectful, and that is all she shows, that is always a part of her personality, then that's a relationship that you need to leave. Now, if we have out of this 45-year relationship where there are instances where she can't control herself, and those gonna pop up, I'm not saying that those are the instances to end a relationship or a marriage. Because of that, you have to have the level of discernment as the leader, as the man in the relationship, to say, you know what? I understand that you're a little bit out of character today. I'll grant you that, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to work past this, but you cannot continue to operate like this. There's a difference in these type of scenarios. And so it's not a one size fit all type of thing.
That's why I wanted to finish. And I think I'm being gaslighted right now.
My bad. Go ahead. My bad.
Everybody knows that in relationships, it goes through phases. There's times that y'all fighting a lot, and there's times that y'all not fighting at all. It can be years.
Ups and downs.
There's times that y'all fucking all the time, and there's times that barely no action. So you are going to get those 5 situations in a very quick rate. It's like you being on a 15 losing streak, a winning streak, and now LeBron James sprays his ankle, and you on a 5 losing streak. The losses are not spread around, usually happen very, very fast in a quick pace, and then, oh, LeBron is back. We're good now. Let's go back on a run. This is what most relationships are. What I'm telling you once again is this is what I saw during these moments where I was grown enough to actually see. I guarantee it happen more. But if we think about our relationship is not going to see 5 of these situations in 45 years. They're going to see happiness and bliss for 2 years. They're going to see a lot of disarray for 6 months, and then they're going to see happiness and bliss for whatever. So those 5 strikes are going to be there probably on year 4 or year 3 or year 7. What do you do then? What do you do when you are on a situation of clear contempt? The sex is not being done. The food is not being made. She doesn't shut the fuck up even though you tell her to shut up. Like, what happens there, which is actually a question that is realistic. On that period of time where you know she's acting up for an extended period of time, what do we do there?
You have to have a level of discernment, Fatty, to determine whether or not this is who she is and this is continuous and ongoing. You have to let her know, hey, this is what's transpiring within the realms of the relationship, and you need to make an adjustment, or you risk losing me because I will not continue to tolerate this. And so if she makes the adjustment within herself, you go ahead and you move forward. If she decides to be obstinate and continue to operate like that, and she draws that line, then you end it. I got a question for you, Fatty. Do you think that your father and your mother are happy right now? Like, just as it stands, like just today?
I don't think my father, I don't think my father and mother ever were happy. They were they were content. They were content with peace. They were content. Like I don't think they are ever overjoyed. You know when they're overjoyed? I'm
not talking about overjoyed.
No, I want to, because I see it, right? You know when they are clearly overjoyed, when they go to the motherland, when they go back home. They come back, their skin is great, their mind is great, the belly is gone. They like you can feel like they're jumpy, bubbly, right?
But I'm asking this question because like we're talking about the overall, outlook on their life? Do you think that just overall speaking, in a general sense, they're predominantly happy? I'm not talking about just like excited all the time. I'm just talking about
don't
like,
even matter
having a good life.
I don't think they are, but I think they will do it again. I don't think they are happy. Absolutely not.
I appreciate that.
But at year 45, that happy, love, bliss every day, that was over about 35, 40 years ago.
Hell yeah. They're probably in the beginning. Yes.
Right. 40. Yeah, that's it. That's it. It ain't even about that no more. See, once you be married 50, 60 years, your last 10, 15 years, y'all ain't having sex. Y'all ain't having smack.
Y'all old as fuck by then, by the way.
You know,
they just doing life together at this
once
point.
you get to that level, because my aunt, she passed last year, God rest her soul. Her and her husband was married for 40 years. My mom's sister, they're going on year 36 married. My mom's been married for 14 years. My grandmother was married for 21 years. My uncle's been married for 22 years. My other uncle's been married for 27 years. These are all curses. This is where I grew up under. One thing that I've noticed by seeing this, seeing the relationship, seeing the hardships. And let me tell you one thing about my uncle. He cheated, stepped out on his wife. And his oldest with the woman, my cousin Brandy, and my cousin Naomi, the other oldest, are around the same age. Yeah. They know, y'all know. Yeah, but they're around the same age. And they was, they're still, I mean, things happen. That's drastic right there. Now, I don't know about all that. I don't condone that. But what I'm saying in relationships, you're going to go through, especially you've been married for long as Fatty's parents are. You are going to go through, you're going to see it all. You're going to have so much wisdom and discernment. What I'm saying to men in relationships today, I know we see what we say online. I know what we can gauge from what we see online, but everybody has their own tolerance level. My tolerance level may not be as much as the other man's tolerance level. And those boundaries are set in stone. When I'm talking about with me, they are set in stone. There's just no wavering. And those
it can be, Thomas.
No, but hold on. This is the thing that's losing me.
I'm feeling you, Thomas. I know what you're saying. Go ahead.
No, y'all losing me. So either Thomas. So hold on. Y'all would have to concede that you get disrespected in your relationship, then, right?
Yes, that's what they would have to be.
Like this is the problem too, and this is a good faith conversation. I ain't trying to get no aha nothing. A lot of men come on here, this in relationships, and August to talk the same way. I don't hear you talk. You typically talk from the realistic perspective of a marriage and relationship. August lately has been talking about realistic perspective from relationship because he was talking like he ain't had no problems either, right?
No.
But men will. I know you never do. Men will come on here and act like they have no problems. They women submit to them. They cooperate them. She on my page. But y'all would have to admit, right, that most men are getting disrespected in their relationship. The difference is the men who address the disrespect and they move forward versus the men who get disrespected and they don't have no backbone. That's what y'all saying, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But y'all would admit that probably most men in relationships do get disrespected by their women.
Oh, absolutely.
They get tried. They get tried. Yes,
they get tried. Yes.
No.
And there was my question. And there was my question.
Here's the thing.
If you stay, are you strong because you staying through disrespect, or are you weak because you are bending your boundaries because you want to keep your family? Are you weak or are you strong? What are you when you stay?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about that, right? Does your woman respect you as a man? So disrespect can show up, right? But if she respects you as a man, that disrespect is going to turn into respect because she knows that she crossed the boundary and she's going to immediately get back in line. That's the difference. Now, if she don't respect you as a man and she's disrespecting you, then that's something totally different where you have to end that relationship. There's something she's not going to bat 1,000. Sometimes she's going to miss some pitches, bro.
Let me clarify. It's a difference between a woman who blatantly disrespectful and disrespect you versus a woman who had a moment and disrespected you, but she actually respects you.
Right. Yes.
That's
exactly what I'm trying to say, bro.
And my question to you,
it's not going to be eliminated, but it's going to.
My question would be to you is how many of those moments she had with her father or her mother? Did she have as much moments as she had with you? in those particular moments. I think we be talking sometimes and we don't really focus on what's actually being said. Because earlier you guys say, you asked Fatty earlier, was his parents happy? He said, no, they're content. That shows you the difference from back then and now. We're looking for the same thing the women are looking for, happiness. You know what happiness is? That I got through my day. My kids ate. I was able to complete my schedule. It probably ran off.
It's different for everybody.
Completed. No, it's been like that with us for millennia.
Happiness is different for everybody, though, bro.
No, that's the thing, though. But you're looking for it through your woman, and that's the biggest issue. You're not supposed to be looking for that through your woman. You create your own happiness. You look through your happiness through you, because you keep saying, "I'm trying to find a woman that's gonna make me happy."
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. If she's gonna be a part of my life, she has to operate according because the first thing is my peace. So I'm not gonna disrupt my peace to be in a relationship.
No, but she is your but your peace. So both of y'all are right. Can I tell y'all this right now?
Yeah.
Both of y'all are giving realistic perspectives where you're right. Where algorithm is going, if I ain't getting peace from no woman, I'm just gonna be by myself.
And I agree.
But most men do find peace through their woman, so they'll tolerate certain things, but they get peace from their woman. Like that's your woman.
No. I don't agree. I don't agree.
No, Fatty. I don't mean no, Fatty.
I know.
You know what I mean, Fatty?
I know. It's going back to a familiar place. I get it. It's not peace.
You have a men would rather have moments of up and downs and peace with a woman and children than not have it at all. Where there's men that go, I want women and children, but if I don't get that piece the way I want it, I'm out of it. Like both of y'all are demonstrating.
The peace gotta be with yourself first.
Most men can't do with what algorithm and Fatty does. Where most men are going to do what you, August, and Thomas do, or CO2. Most of us will do.
But no. 1 second, August. My point was
because one time. It's only takes one. Hey, August. If we truly stood on business, it only takes one.
Yes, Ali. That's exactly what I want to say. Hey, August. Hey, August. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this from a point of view of somebody that is out of the game, so I have nobody to protect and nothing to hide, right?
Yeah.
If I get into a relationship with a woman, marry her, making her the mother of my kids, or moving her in, I will have to withstand the level of violations to get on year 10, to get on year 15, to get on year 20 is almost impossible that woman that is literally being with me every day is literally impossible that woman is not going to violate me on year 6, on year 14, whatever it is. Yeah. So what Ali is saying is that if we stood on business the way we say we stood on business, we wouldn't get to year 2. That's the reality.
I'm gonna prove it. Hey, August. Hey, CEO.
Yeah.
Who would you keep a relationship with outside your woman that blatantly disrespects you?
My mother.
Outside of family, just take your family.
Oh, no woman, no woman at all.
No, not a woman. Who outside of your family, like your mama? That's our mama, and maybe our father. Outside your direct family and your what lady? Like we're gonna say our mom and dad. That's our elders.
Right.
Outside of your woman, who you gonna let blatantly disrespect you one time, and you gonna keep a relationship moving forward?
Oh no, bro.
Nobody.
Blatantly, no, bro, no.
So it demonstrates we are being emotional because let me finish. We care about her and we'll tolerate what that woman is doing in a relationship, even as long as she progresses or don't progress, we'll make it emotional because if she doesn't want, there's no algorithm ain't gonna disrespect me. You ain't about to disrespect me. Ain't nobody about to disrespect me. That relationship is done. But we care and want to maintain a relationship with the women, to have families, and to be with our children. We make it emotional. It's emotional, and then we make it logical. We have that emotional moment, and we go, I care and love about this woman. Let me be more understanding. Let me try to put these pieces together. Let me try to understand why she's doing it and how I can help her and help this relationship. And we make it logical, but we being emotional as well too. We try to downplay us being emotionally available as well too. But y'all don't play about nobody. You don't play about nobody. But except for your woman, she can get away with stuff that nobody else can get away with. How you say
no? That's definitely true. No, that's definitely
no. How you say no? Hey, thank you, Tom.
But the blatant part has to be
blatant. Like I'm calling the blatant.
Is it like you?
No,
If she's blatantly disrespecting you, that means she doesn't respect you as a man.
No,
if she's blatantly
you can't say
obstinate and being disrespectful, that means she doesn't respect you.
No, when she disrespected you, she disrespected you. She picked it, whether it's a moment, whether it's blatant. No, it's blatant. She's still being blatant. I know if me and algorithm going back and forth and I'm getting emotional, bitch. I had a moment.
A woman that called me bitch is going to get out of there, bro.
No, that's
ain't
not
no
the
woman
point.
going to
August,
call me bitch in my house. That's never going to happen.
August, we trying to be intentional.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie.
saying
My wife ain't
when
never
your
say
woman,
that
ain't never called me no bitch.
We're not
never.
talking. No, I'm not. You see, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that she can watch her words. If she disrespected you, she chose to disrespect you. It was blatant disrespect, even if it was a moment.
That word ain't come out of nowhere.
I went back and forth with Thomas. August, I went back and forth with you. I went back and forth with CEO. I've never disrespected y'all. We'll have our moments, but we watch our words with each other. Your woman is going back and forth with you.
No, Ali is correct. Ali is 100% correct because, like,
that's what I'm saying. Ali, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing. Ali, I'm agreeing.
And you stay with her because your emotions. It ain't logic. So you're emotional. You care about her. You love her, and then you make it logic because we're emotional too. We just don't show it. We don't demonstrate it like they do. And at times they can get you to demonstrate it like the way they do as well too. But most men try to stay strong. And there's stuff you're going through inside, but you don't let your woman see it. You try to be the leader of the household and keep everything stable and keep the foundation strong. And you try to leverage it to keep everybody together, but you're actually emotional and you're making it logical.
Yes, and this is why Ali, when you see a man filing for divorce, you best know that she messed up.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All the way. That's the end. Best know when you see a man filing for divorce, you best know that.
And at that point, that's when men delete themselves. This is when men actually breaking down. This is when men actually crying. This man coming your homeboy. He's tore up because he held everything in, thinking he can keep his composure and be a man, and would have kept this woman, wouldn't be in that strong leader y'all talking about. But when all that foundation breaks down, this man eventually breaks because a lot of men are egotistically, and nothing wrong with it. I think we need our ego. But we are egotistically telling ourselves all these things when someone is putting us through something that they should be putting us through. That's all we trying to say. And Ali, I'm about to land it. We'll pacify it. We'll justify it. And we'll say it makes us a man, when in reality, we're not supposed to be going through any of that. The stuff you're supposed to keep your woman from going through is struggle. It's making sure nothing it harms her. Make sure you don't disrespect her. Make sure you're always loving her. But you shouldn't have to protect your woman from herself or protect her from you. Excuse me, protect you from her. You shouldn't have to be going through that in the household.
Like that's the ideal. That'll be the ideal situation.
Y'all know what I'm saying.
No. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Hey, CO. Don't nobody love that. Don't nobody in that woman life that you with right now love her more than you. Don't nobody in August's life right now love her more than him. Don't nobody in August's life now love her more than nobody in these men's life love her. And this person gets becomes the punching bag. There's moments you become the punching bag where the people she can start lessons.
That's where discernment coming at, though.
Let me finish.
No, because that discernment, they take advantage of that discernment. You're going to give me discernment. I'm going to take advantage of it.
I can't keep what's going on in everybody's life. And y'all know, a lot of things y'all say.
They're saying these blanket statements. They're saying these blanket statements. It's not like that. No. Yeah, it's not like that.
I'm the same way like this, bro. We don't do. It's not like that. The way y'all say. I know it goes to situations, but it's not really like that. And I'm not gonna be on here and be like, oh, I have everything's just so perfect, everything's so good. Hell, I told you. And I'm saying it's gonna be work. And that's like being a tyrant. I was driving like
algorithm. You need a new mic so you can compete with them.
But you can't say like everything.
They gonna be able to hear themselves if I change mics. I don't have to do that. You feel me?
Compete with you with that mic, though. They can overtalk you with that mic. You better switch up that mic.
Turn off the noise cancellation. Turn off the noise cancellation.
You better switch that mic. That mic. I'm gonna get you every time with that mic. That's what they're doing right now.
Disrespect. There's gonna be arguments. There ain't no blatant disrespect. No blatant disrespect in my house.
Never. Every time myself or Ali say something, you guys go to the extreme. You guys don't even go modern with it. Like literally,
We're not going to the extreme.
No, we not.
Y'all back from the extreme.
Yeah, we all in the extreme. We trying to bring y'all back to reality.
No. Hey, Thomas, y'all both. This is what y'all did. August first brought up the knife and gun, and it was metaphorically speaking. He's been using knife and gun, and you used the bitch when I didn't mean that either. It was just metaphorically. I was just giving. I was giving an example. I'm just saying. I said the word, but I was talking about just when a woman just disrespects you. Like when our women
give an example of
no. This is what I'm saying, Thomas.
A universal disrespect. That
what I'm saying, hey Thomas, this is what I'm saying. This
the first time.
Your woman. There's no excuse or reason for our women should ever disrespect us, yo. There's no reason.
But give an example. Give us an example.
There's nothing.
Like
so listen. What is the worst thing y'all do in your house? You showed up late. You forgot to pick up the steak at the store. The light bill maybe not got paid. You forgot to leave the toilet. I'm giving y'all examples I think going on in your household because I don't think you three brothers or most brothers are blatantly disrespectful to their women. They not trying to do nothing to hurt their women. You didn't take her on a date on Monday. Like I'm giving examples of what may get you disrespected or become emotional.
Those things warrant you being disrespected. Literally, you making a mistake. This is what you saying. I made a mistake, and I deserve to be blatantly disrespected.
Yes.
I forgot something, and it's okay for her to disrespect me.
So this is not what we're saying. Algorithm, hold on.
That is not what we're saying.
Watch this.
Let's
do the test.
We don't tolerate blatant disrespect.
If I leave some around, my wife won't clean it up.
Algorithm, hold on. I'm about to clean it up. Algorithm, watch this.
I know, bro. I know.
August Thomas,
standing right here in the kitchen.
I'm gonna ask y'all a question. I'm not talking about on y'all worst. Let's not go to when y'all before y'all got y'all relationship solidified. Y'all on a solidified relationship, right? August. This is when you got everything's going perfect, okay? And when I say perfect, you got everything online. Your woman is moving how you want her to move. What's the worst thing you did to her to make her disrespect you?
I never done anything to make her disrespect me.
That's what. Hey, Thomas, what's the worst thing you did to your woman to make her disrespect you, fam? When everything's solid.
Oh, you talking everything just
like no. What I'm saying is that y'all finally your woman's. Y'all, I'm being realistic. Y'all getting to the initial stages where you molding your woman. She's talking great, but now y'all are that okay. We getting through this, but she still does it. What is the worst thing you done for her to turn up?
The worst thing I done for her to turn up. Am I giving a real life example right now? Or
Yeah. Just what's the worst thing you did for her to turn up and disrespect you?
Shit, I don't even think I want to say it.
Yeah.
Oh damn, Thomas, you must be. But Thomas, you did something. But Thomas, hold on. Before we even go there, don't say it, right? Yeah. Nobody's saying your wife doesn't have the right to turn up on you if you do something that makes her have to turn up. You get what I'm saying? You be like, damn, I got to take that. I'm not asking. I'm not asking that one. I'm asking for what's the worst thing?
No, nothing.
CEO, what's the worst thing you did?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Hold her accountable and made her feel like I was attacking her.
Exactly. And my brother psychological.
That one day, CEO.
But you passed that point, CEO. That's what he's saying. You in the state.
That's the word.
What I'm saying is that what I'm saying is when it comes to the way you treat your woman, and I don't mean in a disrespectful way. I know all y'all are men. It's like eggshell. We don't want to hurt our women. We don't want her to feel like we violated her. We don't want to put in those positions where she gets upset or have to even feel that type of way. But she'll do it over something small and minuscule. It ain't even something serious. She'd be like, oh my God. Oh, you know what? Oh my God, you took the wrong turn. Just take me back home. I don't even want to go anymore.
Oh yeah,
she wouldn't do that. She would never do that.
I'm not August. I'm not.
Hey, Ali,
it's a hypothetical.
I'm trying to catch the logic.
August, every example Ali is using. Every example Ali is using is a hypothetical. What he's saying is,
it was a term. Now,
August earlier,
it was a moment.
August earlier, you had said you said that you didn't want to go personal. So Ali's trying to go. I switched the microphone.
Earlier, you did. I can tell.
I was saying something, but let me just say this. There was a time where I had to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, I got cut off. Yeah, that's crazy.
It's great.
I just want to clarify for everybody. What Ali is saying is sometimes it'll take a raindrop just to set her off. You don't even have to do nothing. But are men accepting just blatant disrespect? He don't believe we're accepting blatant disrespect.
No.
And if if we do get disrespect, he's saying if we do something that's warranted to get the disrespect, the unmentionables, then it's all right. But like most of the time they go off, it don't be for nothing crazy. It be for example, leaving the toilet seat up.
I'm giving another. Y'all are the same person every single day. I know it. On here, off. Y'all the same person, right? You know your woman ain't the same person 2-3 days in a row. So there's mornings you wake up and you know, oh boy, this is the day. Like I gotta really make sure whatever happens today. It looked like something changed. You know what I'm saying? And y'all know she not. So, yes. But that's what what we saying is there might be things you're going through in life for real that your woman don't even see, and you guard her from that, where she should take the time to guard you from that. But whatever she going through, the house is gonna go through it, you gonna go through it, and the kids gonna go through it. Everybody's gonna feel whatever she's going through. That's all we talking about. Why?
Yes,
hey, you know my woman.
Ali, can I answer that? Hold on, can I answer that?
Ask the same thing.
Can I answer that?
You know my woman's not funny, yo.
Ali, to her defense, I will say this though. She does be like, babe, how was your day? How are you feeling? You good? She does constantly check. Bro, I'm not lying. She's standing. That's
not what we talking about. I think you probably have a great mood.
That's
not what we talking about. But we like doing that though, Thomas. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that it could have been a fly on the wall. That's gonna shut off that day. It ain't got nothing even to do with you.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
Right. So what I'm saying is that the way you self-regulate yourself from real life circumstances you go through every day, losing life, something happens to you, you going through something mentally. It's a day where you're not even feeling up to par. She'll never feel it. You'll never put that on your kids. Yeah. You'll never put that on your woman. Is what I'm saying. So shouldn't she regulate herself at the same capacity to make sure it don't affect you? It don't affect the kids, and it definitely don't affect her as well to impact y'all. Where if she has a moment, hey babe, yeah, what's going on? This is how I'm feeling today. Can you just come hold me? Can you just come kiss me, console me? Can you come just be here for me? This is what I'm going through. Verse, either she wants you to be a mind reader, or to keep from her, you having to address it, she's going to reverse it back to you and make it something about you. So she has a justification to be mad or be in her feelings.
Ali, years ago, she literally said, I'm feeling it today. When I get home, can you please get situated? Like 2 days ago, a horrible day. Please, when I get going, can you just take care of the kids for me? I just want to go in later. I said, babe, I got you. You. Literally 2 days ago. 2 days ago. 2 days ago.
So you telling me that you guys,
but yes,
you're telling me you guys never had a moment where your woman was acting strange in the household. Let me finish. She was acting strange in the household, and you step to her and you say, hey babe, what's going on? Nothing. Nothing. I'm okay. Leave me alone. So you never had these moments, you guys. We never had these moments.
Then come to find out later on, you getting into an argument about some shit that you asked her about.
Y'all do. Yeah, listen. I'm not. Can I answer? If I can answer the question, I answer.
No, you've never been through it.
I can answer to the question. I'm 38 years old. I can name your times that I was 21 when I got that answer that you just said. When I was 21, I can name you 21. Nothing. I can name you 21 when that happened. I'm not. See, that's the problem. You know what I think is with y'all. You know what I think? Y'all so punch drunk that y'all looking for something that don't exist. Algorithm. You're looking for something that doesn't exist. Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. You're looking for something that doesn't exist because you're the one that's clearly said, oh, I'm not going to tell her this. She needs to know. But that's the same thing that the woman be saying about the man. We be.
But what did I say? What did I say before that?
Say that we not mind readers.
No. What do we say? What did I say that we not mind readers? You doing the same thing? He's being disingenuous. He's being disingenuous because. He's being disingenuous. The reason why I say you being disingenuous, because there were more context to that. What I stated was what I stated
Context.
was.
Don't try to add context now. You
No,
said,
no,
I'm
no.
not going to tell her
Context,
nothing. I'm not going to do nothing.
context was
She
there.
better know.
Context
She
was
got to read
already.
my mind. She did. I'm going to leave when the bliss is over.
Context was given beforehand. And the context that was given at, you weren't listening, and I'm trying to give it to you, but you keep interrupting. Let's be civilized, because I can get uncivilized and I choose not to. Okay? So pretty much the context that I added at that particular time, you forgot to mention I said she needed to be pre-assembled. You forgot to mention that portion, because pre-assembled means she has the quorum. She knows how to act. I don't have to tell her to not stand on top of the table in the restaurant. Something that simple. She needs to understand how to read a room. She needs to understand how to deal with someone, not to offload her past relationships with her current relationships. She needs to be pre-assembled and ready for a relationship. She can't come to a relationship broken and try to create one. And this is what I mean about pre-assembled. And I also use the example of you can't get into the NBA. You can't come into the NBA and not know how to dribble. No, and now your coach in the NBA has to teach you how to dribble. No, you have to know the basics of actually maintaining the relationship. I can't start from ground zero. This is how you crack an egg. This is put it in a pan. And that's what I stated. So I'm not going to teach you those things. I believe you should come in a relationship knowing the basics that have a relationship.
All right. And that point, I agree with that. That there's nothing.
But that's what I said earlier. That's what I said earlier.
Right,
everything I just said, I said earlier.
Now you didn't elaborate like all that. What you did now.
I did elaborate. Did I not say those things?
You didn't get that. That's cool.
It's not important. We got there.
You were muted. You were talking to somebody else that was in the room when he put that part out there.
All right, cool. So, but the thing about that is she's pre-assembled already. She already knows how to do. She already knows. So the way your mindset, how you see it, that means she was dealing with other men. She has to be also dealing with other men who think like you. And this is the woman that you will want, right? She's already pre-assembled. She knows how to do this. Everything you name, she knows how to do that. So that means she had to have experiences with other men who think just like you. So if she was already pre-assembled for other men who thinks like you, how did she get to you and not get kept? If she's supposed to already be pre-assembled.
But that's the thing, though, because you didn't also hear that. Maybe you were on mute, because this is in the beginning stages. Because earlier in the conversation, I clearly stated that I try to figure these things out in the beginning. It's not as if I figured these things and I stayed in the relationship. I said it earlier that I'm okay with saying this is not going to work. You have to get comfortable with letting things go. That's not going to work. Everything that you're asking me right now, I already stated earlier.
Okay.
Can I say something real quick? Because I will say this, right?
I just got this one
Thomas,
last question.
Go ahead, Thomas.
Right. So
no, go ahead.
So
go ahead,
what your point is, if she's now already pre-assembled to your liking in the beginning stages.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna break out.
All right, CEO. Good to see you, fam.
That's good to see you. I see you, bro. So she's now already pre-assembled within the first, let's say 90 days, 6 months. Let's say 6 months. Honeymoon phase. Let's say 6 months is D. And she's now already 100% to your needs and liking within the first 6 months. It's over.
It wouldn't last 6 months with me. Because I would have recognized those things. I would have recognized those things to begin with. If I take her to a nice restaurant and she's out there, let's say we go to a nice restaurant and I notice that she has no decorum in the restaurant, like whatsoever. She's standing on tables, she's twerking. That's the last date. She's twerking. I'm just giving you an extreme example so you can get it. Yeah, it ain't. No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. If I'm on the phone, listen. If I'm in the area and she's on the phone with her mama, right, and she's using like real bad profanity, she's saying, "Bitch, what you up to?" And this is her mom. No, I'm going to end that. If she's comfortable speaking with her mom that way, or her kids that way,
I agree.
I'm not going to continue that. So these are the things that I'm saying she needs to come pre-assemble. I shouldn't have to teach you these particular behaviors. See, when we heard pre-assemble, we automatically thought of something negative. And these are things. And how often do people get into relationships? And when they end those relationships, they weren't even prepared to be in it, and they weren't prepared. They still had issues from the past relationship, family issues, financial issues, and now they're trying to get into relationships and use that as a band-aid. So once I notice you're trying to use this relationship as a band-aid to get by in life, and then you're not fully ready for it, because for me, I need a functioning adult. I don't want to be with a non-functioning adult. If you're not a functioning adult, you're not going to be valuable to me. So guess what? You need to come pre-assembled. You can't come to the relationship bare bones, and I got to get an instruction manual and figure everything out. I have already figured my life out already. You're an addition. I don't need you to be added stress. What I need you to do is be pre-assembled. Come with the basics.
Hey,
and from there, we will learn each other.
That you have to do though is, do you think that there's any?
There is work. There is work. Is the work will be learning each other.
What does it look like?
But wouldn't he be? Hold on, real quick. Wait, hold on. Wouldn't he be the man that's right? Like, when y'all would be shamed, he would be shamed, because even the sisters would be like, "Oh, that's y'all fault. Y'all should have looked for the red flags. Y'all should have vetted better. You should have trolled."
I agree with algorithm.
So if y'all women mess up,
I've always
if y'all end up losing y'all women, all of society is gonna shame y'all. They're not gonna shame him because he vetted in this. Like, think about. No, I'm saying we have an intentional conversation, right? The women will literally support y'all in this conversation, but support algorithm and different conversations to look
him
good.
in this conversation.
Yes, because they'll say they'll say y'all picking
what I'm doing.
As when he gave those parameters,
what I'm doing is more respect.
No,
but I said it earlier though. But my whole thing is right. For me,
get him out of there. Yeah.
For me, what I'm doing is more honorable. And what I mean about more honorable is, once I notice this thing ain't gonna work, I'm letting them go. I'm not keeping them alone just to keep knocking her down and kicking her out. What I'm doing is saying, I'm good. The other fellas can have you. You're not gonna work here.
But when long you been by yourself? When as long as you've been isolated by yourself without no one? When as long as you've been isolated, algorithm, by yourself without no one? 100% detachment.
You mean like detachment for women?
From the detachment, yes.
Wait, I don't want to make a joke. From what would be the
no? What I'm trying to
say. Hold on. Hey, Cody.
Isolation.
Hey, Cody.
Hey, Ali, I handle. Hey, Ali, 1 second, Ali. I handle it.
From the chat. If you think he's so afraid, come address him.
Hey, big dog. Hey, big dog. Big dog, come to the panel, big dog. Come to the panel. Like you've been talking from the chat like crazy, bro. Like you became a domesticated husband. You were the most dangerous person outside of our household, and as soon as you get inside, you're talking like one of the biggest teams on this motherfucking space, Cody. Like, they thought that the big dog Cody from the Black House and Fight Club, it became so domesticated.
Turn into a simp too. Always saying the other person is wrong.
I do
He's
agree
standing on
with you.
business, but he's wrong.
I do agree with you. A woman twerking, cussing out her kids, ain't got no mannerisms, lazy, don't want to get up and go to work.
Gotta go.
Like,
y'all. I think y'all should both be honorable. Like, if y'all are showing and giving representation to the actual market, you're willing to work with a woman that's willing to work with you because how you saying they propagandize. You shouldn't be shamed for that, but he shouldn't either. That's what Fatty was saying earlier. If he's staying out the market. That's not what be happening though. Don't be sounding like that. The same man. I'm not going to say y'all two on the panel, but if he talks like that, they'll say he weak. He a sucker. He don't know how to deal with a woman. He not prepared to deal with a woman. And then they'll go, if he ends up, y'all end up with her because they're going to end up shaming y'all if y'all mess up. Oh, August, you should have vetted better. I would never let a woman do that to me. Thomas, hey, you're tripping when you let her do that. You ain't see the red flags. They shame us either way we go when it should be honorable. If you taking the time and go, you know what? This woman trying to do better. She's trying to go against the grain and trying to go out of this propaganda. like I'm gonna try to work with her, and I ain't even tolerating that.
Because it's not about honor. There's a problem. Y'all still
ego.
stuck on this honor shit. Like
Oh,
respectfully. Let me because I'll let y'all go. I'll let y'all go back and forth. I'll let y'all go.
I gotta say this part for a reason, Fatty, because you can't leave off on that notion that you left
Go
off.
ahead.
Man or woman. All right. So I have a different problem, Thomas. Every woman that I get with, and this is not a flex whatsoever because I really don't like it. Every woman that I get with, they look at me as marriage material. So I've definitely gotta actually vet properly because I can get used in that sense. So I've never had women problems in my life. I've always find myself dealing with women, whether it's short term or long term.
Hold on, Algorand, don't turn it to that. So now you don't have problems with women?
No, I didn't say that.
He said that woman slot him instead of slot him on the fuck boy, which is going to get more of an honest reaction from woman. They slot him in the marriage material. So now they kind of playing the long game. Now he's the
So Algorithm, you say initially it don't start out with problems, but they bait and switch, and later on give you problems down the line.
Yeah,
that's all I want to. Please don't do me with the brothers be like. Oh man, thank you.
So that's because he's dating with intention, and they can pick up on that. He's actually dating with intention. He's not.
Is he dating with intention? Can we ask him? No, 1 second. Can we ask him? Are you dating with intention, Manosphere, or are you just having fun?
No, no, I'm not getting married no more. What I'm trying to do is,
but he's not dating with intention at all.
I'm gonna tell you why I said that because I'm gonna tell you why I said that because earlier he said in the conversation he said if it's not working and she's on some other shit, I don't even keep smashing her. I throw her ass right back to the streets.
But there's not about intention.
No. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you why I say that. The reason why I know I got you, but the reason why I classify that as dating with intention is because if he's out here just slinging dick, just doing his thing, I could, that's one thing. But he's throwing them back to the streets and ain't even smashing them.
But
that's no intention.
No. That doesn't mean that you are dating
something out of them outside of just sex.
No, August, that's why that doesn't mean that you're dating with intention. That means that he has boundaries, strong boundaries that he's not willing to compromise, even if he's having fun. I think Manosphere is kind of like me. You can listen to me and Ali talk a lot of times, and he's like, "Hey, Ferry, how does it go?" And it's not that I'm dating intentionally. I'm kind of dating as like a fun thing. But if you cross one of my boundaries, you're gone. Even if I'm trying to have fun with you, because I'm not going to let you just go ahead and try to do what you need to do when you told me you were okay with shit that we kind of agree before, right? But for the most, but that's the thing, right? And this was my problem with the word, like, forget the honor, man. Y'all are on a gunfight, bringing knives and say, "I'm honorable. I'm going to. I'm D'Artagnan." Like, leave your sword at home. Everybody's gang banging. There's a reality. Everybody gang banging, man. So the honor,
both sides of the spectrum, though, men and women.
Sure,
we all do this. We give each other full access to motherfuckers that's only on a free trial basis. Men and women both do that.
What does that mean? No, what does that mean?
In the beginning of relationships, when they first meet, men and women in today's society, a lot of them, whether they're married or not, they go all out, full access service to motherfuckers that's on a free trial subscription. That's the way today's society and dating is. And today. That's where a lot of things get confused with people.
I don't understand exactly what's the point correlating.
The point is this. The point is this. It's simply that the levels of disrespect that people take in today's society vary depending on their level of emotional and psychological maturity. Say, like Ali was saying, like you saying, Fat, we all say certain levels of disrespect at certain points. It's cool. Yeah, it's an emotional thing. It may be that. But if it's a blatant thing, most real men, when we can see that early, that it's blatant, oh no, we out the door.
We ain't tolerating that
shit. There's a lie. Even men that get cheated on, if nobody knows, most of them stay. It's a motherfucking lie. You know, it's funny. This is hilarious. most of y'all be called the most despicable things by y'all women. If a police officer or somebody from the FBI close the door and says, "Hey, lady, I need to interrogate you about Fatty. What was the most disgusting shit that you said to him?" You will see, you will hear one of some of the wildest shit, because this is what women do. A woman, when she's hurt, she's trying to hurt you as bad as possible. She will grab the most disgusting shit and throw it at you to see if you feel something. So no, most men are not. If a woman comes around and says, "Man, this is why your daddy dead," then he never told you. Like I've been preach of these like it's a series that they made about what was the worst things that people said to each other. And Abba said when he was in a relationship with the girl that she confided to him that his biggest regret was that his dad never told that he was proud of him, because he was a kind of a fuck up kid. He went to the military, straightened his life up. Like he wanted to hear from his dad, "I'm proud of you." You know what that bitch said when she got mad at it? "That's why your dad never told he was proud of you." There's most women. If they know the word, if they know the place, if they know the place, if let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. If they know the place that hurts you the most, they will throw that shit at you. And you know what happens? What hurts men the most? Woman cheating on man, woman putting fake like paternity fraud on them, woman leaving, doing parent kids alienation, taking their kids out of that shit, and most of men want to stay. When a woman violates a man, even if he's of the most degree, if that shit is private, right? Most men want to get back together and try to fix that shit, because there's a most men responsibility as a leader, kind of, because they're the problem solvers, to go after the woman.
Not men of standard, not men of moral standard. No,
is that well, no, fair. Is that the majority
because
or
minority?
No.
What I said was men that deal
minority,
with
Fatty.
They have to have a certain level of psychological and emotional.
I agree with you.
Maturity.
Can you give me the percentage of men that actually have that in them, which is massive violation? I'm out. 5 years in, two kids. 5 years in, 2 kids and a mortgage. What is the percentage of men that if a woman comes up and says a secret, for example, that they told them in confidence, and they now is using against them, which is a massive violation? Tell me, 5 years in, 2 kids, that shit happens. What is the percentage of men that says, "Hey, you are crazy, I'm out"?
Shit. In today's society,
I
would say, I couldn't even say in today's society, I couldn't even say half. I couldn't even say 50% of men.
Is not even close. And I'm gonna say this, right?
That's what I'm saying. No, but that's the thing. No, I can't even say 50% of men in today's society.
Oh no, sure. But that's the thing. Let me tell you, I'm not leaving either. Like I'm like, just because I'm in a position of power, because I'm not leaving either. If I have a 40-year mortgage with you, and I have 2 motherfucking bastards around, and you use something against me, I will. It's too much investment. I will try to fix it until that's brother. Give me just a second. Give me just a place to land, because I'm a little. Give me just a place to land, because I'm a little bit fat. I need a little bit more room, right? I will say this, and again, this is why I don't play. I believe that most men that come on panels tippy-toe around us because they don't want to respect that woman. That's facts. So if I tippy-toe on panels, what do you think happens in real life? If I tippy-toe around women on panels, because I don't want to get let me see who's in the chat. Red lipstick mad. I don't want to get rose mad. What do you think it happens on real life? Men are conditioned to tippy-toe around women, and I don't get into the relationship for that fact. I don't feel comfortable tippy-toeing around nobody. You see what I'm saying? I can't go back to the, I'm walking on eggshells. I'm not going to say nothing that is going to get you in a bad mood, because this is what Ali was telling. A lot of times is nothing that you do. She just woke up like that.
You're right.
Right?
You're right. Now,
so I will believe that. 1 second. I just believe that what you're saying is right, but I can't give Andrew Tate advice to Carlton from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. See what I'm saying? I can give you Dragon advice. Hey, if they with you, they with you. The respect is gone. I can give you an advice that only a very small percentage of men can follow, while the other 80 to 90% of men are going to say, "Baby, let's figure this out," because that's most of us. You see what I'm saying? That's kind of most of us. I will do the same shit. I know myself. That's why I don't put myself in that position, because I will be just talking like you, Fatty. What was the worst thing that she said?
Me, that's see.
She clowned my airline. You know, she said way worse things than that. I'm just saying that because I want to save face, because that's me too. So it's a difficult conversation that I don't think most men want to have, because if we actually were, I don't know, we went to an island and we had time to talk with each other, and we know for a fact nobody recording.
I'm heading out, you guys. Thanks for having me, y'all.
If we win, and this happens a lot of times. This happens a lot of times when I was practicing jiu-jitsu, when I go to basketball practice. Those men actually are the realest motherfuckers, because nobody watching. So everybody after the practice, when we sit it down, everybody says, "Man, my woman, what about yours? What about yours?" And then as soon as we actually get people around us, now all of a sudden, it's like a woman gets inside of the barber shop and nobody has no problems and everybody's great and everybody's doing right. Nah, bro. The most intimate environment is when men are talking with men and nobody's watching. I believe that most men are, in my opinion, weak when it comes to their woman. Not because they are weak men, but because if they were strong, motherfuckers would just be running through them like it's nothing. If he's mine, is mine. If he's not, he's not. Let me put a bunch of kids on this woman and move around. Being strong a lot of times is being weak right now, meaning being weak on the present, on the short term, but being strong on the long term. Because if I wasn't weak at that point and I didn't bend the knee, I probably will never get the shit that I'm getting now in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. So I would understand that it's very difficult for men to manage that shit, because them if you do, them if you don't. If you leave, you trouble. If you stay, you're in trouble. So what you going to do?
Yeah, I get and you know, in my relationship, to be honest with you, I had to step back a little bit and become a little weaker, a little softer, because I'm not gonna lie for you. There was a stretch that I was dragging, like I was militant times 3 with it. I was dragging, and in some cases, it wasn't even really warranted. And you know, she had a conversation like, "Yo, you just be so mean to me," and I don't be like, "You just be you." And I had to look back and say, "You know what? Yeah, I did was initiating a lot of the conflict. I like was being a tyrant. I like was like militant. Like every little thing she did, I was on her top about it, to the point where it's like she would literally be tiptoeing around me, like literally like tiptoeing."
I think everybody.
I don't want that. Honestly, I didn't want that type of relationship. You feel what I'm saying, bro? I don't want
Thomas, that's my story right there, bro. Thomas, let me be honest, Thomas. She should definitely be tiptoeing around you, not on the place of I'm very fearful he does something to me, but I'm afraid of disappointing this man. Woman should be tiptoeing around man, not the other way around, because you know the best relationships. The kids tiptoe around their mama, mama tiptoes around daddy, and daddy tiptoes around everybody else in the world. That's literally the best relationship. Once there's no fear, there's no nothing. This is when people start to actually respect each other.
Yes,
but look,
that's 100%. That to your physical point, fear, like
But to his point though, but there's a level. That's my life right there, dog. I had to really, because when I was young, I was wild. You know what I'm saying? But I had to calm it down and meet her where she was at a little bit more, because I love her and I don't want her to live. I'm living my life is comfortable. I don't sit here and have no problems having direct conversation with my wife. None of that stuff. We don't have those issues. But when she's walking on eggshells, I know that I'm doing a little bit too much, where she's not able to enjoy everything that I'm building for her. You know what I mean? And I want her to be able to enjoy. There's a balance that you have to kind of like
figure out throughout the years, and so that's why I'm at with it. But
I think
that is right about the type of
August,
relationship.
there's nothing wrong. She feels like that 3 weeks of the year, no problem at all. Just a reminder, hey man, August doesn't need to be played around. More than that,
Just
you
to let
might
her know,
be.
hey motherfucker, don't play with me.
More than that, you might be putting her in right. But every now and then, your woman needs to look at you and says, "God damn, I better not piece off that man." So that
If
I
she's
believe
still
that's
that
very
nigga,
fair.
yeah.
No, and you know
That's
why?
how-
And, then and one second,
that's
and
how
you know
it be though,
why?
Ali.
And but you know why?
I think-
You know why I know he's fair? Because we been tiptoeing and afraid of losing these bitches for 5 months of the year. So if I have to go through 5 months, you can do 2. Do 2. Do 2 for me. Be afraid of losing me for 2 months. I carry the rest of the year. More than that, I think that's perfect.
Facts.
I think,
and that's pretty much
you know what I really
the
think though.
dynamic.
I think you know how we talk about women hitting the wall when they tired of being thoughts. I think men hit the wall. There's a wall. There's a wall. No, I'm telling you. I think there's a wall. Men hit faster than women because we actually love women. So when men hit the wall and they want to be in relationships, they want women or they just want
That's the
some
wall.
type of. I'm telling y'all, the loving man ends up in a relationship. The loving man ends up in a relationship, like especially if you've been knifing so much and you've been out. If you come from a broken household, I think the men who hit the wall typically, if you come from a broken household, if you want a woman in your
Ali
life,
is so quick. Ali
and if
is
you're so
so
tired
quick.
of being out there, men hit the wall way faster than women.
Ali
really
is
want it, man.
Ali is so quick because this is what I was saying like a couple of hours ago. You like I go through. You're sitting on that motherfucking couch.
You know what I'm talking about? Fatty?
You're looking at her. You're looking at her. You're like, oh my god, look at her. And then she makes you feel like like you're already back to the plantation. Where's the plantation? Oh, pick some cotton again. I don't give a fuck.
They are. Hey, Thomas. They are love, and we naturally want love. So if you like, you ain't got to be inside of a household. August ain't got to be inside of a household. Y'all just don't want to be outside. You want to be inside more than that's the actual truth they weaponize against us. Y'all want to be a man of a house. Y'all want a family. You want a woman. You know you can go get 100. But
Ali,
they knowing that's what type of man you are.
Ali, and you know when they start to actually become bold, think about it, these fellas. Every time a woman got you and she thought that you were outside, she was fighting tooth and nail to get you inside like a dog on the rain. Come back! Come back! It's raining! Get inside of that motherfucking... Get inside of the dog house. Now you see exactly what that woman is.
Hey, bought my PlayStation, bro.
True too.
She ain't want me
let me
going
be out.
to the
Let me
club
be at
no
11
more.
o'clock
She
on a
bought
Friday
my
night.
PlayStation.
Keep you inside.
And then she gets mad at you because you're playing PlayStation all the time.
Hey, bro.
But look,
hey, bro.
the fact that she know it's like that though, that kind of keep them straight. Yeah, mine too. But I got an Xbox 360.
That's when but that's if your woman can if that woman can mature as fast as you, or she finally gets the maturity, she wants what brings peace to you as well too. She wants you to play your Xbox. She wants you to play your PlayStation. She wants to take care of you. But that's a rare woman in today's time that actually wants to take care of a man and give that peace when she's tired. She finally tired. You know what? This is way better than what's out there too. I don't know what else. And it's a very minority of them. It's better here than out here. There ain't nothing out here. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, she's been buying my gaming system since 2012. I ain't been out the house since.
Ali, yeah, what you're saying is one. I swear to God, 100% true. I'm not saying everything's peachy and cream, and I'm not perfect. She's not perfect, but bro, that's pretty much at this phase in our life the dynamics. Like that is the dynamic. And one thing about women is one thing that I notice about them, boy. They just know. You notice how they'll call at certain times. You out mingling, they'll just call. Hey, where you at?
Right when you're in the middle of conversation.
Like the bit like it's like they just got a sixth sense call like 11
they know. They know.
They nuts like. But one thing I can't say that we went through our rough phase. We went through our fighting phase. We went through my tyrant phase, and we still rocking with each other today. And not to mention, you know, when I met this woman, I was dead broke. Within our first 3 weeks, she already put 3 racks in my pocket.
Yes, she invested in you, so you invested in her. Yes,
right. So I have right. But that doesn't mean like I'm just going, oh, since you did speak up, I'm just going to be a pushover. No, but the balance, what you were saying, Fatty, I think that is the 100% most thing. Because me, I don't want to go anywhere. We got 2 investment properties tied up. We got vehicles. We got assets. We got things tied up together. Do you know how crazy a divorce would be? Like,
Yes.
so Fatty, what you're saying is 100% correct. And a lot of dudes are not going to be honest with it. Oh, if she do it, we're just going to leave. When you're married and you got things tied up, it's not that easy.
It's not easy,
cut
man.
and dry,
Or
bro,
if
to
you
leave.
or especially the kids. But let me say this right before I bounce. Very proud of y'all for having this conversation, man. I was listening an hour or two before. Like, this doesn't have to be messy or confrontational, man. This was a dope conversation.
Yes.
True and true. But and again, everybody has their problems, but no matter what the path that we chose, I am rooting for y'all to get your relationships 40, 50 years. If you want to get married, if you're outside, please don't catch HIV and all of those things. Be happy and don't try to break people apart and try to break people just because you are hurt. No matter what the path that you have, go ahead and try to follow it. And I'm very proud of y'all that actually this conversation didn't become into a throwing shit to the wall and see who is the. I really enjoyed this conversation. Shout out to my boy Ali. Shout out to August, my boy Thomas, and Mr. Psycho. Hey, there's a crazy name, Mr. Psychological. That's great. I appreciate you. Go ahead, Thomas. Before I bounce, man. I appreciate
Can I say something before you leave?
Wait, we all about we about to go to Nino, so everybody can get the last word.
Hey,
y'all, hey, chat. Just stay around. I'm up on that, man. I'm not gonna do that. Fatty gonna get on me. Never mind. Go ahead, y'all. I wanted to play one more song, Fatty. I'm working on another album. Man, I got another song.
Ali, you can. I will do this, Ali. You play it on the super panel tomorrow.
All right.
You can play.
No, this album I got going, y'all going. Hey, listen, there's nothing on the radio. I'm telling y'all.
I'll even better before Thomas takes us home. You can play the intro and the outro and the intro and the outro. Ladies first and super panel. You got it.
I'm sorry, y'all. The album was delayed. March 25th is the new release date. Hey, these are logistics I can't control, but
I was going to ask you again.
March 20. It got pushed back to March 25th. That's something I just can't control. But trust me, it's going to be a banger, and y'all going to love it. And it's going to be gas, all breaks, no skips. Ali, I appreciate you, bro. You really were speaking things that a lot of people really know is true and feel. August, appreciate the conversation. Psychological. It's my first time meeting you. Don't really know you like that, but hey, good conversation anyway.
I'm telling you, there be people trying to gaslight from the chat, trying to make me go against August and August go against me. But the perspective that August shared, it's going to have to make all of us think about what really is happening between men and women, and who's being logical and emotional. If we're both being logical and emotional, and what we're doing in regards to trying to build relationships, or we actually cooperate or compete with each other. So I'm happy he bringing that perspective, because he's making me have to think about a whole different kind of things because of what he's been talking about as well too. So I love August.
He's really good. The second half, I ain't gonna lie, August. The second half, you jive like I agree 100%. And listen, man. Sometimes people just want to see trauma and strife and fighting at each other.
I'm telling you,
like it sometimes it just be like, why? It's so unnecessary. But that's something they gotta deal with. That's why I don't really pay attention too much to the chat. But y'all, it was a good show. It was a fire show. I appreciate it. Ali, thank you for.
Hey, I love you, fam. I gotta shout you out too. I'm about to shout y'all all out, but I'm about to drop 2 links, y'all. I got the album. It was all for Nikki, and then I got another album. Oh, excuse me, 1 single, A Good Man. So I'm gonna drop both of them in there. Make sure y'all go support that as well too. But these are so this is AI production. I wrote it, I produced it, but it's AI. I'm doing AI production as well too. So I don't know if that whole
so they sing. So you put the whole format together. They just sing
all of it. They sing it. Cool. I sing it, and then they produce it.
But hey, Ali, you know you can do your own. You know you can feature yourself with them. You know you can add your vocals and stuff and have them come together too, right? You know that,
I ain't know about that part yet, but
they can feature on your track.
But listen, the album after these albums though, y'all, I'm telling y'all, like the songs that I'm about to put out, and wait till I put out me. Like but I'm gonna be putting out a whole lot of different content. But
Ali, you want to produce my mixtape? You want to produce my mixtape?
What kind of? What you talking about? Beat wise?
Nah, just be one of the executive producers on it.
I'd have to listen. I have to listen to it.
I'm trapped out.
I'm trapped out. I'm too picky though.
Hey, listen, I'm
Like,
trapped
you know
out
what?
with the
Why
grown man
AI
in
gives me
relationship.
advantage? I get to tell AI, nope, I don't like that. I don't like that. I
Bro,
don't like that. I don't
Ali,
like that.
I'm
When I
trapped.
try to
Ali, I'm
criticize
trapped
people,
out.
man, you don't think this good?
Ali,
You
I'm
know what I'm
trapped out for real. I'm trapped out. 808 bangers. You ain't even gonna like the lyrics, but you be like, damn, that beat knock. I gotta crank this joint, play it back. I'm trapped
You
out.
got beats
Hey,
like
August,
that?
play this. Yeah, August, you gonna bump my album years? I'm trapped out. This
All
album
right.
trapped
Y'all gotta
out.
check me out, man. I'm on Spotify. I'm everywhere, man. Just look up August
That's
Moore.
on
I just dropped
Spotify everywhere
August Moore, you
too.
on Spotify
Yeah.
too?
Well, send the link.
Yeah,
Send the
I'm
link.
everywhere, man. I'm
Well, drop the
Morehouse
link
Volume.
then.
I got you. Morehouse Volume 1. We did that year, like a year or two ago. But that thing did some numbers. That thing was fire.
Hey,
Yeah,
y'all,
man.
check out August Moore. Check out G Liddy's second half, the first album. Make you want to go get the second on March 25th. G Liddy on Spotify, Apple Music, GLITTY. Check out the second half album.
I gotta
crazy.
post it on y'all channels or something so I can go there right away. Post it
I
on
got
your
you.
channel.
It's in my info.
I got
Man,
you.
I don't know.
I got you, Ali.
Y'all I gotta try to figure out. Yeah, just post it on
Ali, I'm
here.
gonna buy your album tonight.
Post y'all
I'm gonna buy
album
your album
on
tonight,
this
Ali.
live. Post y'all
Ali,
album
I'm
on
gonna
the
buy your
live.
album tonight.
Okay, fam.
You get
And
100%
make sure
of the
y'all-
proceeds.
Of course I do.
All right, I'm gonna buy your
Of
album
course I
tonight,
do.
bro.
It's so the songs I got. It's an album and then it's a single. But this another album I'm working on. I was just gonna do singles, but y'all, man, when y'all go listen to the beginning of the show, the one song that I'm already creating. Not for human, man. Come on, man. And then this song right here.
Hey, Ali,
Man.
can I get on a call with you, bro, to talk about this behind the scenes?
Yeah. Just hit my IG. Just hit my IG.
Hit your IG. I got you.
Yeah.
I sent you my phone number already on IG. I know you be busy and stuff, so
You
it's
did?
already in there. Yeah, I sent it in there already.
You better sing it again. Send it again.
All right, I got you,
I
bro.
don't know if okay. And let me do these. All right, man. Hey, y'all got any final words?
No, that's it. Thank you,
man. I'm saying thank you, bro. That's it. Just thank you, man.
Of course, man. Thank y'all for the perspective conversation, man.
Yes, sir.
Make
I
sure.
appreciate you.
Hey, did you go? Let me see something. Oh, okay, August. I'm about to say you better have went live, man. Hey, make sure, man, y'all like, subscribe on August side as well, too, man. Psychological, man. It's good to meet you, my brother Thomas. It's good to meet y'all, man. I'll see y'all on the next one. All right. I'm gonna read these. And then we're gonna get up out of here, man. Much love to everybody who supported. Much love to everybody who Let me see how many likes I got. Y'all probably did me dirty, but maybe y'all did. I'm gonna have a little faith. Let me see. Nah, y'all didn't do me dirty. Dang. Much love to y'all. I got much respect to y'all. Let me read these real quick, y'all. I think we were right. I think we're right here. Player One. Been a member for 16 months, man. Much love to you, Player One. One of the best producers, editors, main powerhouse of the Untouchables as well, too. Modern feminism has become a total, man, I'm about to mess that word up. Now, I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. I'm messing up today, so that's gonna be the word that tears me up today. I may come back to it. Ideology. My brother Matreon Roberts with a $10 super chat. August, then you have to explain why a lot of women come up here and say I was engaged, but I called it off. Much love to you, my brother Matreon Roberts.
We just got $10, kinfolk. You know what that means, right? We back on our feet again. I ain't gonna hold you. Support be healing people.
And then my brother, the Afterlife with the $2 super chat. Facts, Ali. Much love to you, my brother. And then my brother Sky High, $10 just because. Much love to you, my brother. I truly appreciate that as well, too. And then my brother T.O., one of the legends of the Untouchables with the $10 super chat. Typically, men process situations through instinct first, then logic, and emotions last, while women tend to process through instinct, then emotion, and logic after. I'm still trying to figure that one out, T.O., the way women moving today, my brother. Cool Cat with the $5 super chat, not on topic, but with all things being equal, now should chivalry still exist? Nah, not according to how the world is working now. If women have the right to do what they want to do, so should men. My sister Red Lipstick Vibes with the $2 super chat. I said, my man. And then James Blair, been a member for 2 months. What's up, Ali and brothers on the panel? What's going on, my brother?
Empire, baby.
Hold on, y'all. We're gonna go to Nino. As soon as I hit the button, we're gonna go to Nino Nation. All right. Let me see real quick, y'all. All right. And then my sister Red Lipstick Vibes again with the $5 super chat. My question was referring to the example that was given. I was asking for my context. We understand now. Thank you so much. And then again, Red Lipstick Vibes with the $2 super chat. I get that. That's why I'm asking for context. We understand now. And then my brother T.O. hit us with 6 gifted memberships, man. We only needed, how many more memberships did we need? Man, we only needed 7 memberships, y'all. Only 7 memberships and $20 in the Cash App to meet our goals. Much love to you, my brother. For the 5, actually 6 gifted. Actually, you became a member and you gifted us with 5 memberships. Much love to you, my brother T.O. Again, always much appreciation to my brother T.O., man. Much love to you, my brother. And then my brother Thomas Legacy became the sponsor with $60. Much love to you, my brother, and always love you having a conversation up you and always supporting Untouchables, man. We truly love you supporting us always, brother, and you being engaging in the conversation. And you've been joining our panels lately.
Thank you for the $50. Now I'm fresh to death.
And then let me see. Yeah, y'all messed up. Don't be picking on my. I'm gonna try it one more time. Let me try it one more time. Don't be trying to. So, modern feminism has become a totalitarian. That's how you pronounce it. I got it. So it's sometimes the word just it's totalitarian. Okay, it just was messing with me. All right, has become a totalitarian ideology. Yeah, you thought I was gonna mess up, huh, Leosha? See, men don't. That's my competition with myself, right? Y'all say, man, the logical. I had to compete with themselves. I had to compete with myself. All right, I got it though. Okay, here we go again. Modern feminism has become a totalitarian ideology. And what? Yeah, y'all thought, no, my real supporters had my back, but the sisters thought I was gonna mess with them. Yeah, exactly. See? Yeah, see? I held myself accountable and I fixed myself. Yeah, people told me, but I still tried it. I didn't give up. And nobody, no, I was going to go back to it anyway. I can't leave with that, rinsing up that word like that. I fell asleep on the word, but we about to go to Nino Nation. All right, y'all. I'm going to go over there for a little bit as well, too. We'll see you on that side. All right. Where my button at?